Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Narutoverse, the home of the craziest Naruto what-ifs. Today, we're diving into what if Naruto received time travel jutsu. Let that sink in. Make sure you stick around because once this starts, there's no turning back. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your entire ninja squad. And don't forget to drop your theories in the comments because your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Now, let's jump straight into it. Kakashi looked at the scroll in his hands with great interest. The man who had hired them for the exceedingly dangerous but rather tedious A-rank mission hadn't had enough money to cover the fee, but had promised them some valuable scrolls to make up the difference. Most of that had gone to Godim to do with what she would, but this was a little too interesting to pass up. What is it? Naruto demanded impatiently. You've been staring at that thing for the past hour. I have not, Kakashi lied. Kakashi-sensei's right, Sakura sided with her teacher. Kakashi shot her a grateful look, but she wasn't finished. He's been staring at it for the past hour and 3 minutes, she finished with a smirk. Is it a powerful jutsu? Sasuke asked. Because if it's not, I've got better ways of wasting my time. At least it's not porn this time, Sakura tried to be positive. Sasuke snorted. I wouldn't be too sure. Kakashi ignored his 3 students, trying to decide whether or not he should share this with them. It was highly irresponsible, of course, and if anyone had thought to do so, it would be highly illegal as well. The man who had hired them clearly had no idea what he was parting with. This scroll contains a time travel jutsu, Kakashi said gravely, deciding that since Naruto had finally made good on his age-old promise to kick Sasuke's ass and bring him back home, stopping Madara and saving the world in the process, none of them were really the world-conquering types, and as Naruto didn't believe in revenge, Sasuke had already gotten his, and Sakura really hadn't had anything too horrible by ninja standards happen to her, it was reasonably safe to share. The time travel jutsu? Sakura repeated skeptically. I've never heard of anything like that. Even if it were possible, the energy required to use it would just be. She trailed off, unable to think of a way to describe it. Kakashi shrugged. That's the other reason I'm telling you. If the 4 of us do it at the same time, it should be powerful enough. Assuming, of course, Naruto uses the Kyuubi. When would we go back to? Naruto asked. Whenever, Kakashi replied. We each have to pick a point in our lives that we'd like to relive and start over from there. I should warn you not to go back too far, because then you're stuck reliving your entire childhood as an adult and that would get very old, very fast. There's no way to get back to now, though, so think carefully before you decide. Do you want to use this? Hell yeah. Naruto shouted, pumping his fists in the air excitedly. Just think of all the people I could help. I could save Haku, and Old Man Hokage, and Asuma. And I could help Gaara and Neji and well, pretty much all my other friends with their various issues that much sooner. And I could kill Orochimaru. Well, it's nice to know you have a plan, Kakashi said, feeling that Naruto was probably getting a little ahead of himself. And who was Haku again? I guess it would be nice to see if I could make a difference by not being useless at the beginning when everything started going to hell, Sakura mused. Sasuke? Kakashi questioned the last member of his initial team. Sasuke smirked. I'm sure I could think of some way to occupy myself. Choosing not to press for answers lest he hear something that would make him reconsider, Kakashi smiled brightly, not that anyone could tell beneath the mask, of course, but it was really the thought that counted and said cheerfully, let's do it, then. Kakashi knew exactly where he'd wanted to be. The minute he saw the words time travel he knew. And he'd had so many flashbacks back to this day over the years that he was certain he could get it right. If not well, he was a good 20 years older and more experienced since then, and hadn't he and Rin always agreed that had Minato-sensei been there, things wouldn't have ended so tragically. Sure he'd miss his trademark Sharingan eye, and if he lost his left eye again, then there would be some real hell to pay, regardless of how everything else worked out, but Obito's life would be worth the inconvenience. And it's not like there wouldn't be plenty of unused Sharingan eyes a few years down the road if he was really desperate anyway. Are you even listening to me? Obito demanded angrily. Not even slightly, Kakashi confessed, a smile crossing his face despite himself as he climbed to his feet. Obito had apparently knocked him to the ground. Not surprising, if this was the infamous rescuer in conversation. I definitely can't stand you. Obito yelled, furious that his heartfelt pleas to go and rescue Rin didn't even seem to merit the commander's attention. That hurts, really, Kakashi said, half serious. You know what else hurts? Obito asked rhetorically. The thought of us abandoning Rin to her fate. Of course we're not going to abandon Rin. Kakashi said, shocked. You can't expect these guards to work out the logical reasons to keep her alive and do so. Obito told him. They could kill her at any time. We don't have time to finish the mission and come back and hope she's there. I absolutely agree, Kakashi said solemnly. Poor Obito was so surprised he practically fell over. You do? He asked finally, wondering what the trick is. Kakashi nodded eagerly. Oh, definitely. What happened to in the ninja world, those who do not obey the rules and regulations are trash. Obito asked suspiciously. That's true, Kakashi allowed. But on the other hand those who do not care about their companions are worse than trash. His grin grew as he quoted the words Obito had not yet spoken, but had changed his life back to him. If Obito was surprised before okay, who are you and what have you done with Kakashi? I don't know what you're talking about, Kakashi said airily. You just said that we should leave Rin. Just 2 minutes ago, Obito pointed out. That's why I punched you. That I did, Kakashi agreed. I changed my mind. Clearly, Obito muttered. Why? Not that I'm not in support of this change of opinion, because I definitely am beauty don't get it. It occurred to me that my father was, in fact, a true hero after all, Kakashi explained. And it wouldn't do very well to shame his memory by leaving Rin to die, now would it? Obito stared at him. Yao just decided that. In the time it took you to get up after I punched you? Kakashi nodded. Yes. Maybe you two have therapy jutsu. In fact, I'm nearly positive that you do. Therapy jutsu? Obito repeated, still rather unbalanced from this recent turn of events. Therapy jutsu, Kakashi confirmed. It's where you're fighting someone, they suddenly flash back to their tragic childhood, realize that they were being an idiot and why, and change the course of their life. That sounds kind of unlikely, Obito confessed. Kakashi shrugged. I've seen it happen. Practically every time Naruto got within 2 feet of a fight, really. Well okay, then. This is unexpected. Good, but unexpected. Let's go after Rin, then. Obito declared. You know, I had an entire speech planned, too, Obito complained as they approached their destination. It was a good speech, too. But it's like you took the words right out of my mouth. You're imagining things, Kakashi lied, wondering vaguely if he should be concerned how well he remembered what was going on. He wasn't that obsessive, was he? Oh, who was he trying to kid? He relived this day at the memorial every time he went, which was every day. It would actually be kind of weird if he didn't remember it this well. Found them, Obito breathed as they spotted the cave the Rin was being kept in. What's the plan? Kakashi thought for a moment, then figured that since it had worked last time, they might as well try it again. The less variables the better chance he had of controlling the outcome. You go ahead a little. Act like you're trying to be stealthy but failing. There are 2 of them, so since they think we're just a bunch of kids one of them will come out while the other stays with Rin. I can kill whoever comes out from behind. Right, Commander, Obito agreed. It was silly, of course, and he had had his authority acknowledged many, many times over the years, but hearing it from Obito was nice. He hoped he'd earn that respect in the next few minutes because he really wasn't sure he could handle losing him all over again. They weren't even that close back when Obito was alive, something he was determined to rectify the minute this hostage crisis was over, but he'd made such an big impact on his life posthumously. Not to mention that while he still felt guilty that his hesitance to go after Rin the first time might have played a role in Obito's death, that was nothing compared to how hard it would hit him if he knew it was coming but failed to prevent it. Alright, let's go, Obito said, moving close. To where? Taseki asked, materializing right behind Obito as Kakashi knew he would. Quickly, the newly minted Jounin body flickered over to them and held a kunai to Taseki's throat. To rescue our teammate, he answered as he slit the enemy ninja's throat, feeling rather pleased that he'd managed to avenge his eye all these years later. Better watch that talk of vengeance, though. He didn't want to be Sasuke, after all. Wow, Obito said, his eyes wide. He didn't even have a chance to react. That was the idea, Kakashi said dryly. Now when we go in there, I need you to free Rin and get out. Watch out for falling rocks and leave Kako to me. Who? Obito asked, confused. The enemy ninja, Kakashi explained. Why do you know his name? Obito still didn't get it. Because I'm amazing, obviously, Kakashi said coolly. Or rather, because he'd obsessively pieced together what he could about that day and the weeks to follow. That didn't make him sound nearly as cool, though. God, he'd really been spending too much time with Guy, hadn't he? Speaking of, since he wasn't planning on receiving his signature Sharingan this time around, might actually have to start training with him. Not as compulsively, obviously, but he needed an edge somehow, right? Not the word I would use, but let's go, Obito said, running towards the mouth of the cave and immediately engaging Kako. Kakashi groaned. What did I tell him? He's as bad as Naruto, I swear. As Obito was apparently busy, Kakashi hurried to Rin's side and quickly dispelled the illusion and untied her. Rin blinked blurrily. Kakashi. What? Oh. Her eyes went wide as they found her other teammate. Obito. His eyes. The quick glance confirmed for him that Obito had just awakened his Sharingan. Good. He'd completely forgotten about that in his effort to shut Taseki down quickly and not lose his precious eye. Still, he'd better lend a hand. "Are you okay to walk?" Kakashi asked. "Yes," Rin nodded, getting shakily to her feet. "Wait near the exit for us," Kakashi instructed. "It shouldn't take long." Without waiting to see if she'd listen, he knew she would. Of course, he turned towards the battle and threw a shuriken at Kako. He dodged it easily, but that gave Obito an opportunity to knock him down. "We did it." Obito beamed when he didn't get up after several moments. Knowing that Kako was either faking or would be regaining consciousness shortly, Kakashi shook his head grimly. "Not yet. Chidori," he cried as he killed Obito's would-be murderer. "Minato-sensei said not to use that," Obito pointed out. "I've completed it," Kakashi replied. "In one day." Obito couldn't believe it. "Is that any harder to believe than me changing my entire belief system in the course of one punch?" Kakashi asked rhetorically as he and the very much alive Uchiha made their way out of the very much not collapsing cave. "Hey, don't diss the therapy jutsu." Obito laughed. "Wouldn't dream of it," Kakashi promised. Guys." Rin piped up. "Much as I hate to interrupt now that you two are actually getting along, reinforcements showed up." "Otenritsudo Tenshu." Several of the many reinforcements said, putting his hands to the ground. Recognizing that jutsu as the one that had led to Obito's death, Kakashi quickly grabbed both of his teammates and hightailed it out of the path of the collapsing cave. Once he was clear, he grabbed Minato's special kunai and threw it. With any luck, his sensei would soon appear, and there he was. He had a really fast response time, didn't he? But then, since he wasn't supposed to know what the kunai did and it was shaped weird, he probably assumed Kakashi wouldn't use it if he wasn't out of options. "Wow, sensei is awesome," Rin said, watching Minato take down opponent after opponent and showed them exactly why he was known as Konoha's Yellow Flash. "You think that's cool?" Obito asked. "You should try watching it with a Sharingan. Now that's cool." "I know," Kakashi agreed, remembering several times when he'd done just that. "What?" Obito asked. "I said I'm still waiting for that you made Jounin present." "I'm very proud of all of you," Minato told them as they made camp for the night. "Rin, even though you were captured and tortured under Jinjutsu, you did not reveal anything to the enemy. Obito, you found your courage, awoke your Sharingan, and proved yourself as a truly capable shinobi of Konoha. And Kakashi, honestly never thought I'd say this, but you have learned the true meaning of teamwork." "What about our mission?" Rin asked. "We kind of forgot about that." Minato smiled warmly at them. "Unexpected delays happen all the time on missions. I took down the shinobi I needed to, so I can join you on your part tomorrow." "The Kanabi Bridge is so going down," Obito declared boldly. "I bet I'll destroy it first," Kakashi challenged impulsively. "Oh, you are so on," Obito said heatedly. "Oh, that reminds me," Kakashi said suddenly, turning to his female teammate. "Rin, Obito's totally in love with you. It wouldn't do to let Obito die without telling her how he felt again, now would it?" Really, he was going Obito a favor. "What?" Rin asked, surprised. "Kakashi." Obito shouted and lunged at his friend. Kakashi smiled to himself as he ran from the enraged Uchiha. That had worked out very well. Better than he'd hoped, even. Not only was Obito alive, but they were well on their way to becoming friends and were reminding him so much of Naruto and Sasuke's rivalry that it was ridiculous. With Obito not having died for Rin's sake, she wouldn't be all depressed and go off and get herself killed. If Obito could be convinced to leave the Uchiha compound before the massacre, he knew the date, having dealt with Sasuke for years, and was not above resorting to kidnapping to keep Obito safe that night. Maybe Obito could even take in Sasuke, so he'd stop brooding so much about having no family. He wasn't quite sure what to do about Minato, but since he knew about Madara and that was the only reason the Kyuubi attacked, well, he had a few years to figure something out. If nothing else, he could always take Naruto in if there was nothing to be done for Minato or Kushina. Speaking of his former future students, for he would, of course, have to take them if only for old time's sake, he wondered what they had used their chance to time travel for. Surely they were using it for a noble purpose, like he was, right? On the other hand, perhaps it was for the best that he'd never know. When Naruto heard about the chance to change the past, his first thought was, well, my childhood sucked, so I might as well skip on to my genin days. He realized something, though. While Sakura's fangirlness was annoying, especially as he was no longer blindly infatuated with her and liked her as a person now, it was nothing compared to Sasuke moping about revenge all the time. What's more, having to waste 4 years of his life tracking Sasuke down was kind of a drag and he didn't want to go through that again. And what on earth had the boy been thinking to go after Orochimaru of all people? For God's sake, the Snake Sannin was even more of a pervert than Jiraiya as far as Naruto was concerned. Granted, he didn't go around spying on hot springs, not that Naruto knew of, at any rate, or declaring himself a super pervert, but then again at least Jiraiya didn't regularly go around giving hickeys to prepubescent girls and boys before convincing them to go live with him. So instead of starting at 12, Naruto elected to start at 8. Surely he could put up with a measly 4 years of continuing to be alone. Well, not completely alone if he played his cards right with Sasuke. The massacre was going to happen. If the ridiculously diplomatic third Hokage hadn't been able to stop it, an 8-year-old outcast like himself sure as hell wouldn't. So, what to do, what to do himself, not much. He could always follow Sasuke around until the other boy accepted that they were friends, in which case he might not be so bitter growing up and be less inclined to try and kill him later and abandon Konoha. Last time, Sasuke hadn't accepted it until he decided that if Naruto was going to try and stop him, then he might as well get a Manjikyu Sharingan out of the deal. Naruto wandered around town as he pondered and eventually ended up at Ichiraku Ramen Bar. He grinned, pleased to see his favorite restaurant before AM had gone crazy and turned it into its Tsukumen bar. Granted, he could easily turn it back into ramen, but it was rather, dare he say it, troublesome, and AM always yelled at him every time he did that. Entering the eating establishment, Naruto glanced around idly when he froze. Oh my god, is Kakashi actually on a date? With Anko? Andy, you two look familiar. Aren't you dead? He blurted out. Oops. So much for subtle. What do you mean with Anko? Anko demanded suspiciously. Who else would he be out with? Because I swear to God, Haddock, if you're cheating on me, I will emasculate you with a toothpick. Kakashi gulped. I would never do such a thing. I already have the most amazing girlfriend around right here. That's better, Anko said, sounding satisfied. Well, second most amazing, really, a man who looked vaguely like Sasuke said. And Naruto was pretty sure he'd seen him somewhere before, but not personally. Really sure he was supposed to be Dito, well, it was possible he died sometime in the next 4 years or so. After all, she's not Rin. Eye twitching, Anko reached for a kunai. Don't mind him, the brown-haired woman Rin interceded smoothly. He's clearly biased. Now that that's settled, there's something I need to talk to Naruto about. I shouldn't be long, Kakashi promised as he stood and practically dragged Naruto over to an empty corner of the room. Well, what have you got to say for yourself? What do you mean? Naruto asked, only half feigning ignorance. You seem surprised to see me with Anko when you should know we've been dating for a little over 6 months now, and when you saw her in Obito, you said they were supposed to be dead, Kakashi pointed out, eyes deadly serious. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. Your eyes. My eyes? Kakashi repeated neutrally. You don't have a Sharingan, Naruto breathed, trying to get over how weird it looked to see his ex-teacher without a hit eye covering his eye or even a Sharingan eye. Kakashi just blinked at him, looking stunned. Naruto? He asked hesitantly. I thought we'd already established that you knew who I was, Naruto told him, wondering if he would have to somehow prove his identity. Well, that would be easy enough as Kakashi already knew about the Kyuubi, but he wasn't exactly supposed to know yet. No, I mean, Kakashi shook his head, trying to sort his words out. You came back too. I expected different timelines. Realizing that his teacher was being vague enough so that he, at 8, wouldn't realize what Kakashi was talking about unless he knew exactly what Kakashi was talking about, Naruto managed a small smile. Me too. I guess because we all did it together the two of us ended up in the same spot. Did Sasuke and Sakura come back yet? Kakashi shook his head. Not that I'm aware of and, believe me, I've kept my eye on you three. Sakura probably won't come back until she at least makes Genin, because the worst thing that happened to her before then was picked on for insecurities about her forehead, and she wouldn't very well wish to relive her childhood over that. I don't think she would be crazy enough to try and change anything about Sasuke's situation, and she could always make things up to when you were on my team again. As for Sasuke, I honestly don't know where he is. I expected he'd want to be here today, but maybe he doesn't think he can change it either, and I wouldn't blame him not to want to relieve the aftermath. That is why you're here, isn't it? The massacre. Naruto laughed sheepishly. Well, but let's get to that in a minute. Tell me what you did first. They were your teammates, right? You managed to save them. Kakashi nodded. I saved Obito. Because of that, somewhere down the line, Rin didn't die. Then they got together. I thought you told me once that your team was like ours in the beginning. Cheerful boy likes girl who likes emo boy, Naruto pointed out. Kakashi nodded again. That's true. However, after Obito died and made me promise to take care of Rin, I always saw her as the girl Obito loved, and it's not like I could change that after these years. Eventually, Rin realized that I was never going to be interested and, over time, she fell for Obito. And you went with Anko? Naruto still couldn't believe it. Are you crazy? Kakashi shrugged. We're all crazy, Naruto, it's part of the job description. The most normal of all of us was Sakura, and look how useless she was until Tsunade got a hold of her and started to spread her craziness. In fact, I have a theory. The crazier the ninja, the more powerful they are. True, Naruto acknowledged. But I repeat. Anko. Isn't she a little young for you? I'm not that old, you know, Kakashi replied, looking mildly affronted. Anko's only 2 years younger than me, and there's nothing wrong with a 22-year-old dating a 20-year-old. Whatever you say, Naruto didn't look convinced, but decided to let it drop. He found he really didn't need to know. Any other life-altering changes I should know about? Kakashi considered the question. He had already been in the past for a little over 10 years now, and a lot had changed in that time. Still, Naruto had said, life-altering, so well, you're not an orphan, for one thing. What? Naruto's eyes bulged out. I have a mom. Everybody has a mother, Naruto, Kakashi said condescendingly. Honestly, it's like nobody gave you the talk. Naruto glared up at him. That reminds me. I don't think I will ever forgive you for leaving it to Jiraiya to give me that. Seriously, if I hadn't sworn off revenge, I would totally kick your ass for that. Well, it's a good thing you did, then, huh? Kakashi asked cheerfully. Anyway, to answer your real question, no, your mother is still dead. Just like before, she died shortly after childbirth because Madara showed up. And don't you dare feel guilty for that, it wasn't your fault, and God knows you've had more problems due to the Kyuubi over the years than anyone else. So Naruto said hesitantly. Does that mean that but how? Your father is still alive, Naruto, Kakashi told him, smiling genuinely at the small boy. But what about the Shinigami? Didn't they need a sacrifice to seal the Kyuubi? Naruto was confused. They did, Kakashi admitted, his grin fading. But the third Hokage sacrificed himself instead of the fourth. You killed the third Hokage? Naruto asked incredulously. I did not kill him, Kakashi snapped. He didn't sacrifice himself in the original timeline, so you must have done something, Naruto pointed out rationally. Kakashi sighed heavily. You have to understand, the last time no one knew what your father was going to do, just that he had a plan. Minato knew that if anyone knew what he was going to do, they would end up stopping him. Almost immediately after you were born, he rushed out to stop the Kyuubi's advance, and as such didn't really have any time to make provisions for you. He told Gamabunta to tell Jiraiya to spread the word that he wanted you to be a hero, but the third derailed that plan by keeping the details of the seal and your parentage a secret. So what did you do? Naruto pressed. I let it slip what Minato was planning, and the third decided he would rather be sacrificed to a Shinigami than come out of retirement, Kakashi explained. Naruto stared at him. You're joking. Well, it might have been a bit more complicated than that, Kakashi admitted. He said that your father was what Konoha needed right now, that he was too old to take the reins again, that you were going to have a hard enough life as a Jinchuriki without being an orphan, too, and needed someone to take care of you. Minato didn't like it, but in the end he agreed. So my father's the Hokage, huh? Naruto mused. He was saddened at the third's loss, of course, but he'd come to terms with it 5 years ago, so it didn't hit him as hard as it would have had it been, say, the very much still alive Tsunade. Does that mean people have to be nicer to me? Kakashi snorted. Kid, when your father said he wanted you to be seen as a hero, he meant it. His determination that your sacrifice be honored and the fact that your parentage was public knowledge as well as Minato's own hero status, boosted by his defeat of the Kyuubi. Well, let's just say that you won't need to bring half of Konoha back to life to get your hero's welcome this time. Well, that will make the next 4 years easier, Naruto decided. You're going to have to tell me about my father, though. If he's been raising me all these years, I'll probably be expected to know a bit more about him than the scraps of information I managed to collect from you and Jiraiya. Hell, even Gamabunta was more talkative than you two were. Of course I'll help you with any questions you may have, Kakashi promised. I do kind of have a date to get back to, though, so what are your plans as far as tonight goes? What are yours? Naruto shot back. I don't think you went through all this effort to save Obito only to lose him now. A thought struck him. Wait, so much else has changed, is there even going to be a coup? Kakashi nodded solemnly. Your father is many things, Naruto, but he is not a miracle worker. The seeds of the Uchiha rebellion were sown since before Madara even left Konoha. And, of course, it doesn't help that your father actually saw Madara loitering around the day of the attack. He didn't recognize him, however, just knew that it was an Uchiha, and as Madara is supposed to be, it gave people a lot of reason for suspicion. Unlike the third, Minato refuses to let the council bully him into going along with them, but with Danzo having his little minions stalking the Uchiha, and with Koharu and Homura's obvious distrust, the coup is supposed to occur sometime within the next week or so. Minato put off ordering it as long as he could, but in the end preventing another great shinobi war is more important than one clan. Itachi's to kill them tonight. What about Sasuke? I mean, we all know Itachi won't kill him, but he can't be left on his own again either, not after what happened last time. And what about Obito? Naruto inquired. Obito's loyalty to Minato was never in question, so the clan never told him of their plans for fear it would be discovered. He doesn't know about the coup and he definitely doesn't know about Itachi's mission. As such, Minato made clear this Obito is not to be harmed, Kakashi exposited. I'm going to keep Obito away from the compound tonight so he won't get in the way. He actually found his own place and is in the process of moving out anyway. And as for Sasuke, well, Obito will probably end up taking him in as he'll be his only remaining family member still in Konoha, and that way the both of us will be able to keep an eye on him and hopefully stop him from going off the deep end as far as revenge goes. Then what in the world am I here for? Naruto asked frustrated. I didn't come all the way back here just to serve as Sasuke's moral support, which he won't need anyway once he comes back. He smirked as an idea came to him. Hey, whatever happened to Orochimaru? I know my father wouldn't spare him out of sentiment like the third did, so did he die, remain in Konoha, leave and join Akatsuki again? What? Kakashi frowned, unsure about the sudden change in topic. When Orochimaru's treachery was discovered, your father fought him and managed to drive him from Konoha. He would have killed him, but Orochimaru used his summons to start attacking Konoha, and by the time your father had brought out his own summons and turned his attention back to the battle, Orochimaru had managed to flee. I see, Naruto's smile was downright evil. What are you planning? Kakashi asked reluctantly, nearly positive that he did not, in fact, want to know. I don't actually know Itachi very well, but if nothing else I feel sorry for him for having to actually willingly spend time with Madara, Naruto shuddered. Total prick. And crazy as hell to boot. Besides, all things considered, he really didn't deserve what happened, and Sasuke probably wouldn't have been so traumatized by the massacre if it weren't for the fact that it was Itachi's doing. And if he had a good reason to hate Orochimaru, he wouldn't have gone off train under him, gone off the deep end, and start working for Akatsuki. What are you saying? Kakashi asked carefully. Let's blame everything on Orochimaru. Naruto suggested brightly. Later that night, Naruto was really starting to regret his plan. Of course, it was still his best chance of actually changing anything, but since the Sharingan could see through illusions and he'd need to fool Itachi or else face some very awkward questions, he'd had to actually transform himself. The only technique he had that did that was his Warrick no Jutsu and its variations. So he had managed to transform himself into Orochimaru as a girl. Granted, Orochimaru had been a girl before in fact, he was fairly sure Orochimaru had been a girl when he'd killed the third, but it was still weird. Of course, he really did have better things to worry about than that, but it was better that reminding himself, again, that as much as he wanted to, he couldn't help the people he saw screaming for help as Itachi methodically cut them down. Finally, he was done. And just in time, too, as Naruto heard the distinct sounds of an angry mob coming up the street. He wondered briefly what Kakashi had come up with to get a lot of witnesses over to the Uchiha compound at 3 in the morning, but figured he'd probably find out soon enough. Itachi's head snapped up, startled. The Uchiha district was rather isolated from the rest of Konoha, half the problem, really, and there was no reason for anyone, let alone a lot of anyone's, to be here. Right on cue, Naruto jumped down in front of Itachi just as the first of the crowd came into view. Sure enough, Kakashi was being chased by a large crowd of angry people, most women. What? Itachi began. How dare you break into my house to peep at me? One of them screamed. How do you always get me into these kinds of situations? Obito lamented. I'm going to kill you, you boss Orochimaru. Anko gasped, stunned. What the hell are you doing here? Ah, Anko, my dear, it's been too long, Naruto greeted her amiably, his eyes never leaving Itachi's. How's the curse seal holding up? Any problems? You have a lot of nerve coming back here after what you did, she growled. Yes, I get that you're upset. We'll settle this later. Right now, I'm here for one reason and one reason alone. Naruto exclaimed. And that is? Itachi asked quietly, dropping into a defensive stance. Naruto marveled at the fact that Itachi was so quick to defend the village that it asked him to kill 318 of his family members not 2 minutes before and his best friend before that to gain the necessary power. The Sharingan, of course, Naruto explained patiently. With that, I could learn any jutsu at any time with very little effort on my part. Of course, those pitiful fools had to charge at me, trying to arrest me for treason or some other such nonsense, and so I killed them all. No matter, though. I'm sure your eyes will more than suffice. You killed the Uchiha? Kakashi asked, sounding horrified. You're a monster. I am above such plebeian labels, Naruto sniffed. He had to give Itachi props. Aside from a slight widening of the eyes, the Uchiha gave no indication that he was as confused as the rest of them, if not more so, because he knew what had actually happened to his clan and knew that Kakashi knew as well. Now, Naruto didn't actually really remember what Orochimaru used to fight other than dead people and summons, but since he was supposed to be after every jutsu out there, he figured that gave him some leeway. He figured he might as well start with the earth clone technique he was fairly sure he'd seen Orochimaru use and go from there. After fighting Itachi for a few minutes and 13 or not, the boy was good. The crowd snapped out of their stupor, remembered that most of them were ninja, and started attacking Naruto as well. "I'm sorry I'm late," Naruto heard Sasuke's slightly breathless voice from the back of the crowd. "What's going on? What's this? Another Uchiha?" Naruto asked, sounding positively delighted. "I was so afraid that I had managed to kill all of them, so this boy would be my only option as a host, but now I see that there is a spare. How wonderful. This is getting a little crowded, so I'll take my leave now, but never forget Orochimaru of the Sannin will be back to steal your body, mark my words," he declared before using the body flicker to make good his escape. Once he was far enough away, he transformed back into himself and headed back to the compound. "Hey guys, are we having a party?" Naruto asked brightly. "No, my entire family was just murdered," Sasuke snapped at him. He looked ill. "And now the world's spinning with that," Sasuke fell to the ground in a faint. "I should probably go report this to the Hokage," Itachi said at last, no doubt wondering whether or not this strange new development meant he was still going to need to go into exile or not. "Great idea, I'll come too," Kakashi nodded. "Obito, do you want to take Sasuke with you to your new place? He can't really stay here, all things considering." "Of course," Obito nodded, picking up the small child and heading off. "Naruto, I'm not entirely sure why you're up this late, but you are to go straight to bed, okay?" Kakashi said sternly. "Oh, absolutely," Naruto agreed. And he would. Just as soon as he saw the end result of his meddling. "Itachi? I didn't expect to see you again. Is it done?" Minato asked heavily as Itachi appeared at the Hokage tower. He sounded sad. "Kakashi. What are you doing here?" "I'm just tagging along," Kakashi shrugged. "Yes," Itachi answered. "They're all dead but myself, Obito and Sasuke." "Your brother?" Minato asked. "He's only 8. He has no idea," Itachi explained. "I see. Well, I suppose he poses no threat then," Minato decided. "Were there any problems?" "I'm not sure," Itachi confessed. Minato's gaze sharpened. "What do you mean you're not sure? What happened?" "Right after I finished, Kakashi appeared, chased by a large crowd of irate women," Itachi explained. Kakashi held up his hands in defense. "I had completely forgotten that was happening tonight," he lied. Minato looked skeptical, but nodded. "Then what?" "Then Orochimaru appeared, claimed he had killed everyone, and was planning on stealing my body. We fought, then he left after Sasuke showed up. Said now he had a spare in case he couldn't possess me," Itachi explained, sounding mildly outraged at the thought of Orochimaru doing that to his little brother. "Orochimaru?" Minato's eyebrows rose. "He took credit for killing everyone in front of a large crowd of witnesses. Are you sure it was him?" Itachi coughed. "Well, actually it was a woman, but there was no illusion, and Anko identified him as her former mentor." "I see." Minato trailed off. "But why would Orochimaru take the blame for this? Whoever is said to have wiped out nearly the entire Uchiha clan is sure to gain a fearsome reputation," Kakashi suggested. "Maybe he was after that." "Maybe," Minato allowed. "Still, I suppose we can deal with that later. For now, since Orochimaru has oh so generously offered himself up as a scapegoat, you are, of course, free to stay in Konoha." "I'm sure Obito would be glad to have you," Kakashi offered. "After all, you're only 13 and he'll probably want custody of Sasuke." "Alright," Itachi said slowly, realizing full well just how lucky he'd gotten. "Well, this isn't really how I pictured today ending," Minato confessed, leaning back on his chair. "Still perhaps it's for the best." Sasuke, of course, was after revenge. Naruto had eventually helped him see that it really wasn't fair to take out his pain and desire for vengeance on everyone who happened to live in Konoha, and that what's more, it would make the Uchiha massacre completely pointless. That didn't mean he didn't still hold 3 people responsible. Kaharu, Hamura and Danzo needed to die. The third had also been involved, of course, and had been the one to give the order in the end, but as he had been the most reluctant and had ended up protecting Sasuke throughout the years, Sasuke decided he could let that go. The facts that the third was one of the strongest shinobi in the village and he was but a child, and that the mysterious death of a Hokage would merit intense investigation, had little bearing on his decision. As much as Sasuke wanted to see his parents and various other family members again, he had long since come to realize that as long as the factions following the teachings of the Senju were in control, his clan would always be at odds with the government. With Madara having driven the Kyuubi to attack Konoha, which he certainly couldn't effect, being less than 3 months old at the time, things only got worse. If Itachi couldn't stop the attempted coup, then he certainly couldn't, and it wasn't worth a chance to see his clan again to have to watch Itachi destroy them and abandon him again. So Sasuke had elected to come back at 11. His life after the massacre was really nothing worth repeating, but he wanted to come back a little before he graduated so he would have some time to refamiliarize himself with his past and change anything he didn't like. Not to mention brushing up on his taijutsu and working to get his body accustomed to his more interesting jutsu. As Sasuke put the finishing touches on Danzo's suicide letter, he had realized that Hamura and Kaheru were too set in their ways and could not lead Konoha into the future, but did not wish to be tried and executed for treason, so he was going to die with them and deactivated his Sharingan. He reflected that it really shouldn't have been that easy to poison the council and future Rakudame. Ah well, he was doing Konoha a favor, really, not only by taking out some dangerously old-fashioned and extremely influential leaders, but by letting the village know that its security failed and hopefully inspiring them to correct that. On his way back to his apartment, he bumped into the most annoying person he hadn't succeeded in killing. "Hey Sasuke." Naruto greeted him cheerfully. "What are you doing out this late at night?" "What are you doing?" Sasuke replied. "Midnight ramen run," Naruto explained. "I always forget to go during the day." "I see," Sasuke said. If it were anybody else that would have come across as completely ridiculously and obviously untrue, but since it was Naruto that really was one of the most likely explanations. "I'm headed home." Naruto shot him a quizzical look. "You're heading the wrong way for that, aren't you? Unless you want to take the really scenic route." "Don't be ridiculous, my apartment is this way," Sasuke disagreed. And really, how would Naruto know anyway? And why was he being so friendly? Then again, perhaps it was just that he was actually answering the blonde boy when he had really been 11, he would have just grunted, possibly said something belittling, and left. "Not unless Obito kicked you out," Naruto replied. "And I probably would have heard about that." "Who's Obito?" Sasuke asked automatically. Naruto's eyes widened. "Who's Obito Sasuke, why do you hate Orochimaru?" "Who said I hate Orochimaru?" Sasuke asked neutrally. "For that matter, who said I've even met him?" A smile spread across Naruto's face. "Sasuke. You're back." "Back?" Sasuke repeated, feeling a little out of his depth. "Yeah, you've finally decided to show up. Kakashi came back 13 years ago and I came back 3, Naruto explained. "Sakura still hasn't shown up yet, but Kakashi and I are betting that will happen next year when we make Genin." "I see," Sasuke said. "So we're in the same timeline then?" "Yeah, Kakashi and I were pretty surprised too. Fortunately, after a few weeks my alternate timeline memories started coming in because when I first got back, I was confused as hell. With Kakashi having already been around for a decade, he started changing things left and right. For instance, did you know that when that Kumo ambassador tried to kidnap Hinata, Kakashi was on hand to incapacitate him without killing him, so Niji's father wouldn't have to die?" Naruto asked. "Why?" Sasuke wondered. Naruto shrugged. "Because he knew it was coming, I guess. Also, I get the feeling he kind of got tired listening to Guy complain about how fatalistic Niji was all the time before I used my therapy jutsu on him, and as most of his change followed Hinata's dad explaining what really happened that day, he figured that incident was the root cause of Niji's complex. So he did it because Niji's pain was annoying him." Sasuke summarized. "Basically," Naruto agreed. "But hey, that's why I ended up coming back. Not because of Niji, but because your sulking was really annoying and I didn't realize that you'd be following me here." "I did not sulk," Sasuke told him. Naruto snorted. "Keep telling yourself that, Sasuke." "And there's no such thing as therapy jutsu," Sasuke reminded him. "Actually, I think you'll find that there is," Naruto corrected. "Apparently Obito is good at that too, and Kakashi passed along my name for it, so over the last 13 years it's become quite well known. Granted, I'm not the originator anymore, but since it's official, I feel vindicated anyway." "You would. So besides that, what's changed? Who's Obito, why am I supposed to hate Orochimaru, and what did you do?" Sasuke fired off. "Obito is your cousin," Naruto began. Sasuke blinked. "I have relatives. But the massacre. Obito originally died 2 years or so before we were born. He was on Kakashi's team and, as such, he was on my father's team," Naruto continued. "When he died, he gave his Sharingan to Kakashi. Kakashi kind of obsessed, as you probably noticed, and came back to save him. Since he was on my father's team, your family realized he had quite a bit of loyalty to Konoha and didn't tell him about the coup, and Kakashi was supposed to keep him out of the compound that night." "I have relatives," Sasuke repeated, trying to grasp this basic fact. "Or a relative. Whatever. As for Orochimaru, well, I told you that I didn't want to deal with you sulking, right?" Naruto asked. "I came back to the day of the massacre so I could be there for you afterwards or whatever, so you'd hopefully grow up less emo. I ran into Kakashi and he filled me in on what had been going on. Since Obito would probably end up taking you in as you were kind of lacking in family, which he did, I decided I didn't want my trip to be worthless, and so we ended up blaming everything on Orochimaru. Blaming what on Orochimaru? Sasuke asked, confused. Naruto's grin widened. The massacre. You, Sasuke trailed off. You blamed the Uchiha massacre on Orochimaru? How? Why? And what happened to Itachi, then? I used my Warrick no Jutsu to turn myself into Girl Orochimaru, Naruto began. Seeing Sasuke cringe, he continued, I know, gross, right. Had to be done, though. Trying to explain why I was framing Orochimaru might have led to some awkward questions, and the Sharingan can't see through illusions, so I had no other choice. As for the why, well, if it hadn't been for his stupid curse seal, then you wouldn't have been so much moodier and crazier than normal, and if it hadn't been for him killing the third, then your brother wouldn't have come back to protect you and wound up making you catatonic. Not to mention that he was the one who offered you a place outside of Konoha to begin with. The way I see it, if it hadn't been for him you wouldn't have left. It was still my choice, Sasuke felt obligated to point out. Naruto rolled his eyes. You're my best friend and he was a crazy pedophile. Besides, was I supposed to blame you for what happened? I suppose not, Sasuke conceded. As hard to believe as a 13-year-old prodigy wiping out the clan might have been, an 8-year-old above-average academy student would have been far more ridiculous. Not to mention that Itachi would have found a way to take responsibility. And speaking of him, what happened? If people think Orochimaru is responsible, what happened to him? After he killed the clan, I had Kakashi round up a large crowd of witnesses, mostly women. I get the feeling he did something perverted, but he still won't tell me what, and they chased him to the Uchiha district where I claimed I had killed them all, attacked your brother, mentioned how much I wanted a Sharingan, and that I would be back for either your eyes or Itachi's, and left, Naruto summarized. Since everyone thought Orochimaru was responsible and your brother had heroically managed to fend him off, there was no need for him to leave, so he lives with you, Obito, and Rin. He's still really stoic whenever you don't happen to be in the room and doesn't like talking about the Uchiha or the massacre, but it's not nearly as bad as before. Sasuke stared at Naruto. Don't take this the wrong way, but I think I love you. Naruto laughed. I won't, don't worry, but Kiba might. He couldn't understand why I was so determined to bring you back after you were being such a moron, so he eventually decided I was in love with you. Sasuke twitched. I never liked Kiba. When you two got together, you were 5 times as bad. I'm sorry to hear that, Naruto said, not looking sorry at all. Especially as you're going to be seeing a lot more of him as your brother's dating his sister. What was that? Sasuke asked, sure he'd misheard the other boy. Your brother is dating Kiba's sister, Hana, Naruto said again. Why? Sasuke demanded. Naruto shrugged. Who knows how love works? Obito married his other teammate, Rin, and Kakashi's dating Anko. Anko? Sasuke narrowed his eyes, trying to remember her. Wait, wasn't she that insane proctor for the second stage of the Chunin exams? Yep, Naruto beamed. He didn't want to propose until either you or Sakura got here, and he'll actually get married once the team is back together. Anko kind of scares me, but she's pretty awesome. She can make a weapon out of anything. You two get on quite well. What could we possibly have in common? Sasuke honestly couldn't think of anything. And why we even know each other? Well, she's your guardian's best friend's girlfriend, and they double date a lot. Anko was also Orochimaru's apprentice that he gave a cuirassed seal to and abandoned. You two often have long in-depth conversations about how much you hate him and plot out various revenge scenarios, Naruto offered. And trust me when I say that those greatly disturb everyone else. Sasuke considered that. Well, it's true that I haven't forgiven Orochimaru for not only presuming to take my body, but for interrupting my fight with Itachi and driving him to death by exhaustion that much faster, so I suppose I can work with that. Naruto groaned. Of course you can. Seriously, is it even possible for you to be happy without having someone you need to seek revenge on? I don't know, Sasuke confessed. But why mess with success? Because it's a pain in the ass for the rest of us, Naruto complained. Speaking of, why did you decide to come back? It had something to do with vengeance, right? But of course, Sasuke looked surprised that Naruto even had to ask. Even if reluctantly admitted that maybe the citizens of Konoha deserve peace after the massacre, the council and Danzo do not. You killed them? Naruto was shocked. They were meeting to discuss Konoha policy. I poisoned their tea, then used a Sharingan to fake a suicide note from Danzo, Sasuke explained. For the love of God, Sasuke, do you know how people are going to react to that? You can't just go around killing village elders every time you feel like it. Naruto burst out. I just did, Sasuke pointed out. But no worries, I feel justice has been served by Konoha as far as the massacre goes, so I see no reason to go after any other elders or the Hokage. Madara, however. Good, Naruto said. Because if you went after my dad then I might need to rethink that no revenge thing. Your dad? Sasuke was surprised. Isn't he dead? Kakashi meddled and so the third sealed the Kyuubi, Naruto explained. Kakashi killed the third. Sasuke couldn't believe it. Naruto smiled. That's what I said too. He claims the Sandai made his own choices. Speaking of people making their own choices, like it or not, your brother made his as well. Are you sure you're going to be okay facing him again? Because remember, you're not supposed to know that he's the one who killed your clan, and neither am I. Only my father, Kakashi, and Jiraiya are supposed to know since you killed the Unholy Alliance. The what? Sasuke blinked. That's Kakashi and my codename for the council and Danzo, Naruto explained. Since they always disagree with dad and always side with each other. I think I'll be okay, Sasuke decided. Right or wrong, I forgave Itachi after I found out that Konoha had ordered him to do it, so as long as I don't slip up and mention that I know it was him, I should be good. I don't see why we'd talk about the massacre even if I did know, because I still don't feel that they deserve to die, so it would just end up being very awkward. That's probably for the best, Naruto agreed. Madara's really good at framing his explanations, so you'll immediately change long-held beliefs over the course of a conversation, huh? It's kind of like my therapy jutsu, but the opposite. Giving people issues jutsu. That's not nearly as catchy. Yeah, Madara was pretty good at that, Sasuke nodded. Crazy as hell though. Seriously, the moon. I know, Naruto said. It's kind of a wonder someone that insane managed to keep it together long enough to convince so many other people to follow him. Well, most of those people were also insane, Sasuke pointed out. True, Naruto conceded. So do you have any more questions for me or do you want to head back? What's our relationship supposed to be like? Sasuke inquired, honestly curious. He was sure that Naruto had tried to make friends with his younger self, but he was equally certain that little him wouldn't be very receptive. The same as it always was, I guess, Naruto decided. In this timeline, I always knew Kakashi as he was my father's student and nostalgic, and after I got back, I tagged along when he hung out with Obito, and so eventually you were forced to admit we were friends. We probably will never act like normal friends, but then neither do Ino and Sakura, and they managed to be functional. That would depend upon your definition of functional, Sasuke said dryly. So are you planning on doing anything about the fact that I killed them? Naruto sighed. I do not approve, obviously, especially as this was murder, no other way of looking at it. We'll have to tell Kakashi, obviously, but other than that well, I suppose I'm just glad you stuck to the agreement we made about not trying to destroy Konoha anymore. Thank you, Sasuke said sincerely. Then a thought struck him, hey, since I won't be getting new memories for a few more weeks, what's this cousin of mine like, anyway? Well, he's a lot like me, for one, Naruto answered. You know, on the other hand, maybe I should turn myself in. It wouldn't do to let people panic unnecessarily. When the two boys reached the strange house that Naruto swore he lived in, he found Kakashi sitting at the table with his brother and an older Uchiha who he assumed was Obito. Where have you guys been? Obito asked, not even bothering to wonder why Naruto was with Sasuke. Apparently they really were friends. I was on a midnight ramen run when I ran into Sasuke training, Naruto lied. I made him come with me, but we got held up when he burned his mouth and swore vengeance. I see, Obito said. Apparently that wasn't a novel occurrence. Oh, Kakashi? Naruto asked. Sasuke finally decided to show up. Did he? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. You certainly took your time, didn't you? Now you have no excuse not to propose, Naruto informed him. I'll get around to it, Kakashi insisted. Hi, Nai-san, Sasuke said, unsure of really what else to say. After all, the last time they had been on anything resembling good terms had been the day before the massacre, but he'd been so strained then. Probably trying to decide whether or not he could actually bring himself to kill his little brother. Itachi smiled at him. Swearing vengeance again, Sasuke. One of these days that's going to get you in trouble. Don't I know it, Sasuke muttered. Still, I'm sure I can handle it. And if not you'll bail me out, right? Always, Itachi promised. So what did he do? Kakashi asked Naruto quietly. Wiped out the Unholy Alliance, Naruto replied. Kakashi blinked. That's all. I know, I was surprised too, Naruto confided. I can't even say that that's a bad thing, given what we know Danzo's capable of and how utterly unhelpful the council always was, Kakashi admitted. I wonder who Minato will appoint to replace them. Well, he did say that he was looking for a way to get Bachan to come back for more than her biannual hospital inspections, Naruto pointed out. As for the other one, I don't know. Jiraiya would seem like the obvious choice, but his spy network is kind of personally held together by him, so. Narashikaku would be a good pick, Kakashi mused. Seeing as how he's probably the smartest person in the village and a tactical genius as well. So it looks like Sasuke's revenge-seeking tendencies actually had a positive outcome this time, Naruto said, sounding almost awed. Yes, but we must never, ever tell him this. Ever. If he's bad as far as that goes now, just imagine how bad it would be if he had encouragement. Sakura wasn't even really sure she wanted to go back in the first place. Sure, there had been some rough spots in her life, notably the period when Sasuke was in Odo, Naruto was traveling with Jiraiya, and Kakashi was AWOL, but for the most part things had worked out in the end. The odds of Sasuke actually coming back after everything were astronomical enough as it was, but combined with Tsunade recovering, Konoha enduring, and Naruto surviving it was a miracle, plain and simple, and she didn't want to go back to try and fix things and inadvertently screw anything up. Just the same, Kakashi, Naruto, and to a lesser extent Sasuke seemed so dead set on the idea that she couldn't help but go along with it. After all three of them were going to disappear from her world and she'd be damned if she'd be left behind again. Her life before graduating from the academy had only been remarkable in its simplicity. In a group where chakra deformations, demon possessions, seal enslavements, clan pressures, family massacres and revenge-seeking were the norm, her mundane life with her family and friends made her a bit of an oddity. After all, she'd been willing to throw away her best friend once over a silly little crush on a barely pubescent boy. Thankfully, she'd realized just how stupid that was and well, she'd need to fix that immediately. If she were going to go back at all, reliving her days of being bullied was really kind of pointless. She wouldn't really have a lot of chakra if she went back before becoming Tsunade's apprentice, and she'd need to do some serious training to get her to jutsu back up to her usual levels, but Sasuke, Naruto, and Kakashi had all moved on by the time she had sought out the god aim, so going back to then would be like not bothering to go back at all. Sakura still didn't understand what exactly had gone down as far as the massacre was concerned and doubted that anyone would ever really know the true story as Itachi had died, Danzo and the council claimed ignorance, and Madara was practically a pathological liar. She couldn't do anything there. All of Kakashi's issues seemed to stem from back before she was even born and he would have no reason to be interested in her even if there was something there. Naruto had been neglected his whole life, but he'd managed to cope well enough that waiting until she graduated wouldn't really do any harm. Sakura woke up early the day after the graduation exam and when she absently ran her fingers through her tangled hair, she was surprised at how long it was. She let a smile cross her face as she remembered Ino telling everyone that Sasuke-kun only liked girls with long hair right after she decided to grow hers out. Sakura, like everyone else, had believed her, which was funny looking back on it because as far as she knew Sasuke's two biggest requirements for a girl he could potentially be interested in were not being useless or a fangirl. Which at the time, among the girls they knew, basically meant Tenten. Of course, Sasuke barely knew her and she was obviously going to end up with Neji, so it's not like that would have worked out even if Sasuke hadn't up and left. Sakura searched around her room until she found a kunai half hidden under her bed. Just like before, she was a kunoichi reborn and wanted to look the part. She went to the bathroom and, holding her hair about the trash can, mimicked her initial change from rather sheltered little girl to determined ninja in training. After evening out the ends a bit, she eyed her reflection. Not bad. She looked a lot more like she remembered now, even if she was younger. Longer hair had always symbolized her fangirl days to her, and she was glad to be rid of it. Unfortunately, her wardrobe left much to be desired as the long dresses she had worn for most of her time as a genin really weren't the most practical for the life of a shinobi. Still, it was only the day of the initial team meeting, and as the survival training would be the day after, she figured it would be fine if she went and bought some shorts after she was dismissed for the day. Sakura's mother stared at her when she went down to the kitchen. "What's for breakfast?" she asked brightly. "I'm starving." "I thought you were on a diet," her dad asked without looking up from his meal. "I was," Sakura admitted, feeling a little embarrassed at her childhood silliness. "But then I realized that I'm going to need energy if I'm going to be a kunoichi, and all the exercise I'm sure to get will more than burn off any unwanted calories." "What happened to your hair, Sakura?" her mother asked as she placed her breakfast in front of her. "I cut it," Sakura said simply. It seemed kind of obvious. "I can see that. But her mother pressed. Sakura shrugged. "Well, today I meet my genin team and start my life as a kunoichi. As such, I might as well at least try and act the part. Having my hair down is just begging someone to try and immobilize me by grabbing it, so I figured I could either cut it or wear my hair in a ponytail and look like I'm copying Ino. And that's just not going to happen." Sakura's father glanced up at her. "It looks nice," he said approvingly. "I'm glad you've decided to take being a ninja more seriously. It's a very dangerous line of work after all, and we don't want you to get hurt." As Sakura's parents were civilians, they really had no idea just how dangerous it could be, and if Sakura had it her way, they never would. Last time it had taken Pain's total annihilation of Konoha before they had had idea of the kinds of things she had routinely gone up against. "Don't worry," she assured them. "I'm sure our instructor will be more than capable." even if he was lazy. And a pervert. And she never really did understand why he wore a mask all the time. Granted, she was so used to seeing him with it that when she had seen him without it, it had freaked her out, but she'd seen his genin picture and he'd been wearing one then, so when had he started? And why? I will need to go shopping when I get back to get some shorts and things to wear that won't get in the way. But you look so cute in that dress. Her mother protested. Sakura rolled her eyes. I'm sure I can look cute in more practical clothing, Mom, but even if I don't, I'm not there to be eye candy. Not this time. Sakura was hurrying towards the academy, deep in thought, when she crashed into someone. I'm sorry, she said automatically. Don't worry about it, Itachi assured her with a smile. It was an accident. Wait, what? Itachi. Sakura shrieked. Yes, do I know you? He asked, tilting his head quizzically. With Owie are you here? Sakura demanded, not answering the question. Fortunately, he was not wearing his usual Akatsuki cloak or she probably would have passed out from shock. It was close, though. I am escorting Kakashi to the academy as Anko and Obito are both on a mission and if left to his own devices, Kakashi would probably show up sometime this afternoon, Itachi explained. Sakura managed to tear her eyes from Itachi's. They were black, not Sharingan red, which was another surprise, and saw that not only was Kakashi standing behind Itachi, but Sasuke and Naruto were too. All three members of her future team were looking at her curiously. Anko. My fiancé, Kakashi explained. You're getting married. Okay, now that was almost stranger than Itachi's presence. Right after the Chunin exams, Kakashi confirmed. Hey Sakura-chan, Naruto said suddenly. Do you think Shikamaru is more likely to end up with Temari or Ino? Temari, for sure, Sakura replied automatically. She's in Konoha far too often for it just to be diplomatic, and besides, I think Ino's got a thing for Sai. Suddenly, she realized where she was or rather when and stammered out, I mean. Welcome to the party, Kakashi greeted her, looking like he was smiling behind his mask. Sasuke, you owe Naruto and I 500 ryo each. I know, Sasuke grumbled, reaching into his pocket and pulling out the stated sum before shoving it towards the winners of whatever little bet they had going. Damn it, did she have to be so predictable? You're the one who bet against it, Kakashi pointed out. Well, I thought any day, but today was pretty good odds, Sasuke said defensively. Maybe if you hadn't run off to go be a moron, then you'd know Sakura-chan better, Naruto told him. What the hell is going on? Sakura asked, feeling more confused by the second. Don't worry, Itachi assured her, or tried to. Seeing as how he was supposed to be a missing nin, it wasn't very reassuring. Granted, he apparently was never actually evil, but it was still unsettling. They get like that a lot. It's like they're in their own little world. We'll explain it soon enough, Sakura-chan, Naruto promised. Frowning slightly but knowing that she'd get the chance to interrogate them soon enough, Sakura followed them into the building. Iruka was standing in front of the class, trying to get them to quiet down, which was no easy feat considering they were all so excited to have finally passed. Well, kind of passed. Okay, so everyone's here except oh dear god, what are you doing here Kakashi? He demanded. Kakashi raised his eyebrows. And white was that 2 eyes he had. What happened to his Sharingan? What in the world was going on here? Since when did Sasuke and Naruto act like they were friends and even know Kakashi at all? Had she accidentally entered an alternate dimension? I'm supposed to test a team today. You should probably know that, Iruka, seeing as you were part of the team that assigned me. Assigned you? Iruka snorted. You demanded your team and wouldn't take no for an answer. Let's not quibble over semantics, Kakashi said airily. And I was referring to the fact that you're only 5 minutes late, Iruka said, still looking shocked at this fact. Sakura looked up at the clock. It was true. Wow. Seeing as how Kakashi always used to joke about how the only reason he'd lived as long as he had was because he kept arriving late for death and so it got tired of waiting for him and just left, this really was quite remarkable. I don't know what you're talking about, Kakashi lied. I confiscated his books and threatened to give them to Anko if he didn't show up, Itachi explained. You're a miracle worker, Itachi, Iruka said, shaking his head in amazement. Sakura was also amazed. Why in the world weren't people freaking out or at least slightly surprised to see Itachi here? I have to go, Itachi said, poking his brother in the forehead. Be good and don't fail. Yeah, Sasuke grumbled, rubbing his forehead. Sakura watched teams 1 through 6 get assigned. The Jounin, she noted, appeared to be simply going through the motions. None of the kids were from any ninja clans and she didn't remember ever seeing any of the among the ranks of the Konoha shinobi. Clearly, they weren't expected to be one of the 3 teams that passed. Teams 10 and 8, however, were entirely made up of representatives of strong shinobi clans, and the recreating of the Ino Shikacho team was a little suspect. Sasuke and she represented the best in the class and the best kunoichi, so that probably wasn't coincidental either. Wow, that was kind of brutal, huh? All those kids wasting years in the academy and they'd never even get a chance to really graduate unless there were a lack of clan kids in the class. Team 7 will be Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Namikaze Naruto, and it will be led by Hada Kakashi, Haruka announced, causing Sakura to narrow her eyes in confusion once more. Namikaze Naruto. Sure, the truth of Naruto's parentage had eventually come out, but that was years in the future. Why was this common knowledge now? If she ever saw her Kakashi again, she was going to kill him for giving her a faulty jutsu. Sure, she'd ended up in the past, but she'd meant to go back to her past, not in alternate universes. Well, let's begin by introducing yourselves, Kakashi suggested once they'd reached their meeting spot. We all know who we are already, but it wouldn't do to start the team off on the wrong foot this time, now would it? Let's go with likes, dislikes, dreams for the futures, and what you changed when you went back in time. Went back in time? Sakura repeated blankly. Then it clicked. We ended up in the same timeline. And I'm the last to come back. And that's why nothing makes any sense. It's your own fault for choosing not to come back until the last possible moment, Sasuke told her bluntly. If it weren't for the fact you all were apparently changing things every time you turned around, there would have been no need to go back further, Sakura defended herself. Don't worry, Sakura-chan, Naruto grinned at her. In a few weeks, your memories of this timeline will come back in. I don't think things should be that different with you, as our changes only really affected you peripherally. Oh, I did make Sasuke declare that he could never be with anyone who would throw away their friends over him, so you and Ino are still speaking, but really that's probably the biggest difference for you personally. You did that. Sakura couldn't help but smile. Thank you. I was wondering how I could fix that. Well, that and the fact that since I already knew everything and Sasuke's just as competitive as I am, we're tied for best in the class, and the only reason we managed to avoid graduating early is by failing to show up to take the final exam a few times, Naruto said, almost as an afterthought. That's why Kakashi had to fight so hard to get the three of us. Without me being the dead last to balance you two out, people were saying our team was stacked. Fortunately, he has an in with the Hokage. Since I was the first to come back, I'll go first, Kakashi announced. My name is Hada Kakashi. I like masks, Jiraiya's books, and being late. I dislike it when someone uses one of the first two against me, especially if it's to make me show up somewhere on time. My dream for the future is to get you three to pass the Chunin exams on your first try, as that hasn't happened since the Sannin, and when I got back 14 years ago, I saved the life of my best friend, Uchiha Obito, so I did not receive his Sharingan. Later on, my other teammate Rin also survived, and I let the Sandaime know that Minato-sensei was planning on sacrificing himself to seal the Kyuubi, so he decided to sacrifice himself instead. You killed the third? Sakura asked, horrified. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged smirks and held their hands out to Kakashi. Grumbling, the Jounin handed over some money. For the last time, I did not kill the third. He made his own choices and he should be remembered as a hero, not my victim. Well, Kakashi, Naruto began. I can see your point of view, I really can, but seeing as how Sakura, Sasuke, and I all had the exact same reaction, I'd say you're outvoted. You killed the third. Kakashi looked like he wanted to strangle the blonde, but managed to restrain himself. Since you were the second to return, why don't you go next, Naruto? Alright, Naruto said agreeably. My name is Namikaze Naruto, since my father's still alive in Hokage, I like ramen and having therapy jutsu be considered a legitimate shinobi tool, and I dislike revenge and idiots who chase after it at the expense of everything else. My dream for the future is, of course, to be Hokage and also to be able to help all of my old and future friends. When I came back, I impersonated Orochimaru and claimed credit for the Uchiha massacre in front of a large crowd of witnesses Kakashi had managed to round up, causing Sasuke to become obsessed with revenge on the snake pedophile until he came back. So that's why Itachi's here? Sakura asked. And no one's running away panicked. Yep, Naruto confirmed. He and Sasuke live with Obito and his wife Rin, who Kakashi and Minato kept out of the loop as far as the whole massacre thing went. My name is Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke went next. I like revenge, getting stronger, and tomatoes. I dislike sweet things, fangirls, and people who forget to tell me that Tsunade found a way to reverse the corrosive damage the Manjikyu causes with a relatively simple jutsu you perform within a few seconds of using it, and my dream is to get revenge on everyone I feel has wronged me in any way, including, but not limited to, Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Madara. To be fair, Kakashi said, we were concerned you would use it in front of someone when you're not even supposed to have it yet, and we didn't want you to go off the rails seeking vengeance on insanely powerful shinobi before you'd even graduated. HN. Our first mission outside of Konoha, Naruto's going to have a near-death experience. I don't want to have to hide the Manjikyu now that there's really no downside to using it, Sasuke said flatly. As long as it's heroic, Naruto agreed. Maybe I can sacrifice myself to save you. That would put us both in a good light. No mention of Danzo or the council. Sakura asked, intrigued. Half the reason you wanted to destroy Konoha was because you wanted to kill them. Have you gotten over it? She asked, sounding skeptical. Naruto snorted. Sasuke. Get over something. That's funny. He wasn't finished, you know. Sasuke glared at Naruto. When I got back last year, I poisoned the Danzo and the council and forged a suicide note from Danzo claiming he'd killed the council for the good of the village. Given that the new council, Narashikaku and Tsunade, aren't evil and being a council member forced Tsunade to stay in Konoha and figure out how to deal with the Mangekyou Sharingan, I stand by Danzo's statement and you will never convince me otherwise. Danzo's statement? Naruto repeated. You wrote the note. Which might explain why I agree with it, Sasuke noted. I see, Sakura said, trying to assimilate all the information. Her teammates had certainly been busy. She couldn't wait until her memories returned so she could try and make sense of all of this. My name is Haruno Sakura. I like people who believe in and inspire others and also dislike revenge-obsessed idiots who throw everything away in its pursuit. My dream is to become the best medic Nin Konoha has ever seen and to never be left behind again. Since arriving this morning I got a haircut and plan on getting a more appropriate wardrobe for tomorrow. That's it? Sasuke asked incredulously. At Sakura's sheepish nod, he snorted. So even though you came back in time for the sole purpose of not being useless, when it came to making changes you still ended up being pretty useless. I've only been back for a few hours. Give me a break. Sakura snapped. I saved Obito's life within an hour of being back, Kakashi told her. By the time I was back for as long as you were, I had framed Orochimaru for the Uchiha massacre, Naruto added. By the time I was back for 20 minutes, I had wiped out 3 village elders, Sasuke pointed out. Sakura crossed her arms, annoyed. I really hate you guys sometimes, you know that. The next day when Sakura stepped out of her house to head towards the training fields where the bell test was going to take place, she saw Naruto leaning against a tree. What are you doing here? She asked. I'm not, Naruto replied. Pardon? Sakura asked. I'm not here. I'm at Ichiraku's raiment stand, Naruto explained. Are you sure? Sakura asked. Because it looks like you're here. I'm a clone, Naruto explained. Or rather, his clone did. I figured Kakashi wouldn't show up anytime soon, so Sasuke and I decided to stake his house out. Sure enough, he was planning on arriving 6 hours after we were supposed to meet, so we decided to go to Ichiraku's, and I figured if we just left you hanging for 6 hours, you'd probably kill us. Especially me. Damn straight I would, Sakura agreed. To Ichiraku's it is. 6 hours later, the finally reunited Team 7 made their way back to their training grounds for their final exam. Of course, they knew Kakashi would pass them either way, and Naruto's dad, who was apparently still Hokage, was sure to be pissed if his son was failed by his former student, but it would still be nice to get those damn bells for once. Especially as Sakura was sure Kakashi had made sure to be completely up to date on Jiraiya's novels, so Naruto couldn't threaten to spoil them and have get the bells that way like last time. You know the drill, Kakashi said, sounding bored. I have 2 bells you need to get them before noon or you suck. He reached down to pat the bells attached to his belt only to realize they weren't there. Where are they? You mean these bells? Sakura asked innocently, holding up the 2 bells. How'd you get those? Kakashi demanded. I stole them during brunch, Sakura explained. The test hadn't started yet, Kakashi reminded her. In the shinobi world playing fair won't get you very far, Sakura countered. And I did get them before noon. And what's more, I'm going to give them to my teammates as I don't want them to fail. With that, she placed one in Naruto's hand and the other in Sasuke's. Kakashi groaned. You know, if you had just told us you had them at the restaurant, we wouldn't have had to come all the way out Harifin, whatever, pass. I'm sure you're all shocked. How's that for useless? Sakura asked triumphantly. Team 7, Minato greeted them as they stood in front of him to receive their next mission. You have managed to fail every single D-rank mission we have. What do you have to say for yourself? That takes talent. Naruto volunteered. Naruto, Minato said sternly. What? Have you ever tried to fail at some of those? Naruto shot back. How did we manage to fail at finding Tora? Sakura asked. Since we did, in fact, find Tora. That cat hasn't been the same since you brought it back and, from what I hear, practically has a panic attack every time it spots one of you, Minato pointed out. That's very strange, Sasuke said neutrally. I'm sure it is. You can't babysit because the children invariably insist on throwing stick kunai at the people around them for moving target practice. You can't go shopping in a neighboring village because you compete to see who can get the cheapest deals and so end up haggling all day. You can't help with farming because Naruto's clones eat all the food. You can't help paint fences or buildings because that would start another paint war, Minato recited. Kakashi, shouldn't you be, I don't know, trying to get them to pass? They currently hold the record for most D ranks failed ever. Kakashi beamed. I knew they had it in them. Besides, if you think about it, it really takes far more effort and creativity to manage to fail so many consecutive D rank missions. Minato sighed. But there aren't actually any more D rank missions they are eligible for. Then I guess that means it's time to graduate to C rank missions, Kakashi said brightly. Failing C rank missions are a bit more serious than failing D ranks, Minato told them seriously. As their Jounin instructor, you have the right to request they move up to C ranks, but I need to know that you all will take these seriously. Sakura nodded. Absolutely. Sasuke grunted in agreement. Dibs on any escort missions to Wave, Naruto called. Minato blinked. It just so happens that there is an escort mission to the Land of Waves. Naruto, have you been sneaking looks at the mission scrolls again? No, Naruto denied, sounding far too innocent to be believed. Kakashi? Minato asked. We'll take it, Kakashi replied. Alright, I'll just let Tazuna know, Minato said, writing their team down on the mission roster and calling in the old bridge builder. What's this? Tazuna asked, taking a swig of his bottle. They're all just a bunch of super brats. Especially the short one with the stupid face. That's my son, you know, Minato informed him, sounding amused. I mean, I feel confident that Konoha will be able to provide me with a competent force to protect me on my journey home, Tazuna immediately backtracked. Naruto smirked at him. Oh, we'll definitely be able to protect you from any run-of-the-mill bandits you're likely to encounter because that is well within our qualifications. Great, Tazuna said, looking a little nervous. Alright guys, let's meet at the village gate at 9 tomorrow, Kakashi ordered. I'll make sure to let Anko know, Minato assured the three genin. So tomorrow's your first day out of Konoha with your brats, Anko mused aloud when Kakashi arrived back at their apartment later that day. How did you know? Kakashi asked, a little surprised. Minato called me in and asked me to make sure you'd be there on time, she explained. Honestly, it's like every time you're late for something, they hold Obito or I personally responsible. If I knew I'd be your personal alarm clock, I never would have agreed to go out with you. But now you're stuck with me, Kakashi said smugly. It's the mask, Anko insisted. I love being the only one to know what you look like without it. Even more so since you started giving everyone who asked a different description, Kakashi concurred. Although the current most popular theory is that I have a bad third-degree sunburn that I hide from shame, which is completely ridiculous as it's kind of hard to get a sunburn on your face when it's always covered by a mask, but if they would stop asking me, I'd stop giving them false information, Anko said defiantly, crossing her arms. You must be happy, huh? Your dream team finally getting a chance to prove themselves. Oh, I don't know, Kakashi replied. Watching them plot new ways to fail all the D-rank missions they were given was quite entertaining. I'll bet. Why were you so adamant about having those three, anyway? Anko asked him. I mean, Naruto and Sasuke I can understand because of Minato and Obito, but what about Pinky? What's her name again? Sakura, Kakashi supplied. Right, Anko nodded. I've seen her around a few times and from what I've seen, she's a zealous Sasuke fangirl and while I'm sure she'll grow out of it, you wanted her specifically. A lot of girls are at that age, Kakashi pointed out. Even Hyuga Hinata, the only one who graduated who wasn't a Sasuke fangirl, is infatuated with Naruto, so I couldn't pick a Kunoichi based on that. And Sakura reminds me a lot of Rin, actually. Better not tell her that until Sakura outgrows the fangirl stage, Anko warned him. Or she will hurt you. Duly noted, Kakashi said dryly. And she's gotten a lot better in the past month. It's like she's years more mature and she hasn't slipped into fangirl mode once. She really seems to be taking this seriously. A tribute to your teaching skills, I'm sure, Anko deadpanned. I can see where I'm not wanted, Kakashi sniffed. I guess I'll have to take my underappreciated teaching skills elsewhere. Oh, you know you'd be lost without me, Anko teased. After all, Obito has enough tardiness issues of his own to be able to make you show up on time all by himself. Oh, I don't know, Kakashi said thoughtfully. Last month when you both were on a mission, Itachi did an amazing job of getting me where I needed to be far before I felt I needed to be there. True, Anko conceded. But which would you rather have? The threat of losing your precious but replaceable partner or a happy fiancé? Eyeing Anko's fishnet top and appreciating the fact she'd taken off her trench coat, Kakashi's decision was easy. A happy fiancé. So this is your first time leaving the village on your first ever C-rank mission, Minato said at dinner that night. Naruto rolled his eyes. Dad. Don't tell me you're going to get all sappy on me. I wouldn't dream of it, Minato promised. Still, this is not just one milestone but two. And after only a month. You know, Jiraiya-sensei didn't let us leave the village for a good 3 months. Naruto snorted. Is that because he didn't want to leave the convenience of the Konoha onsen and more specifically the women's area? Partly, Minato admitted. But, unlike with you, when we moved up to C-rank missions it was because we were ready for them, not out of necessity. If Kakashi didn't feel we were ready for it, he would have stopped us before we got ourselves blacklisted from at least one of the D-rank missions, Naruto claimed. Minato looked at him incredulously. Probably, he amended. So why wave? Minato asked curiously. Huh? You said you wanted an escort mission and then specified that you would prefer it to be in the land of Wave, Minato reminded him. Oh right, Naruto said. So maybe he'd been periodically checking the incoming missions to see when Tizuna's would come up so he, Sakura and Sasuke could pace themselves in their mission failing and they could demand a C rank at the right time. Well, I've heard the situation is Wave is pretty bad right now and if this guy needs an escort, he must be pretty important, right? Possibly, Minato agreed. And if he's important then he may be able to help Wave and so by helping him, we'll be making things better there. And besides, Naruto grinned cheekily. He's a bridge builder, right? So if we manage to save his life on our mission, then he'll be so grateful he'll have to name the bridge after me. I can just see it now. The Great Naruto Bridge. I never did understand why you decided that was one of your goals in life when you were 8, Minato remarked. Because when I was 8 it occurred to me that that would be awesome, Naruto replied. Ah, I forget the awesome factor, Minato said wryly. That was around when you decided you wanted to be Hokage, isn't it? You know, at first you just saw all the paperwork I had to do and long hours I put in and declared you wouldn't get within 5 people of the position. What changed your mind? The fact that he'd always wanted to be Hokage since the third had explained his job to him so many years ago and he'd realized that if he were Hokage, he'd have respect but mixed up the cause and effect. He couldn't very well say that, though. His father had been suspicious enough during those first few weeks, he couldn't remember his life in this timeline, but fortunately he had the easy fallback of trauma from seeing the end results of the massacre. And the massacre itself, but that was another thing that he couldn't very well admit to, especially as his father knew Itachi never would have left him there to witness all that death at such a young age. I didn't, Naruto finally settled on a reason, but then Orochimaru came and killed the Uchiha and destroyed Sasuke's innocence, and I never want something like that to happen to anybody I care about ever again. I want the power to protect Konoha and all my precious people who make it up. Becoming Hokage seems like the best way to do this. Minato smiled at him and Naruto could tell that he was pleased with that answer. Besides, he couldn't resist adding. All that paperwork won't stand a chance against my army of Kage Bushin. So tomorrow's your first mission outside of the village, huh? Itachi asked rhetorically. They were on their own that night as Obito and Rin had gone out for a nice dinner. Sasuke looked up from his food in surprise. How did you know? I know everything, Itachi said mysteriously. At Sasuke's skeptical look, he relented. The Hokage contacted Obito as a backup in case Anko failed to get him to show up on time tomorrow. With everyone running around knocking themselves out to get Kakashi to show up on time, it's a wonder he ever manages to be late to anything anymore, Sasuke noted. Itachi nodded. Indeed. Most people would see him being late as a sign of laziness, but these days the amount of effort he has to put into it is simply ridiculous. How old were you when you had your first mission outside of the village? Sasuke asked. 7, Itachi replied. It was 2 months after I had graduated the academy and a local village was having some problems with wild animal attacks, so we had to take them out. Filling on your first C-rank mission? Sasuke asked distastefully. Then again, he had never gotten around to killing anyone until he was 16. Obviously as an Anbu captain at 13 and committing the massacre at the same age, things were different for Itachi, but 7 was still a little young. Itachi shrugged. Better wild animals than humans for your first time. Your mission probably won't involve either since it is a simple escort mission, but you never know when a mission will take an unexpected turn. You can't account for everything, and clients will not always be honest with you. Sasuke nodded. He'd learned that particular lesson the hard way when he thought Kakashi had gotten himself killed the last time they'd taken this mission. I hope the mission runs smoothly, but according to Naruto the situation in Waves is pretty dire, so who even knows? So you're pretty happy with your team then? I've known Kakashi and Naruto for years, Sasuke replied. They may annoy me to no end, but I'm used to them, I guess. Sakura's gotten over her fangirl tendencies remarkably fast, so even working with her isn't really a problem. Although if they don't let that whole revenge thing drop, then I simply cannot be held accountable for my actions. Itachi looked at him seriously. You still hate and seek vengeance on Orochimaru for the massacre? Sasuke winced internally. He really didn't want to talk about the massacre, especially not with the person who had actually perpetrated it, regardless of what most people in this new timeline believed. Besides, how was he supposed to reassure his brother that he didn't hate him when he did, in fact, hate Orochimaru and wasn't supposed to know what had really happened? I hold Orochimaru responsible for destroying my family, he said slowly. In more ways than one, as the Snake Sannin had not only induced him to abandon Kakashi, Sakura, and Naruto right when they were finally coming together as a team, which he still wasn't sure if he regretted or not, but also had manifested himself during his fight with Itachi and drove him closer to his death by exhaustion. Granted, with his illness, he would have died soon anyway, but that really wasn't the point, was it? Sasuke chose his next words carefully. And yes, I do fully intend to see him pay for that. The massacre never saw it coming. I don't know why it happened, and the not knowing, not understanding, is killing me. It all seems so senseless. Dude, it's not just that. Orochimaru is crazy. From what I can tell, he's brilliant, but no one can deny he's mad. The experiments he's conducted on people will conduct on Pioplashed's bodies like the snakes he so loves, and if he isn't stopped, he will continue to wreak havoc on the world. And did he mention how much he wanted revenge? Still, given the situation, downplaying that and focusing on the things he'd seen in his time in Odo and the Konoha invasion itself was probably the best way to handle it. I'm going on a mission tomorrow, Sakura announced to her parents. That's nice, her mother said absently. What is it this time? Gardening. Filling in at the onsen. Babysitting. Ninja are so versatile. Nope, Sakura said cheerfully. We already went through all of those, so we're going on an escort mission. An escort mission? Her father asked. Does that mean you're going to be leaving Konoha? Sakura nodded. We're going to be escorting a bridge builder back to his home in the Land of Waves. It's only a C-rank mission, so it should be pretty basic. Just watching out for bandits and wild animal attacks, that kind of thing. Supposed to be? Her father repeated. Does that mean it won't? Sakura shrugged. I don't know, she lied. It shouldn't be, but it never hurts to be prepared and might kill you not to be, so. Kill you? Her mother jumped on that, alarmed. I'm not going to get myself killed on my very first C-rank mission, Mom, Sakura assured her. Or on any C-rank mission if I can help it. Kakashi, Naruto, and Ino would never let me live it down. Even Sasuke would probably have something to say about it. Sakura, her mother hesitated. You're sure that being a ninja is what you want to do? It's a little late to be asking me that now that I've graduated and am a registered kunoichi, don't you think? Sakura pointed out. I know, her mother acknowledged. But it's one thing to know that one day your only child would be facing life or death situations, and it's quite another for that one day to be tomorrow. I know that you're worried, Mom, but Kakashi is very well qualified and I have nothing but faith in him and in my teammates. I'll face tougher challenges than getting one old man home in one piece, and I'll come back from them in one piece myself, I promise. Besides, I'd be hopelessly behind if I switched career paths now, Sakura said lightly. We may not understand the life of a ninja very well, her father told her seriously. But don't forget that we're proud of you, honey. The next day, to their surprise and mild horror, Kakashi was already waiting at the Konoha gates when the three genin showed up. How in the world did I manage to be late? Sakura wondered. My house is 20 minutes away and I left 45 minutes early. You're not late, Sasuke said, sounding as if he were in shock as well. Kakashi icily. You know, it's a sad day indeed when we get somewhere after Kakashi does, Naruto shook his head ruefully. Laugh all you want, Kakashi told them. Anko wanted me to be here on time and she can be very persuasive. Really? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Kakashi nodded happily. Yes, but you're far too young to hear anymore. Like we'd even want to, Sakura said, making a face. You're honestly accusing us of being too young? Naruto demanded. Seriously? After everything? That's rich. He's got a point, Tazuna piped up. You three barely look old enough to have hit puberty. Especially her. Sakura automatically raised her fist, but Naruto held her back. Now, Sakura-chan, he whispered, if I didn't get to kill him, neither do you. Besides, Wave needs him, remember? Reluctantly, Sakura stood down. She knew Naruto was right euthanasly, given the man was lying to them about the danger of the mission and could very well have gotten the three fresh out of the academy genin killed, particularly her as she was useless at the time and Naruto as he'd confided that he couldn't properly use his chakra until he'd accessed the Kyubis, which made it ironic that Sasuke was the one to nearly die. Would it kill him to be polite? It would have made their decision to keep going once they found out the truth a lot easier. But that, they were off. Okay, Kakashi said after they made camp for the night. Is Tazuna sleeping? Sakura nodded. He should be out for a while and quite hungover tomorrow, so that will make him more irritable. He insults me and I'm still going to yell at him, Naruto insisted. Sasuke snorted. Please. Did you see how he reacted when your father mentioned your relation? If anything, he'll start in on Sakura like he did this morning. If he insults her, I'm going to be on hand to stop her from killing him, Naruto vowed. That's the spirit, Kakashi said. Now, I can't believe we forgot to do this before we left, but we need to make a list. A list? Sakura repeated. Indeed. Well, this may have been over a decade and a half ago for me, it was still 6 years ago for you, Sakura, and some time in between that for the boys. As such, unless we pool our memories, we're unlikely to be able to use our future knowledge to our advantage, Kakashi concluded. So do you remember? I remember Sasuke trying to kill himself when we first met Zabuza, Naruto replied immediately. Well, I remember Naruto just standing around like an idiot the first time we got attacked and getting himself poisoned, Sasuke retorted. Which I then heroically neutralized while I valiantly declared that I wanted to go on, Naruto countered. If you had been anyone else, you would have bled to death, Sasuke pointed out. But I wasn't, so I didn't, Naruto replied, sticking his tongue out. So we met Zabuza before the battle that led to his death, Kakashi summarized. I think I remember thought he overused the Sharingan and passed out from chakra exhaustion. Very embarrassing. We tried to see under your mask, but you wore, like, 5 of them, Sakura added. Serves you right for trying to abuse my trust, Kakashi sniffed. Trust? Sasuke repeated. You didn't trust us. You passed out. Which I felt secure in doing because of my faith in you, Kakashi replied. And then we were also adequate, we realized that because it's been dry and there were puddles. Anything else? I remember Naruto freaking out and scaring that poor rabbit half to death, Sakura said, glaring at her blonde teammate. Hey, be fair, Naruto implored, holding up his hands in self-defense. That was a diversion by Zabuza, and the way we knew he was even there. I reawoke my Sharingan for the first time since the massacre and heroically but stupidly sacrificed myself for Naruto, Sasuke offered. Good thing, too, as that was one of the pitifully few things that convinced me that you weren't a complete bastard after you ran off with that pedophile, Naruto told him. Sasuke made a face. God, you're making it sound like we had an affair. I don't need to hear about your time in Odo, Sasuke, Naruto said virtuously, then hid behind Sakura as Sasuke lunged at him. That was also when I first accessed the Kyuubi chakra and started to learn how to properly use my own. Oh, and I met Haku in the forest and thought he was a girl. Is Haku? Kakashi asked blankly, having perhaps less of an idea who Haku was than before they had gone back. The kid in the mask who pretended to be a hunter nin when you were going to kill Zabuza, Sasuke replied. He trapped us in those ice mirrors. His story was so sad, Naruto said sympathetically. I'm glad Zabuza realized that he was more than a tool to him in the end. Inari's story was sad, too, Sakura pointed out. I don't remember all of the details, but it was something about how his hero and adopted dad was put to death by Gato who terrified the villagers into submitting to him, and so Inari was all traumatized and Sasuke-like. But unlike Sasuke, it just took Naruto yelling at him and then saving his life before he got over himself and recruited the villagers to help stand up to Gato's men, who then fled in the face of civilians armed with gardening tools, Kakashi remembered. When you get them that cheap, you have to expect a decline in quality. So was that it? I think so, Sasuke said. Oh, except for that we all need to stay away from the water when Zabuza's around, or he can trap us there with almost embarrassing ease, like with Kakashi. You know, Kakashi said, looking at him seriously. You're lucky I'm not that kind of person, or I would totally swear vengeance on you for that. Oh, shut up. So are you sure you guys are up to protecting me? Tazuna asked nervously a few days later. Of course we are, Kakashi answered smoothly. Konoha wouldn't have assigned us to this C-rank mission, fraught with such perils as bandit raids and squirrel attacks. Squirrel attacks? Tazuna repeated skeptically. Kakashi shrugged. I've seen it happen. Right, Tazuna said, clearly deciding to just let it go. It's not like I doubt Konoha Beauty heard you haven't managed to pass a mission yet. Who told you that? Sakura asked. Quite a few people actually, Tazuna replied. They seemed to think it was some kind of accomplishment. It is, Naruto insisted. Of course, I managed to cause us to fail more than Sasuke. Which a typical and in most cases a bad thing, Sasuke interrupted. It's not like we failed them, per se, we just used alternative methods of carrying them out and not all of them were successful. Like what? Tazuna wasn't sure he wanted to know. Like that time we decided to try fighting fire with fire and ended up burning down the house a lot quicker, Sakura said, ruefully shaking her head. In our defense, it was Kabuto's house, Kakashi added, not that that actually meant anything to the old bridge builder. Or that time with Sasuke, was it really necessary to use Tsukiyomi to let it see what it was like to have an army of the daimyo's wife smothering it? Yes it was, Sasuke said, crossing his arms. It needed to see that its situation could be worse and that scratching me is not acceptable. I regret nothing. You never do, Naruto sighed. Hey, everyone watch out for this puddle. They're always easy to miss on days when it hasn't rained in a week. If it hasn't rained in a week, why are there puddles? Tazuna asked sensibly. Magic? Naruto suggested. Ninjutsu? Sasuke offered. Ninjutsu? Sakura tried. Alas. I am slain. Kakashi said as shuriken chain cut him in two. Nice try, but the log was already dead, Sasuke said flatly. Naruto quickly created 4 cage Bushin, 2 to hold each of the 2 attackers back. As the so-called demon brothers struggled to free themselves, Sakura punched one of them in the face, knocking him out, and Sasuke used a Katen on the other, causing severe third-degree burns. I would say that was overkill, Sasuke Kakashi said as he reappeared as if nothing had just happened. But I know you were just trying to avenge Naruto's stab wound. Stab wound? Tazuna asked. He didn't get stabbed. Kakashi shrugged. It happened a while ago. Sasuke's eye twitched, but he said nothing. Even if these two were almost ridiculously out of our league, they still are more than simple bandits, and I strongly suspect that they aren't squirrels. They could be working for squirrels though. Is there any reason a squirrel might be out to kill you? Kakashi asked gravely. No. Gato is, though, Tazuna confessed. Gato? Naruto asked. You mean that guy who's slowly crushing the life out of Wave? Yes, Tazuna said, surprised. You've heard about our plight. Hokage's son, Naruto replied easily. I hear a lot. You should know, then, how much of a threat my bridge represents to Gato. If we can finish it, if there is another way for people to travel and trade in and out of Wave, my people won't need to go through Gato anymore and he stands to lose quite a bit of money, Tazuna sighed heavily. I can see how you might be tempted to abandon me of course, then my poor beautiful daughter would be all alone in the world. Nice try, Sakura told him. But Kakashi's engaged and his fiancée is one of the scariest people I've ever met. And my cute little grandson will swear vengeance, Tazuna tried again. We'll do it, Naruto said practically before he finished that sentence. That last thing this world needs is more people out for vengeance, Kakashi concurred. Agreed, Sakura nodded. Seriously? Go die, Sasuke said flatly. Sasuke, I thought you were past this, Kakashi said, sounding disappointed. I can always give my therapy jutsu another go if you'd like, Naruto volunteered, trying not to sound too eager. Another eye twitch. Hey Sasuke, think fast, Naruto said before lobbing a kunai at him. They had just arrived in Wave after a very long and boring boat ride, and apparently Naruto decided hurling deadly weapons at his best friend with little warning was a good way to relieve that boredom. Sasuke quickly got out of the way. What the hell? Nice aim, Kakashi said, eyeing the snow-white rabbit Naruto's kunai had pinned to the tree. I take it this means Zabuza's around. Rolling her eyes, Sakura quickly moved to free the frightened creature. He better be or I'm going to take my annoyance about Naruto needlessly traumatizing this poor creature out on Naruto. Naruto gulped and looked around quickly. Over there. He said, pointing to a tree. Sure enough, Zabuza was standing on top of it. Man down Kakashi, Zabuza said. No wonder the demon brothers were no match against you. They say you know over 1,000 jutsus and never leave anyone behind. I like my old nickname better, Kakashi said idly. Sasuke snorted. Kakashi didn't actually do anything against the demon brothers. Not true, I faked my own death, Kakashi corrected. Not very convincingly, Sakura said. It fooled you last time, Kakashi pointed out. Last time we were idiots, Sakura replied. Not going to argue with that one, Kakashi muttered. Samamachi Zabuza, the demon of the mist. I see you've heard of me, Zabuza said, sounding pleased. Demon? Naruto asked skeptically. He doesn't look like a demon. He slaughtered his entire graduating class, Kakashi explained. So? Naruto shrugged. Does he have red eyes? Can he grow claws or fangs? What about having a seal to stop a demon from being released? Is he just called that because Kurigakure was jealous they didn't have a Jinchuriki? Wasn't the previous host for the Sanbi the Yonde Mizukage, Yugura? Sakura asked. Zabuza growled at the name. And also because they were ignoring him. Is he the one you tried to kill? Naruto asked sympathetically. Don't feel bad for failing. He was possessed. Literally. I'm going to kill you all very slowly and I'm going to enjoy it, Zabuza informed, unsheathing his giant sword. In response, Naruto called forth his Rasengan, Kakashi created a Chidori, Sasuke activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, and Sakura concentrated her chakra into her fists. As Kakashi was about to deliver the finishing blow roughly 5 minutes later, a Senbon whizzed past him and hit Zabuza in the neck. I was about to do that, Kakashi muttered. Thank you so much for wearing my target down for me, Haku said from up in a tree. I have been searching for him for quite some time. You wanted to kill Zabuza? Sasuke asked. Indeed. It is quite important to my village, Haku responded. Why didn't you just wait 2 seconds for Kakashi to finish him off then? Sasuke pressed. I didn't want there to be any chance for him to get away, Haku lied. Well, Kakashi said, examining the corpse, he's not moving and doesn't appear to be breathing, so there is a good chance that he's dead. Only a good chance? Sakura asked. Isn't that kind of the, oh, I don't know, definition of being dead? People can't live without breathing, you know. Kakashi shrugged. I've seen it happen. Kakashi's right. Naruto said suddenly. He might become a zombie. Quick, let's cut off his head. That's really not necessary, Haku said, moving quickly beside his mentor. If it will make you feel any better, though, I'll make sure to do that when I dispose of the body. Thanks again for your help. With that, he was gone. So which way to your house? Kakashi asked Izuna, who was standing there frozen. You guys are incredible, he finally managed to say. Well, of course they are, Kakashi said matter-of-factly. They're my students, after all. I had no idea you were this good, Tazuna said, shaking his head in amazement. Kakashi shrugged. I was in Anbu for a while. Of course, I really wasn't quite suited for it, but… Why not? Sakura asked. Well, I came with my own mask, which was a plus, but since everyone already associated it with me, it didn't do much for concealing my identity, Kakashi explained. Saw directions. Inari, say hello to these people. They are the ninjas who protected your grandpa, Inari's mother, Tsunami, told him when he got back home. Team 7 had already been there for an hour or so. But mom, these people are all going to die, Inari protested, pouting. That's no reason to be rude, Sakura told him sternly. Everyone dies. We've known lots of people who have died. In fact, a good friend of ours died once. Of course, he got better, but that usually doesn't happen. There's no way you can win against Gato, Inari insisted. No, there's no way you, as civilians, can win against Gato, Sasuke corrected. We're trained ninja and can take on any half-rate mercenary he's cheap enough to throw at us. Zabuza and Haku are a little harder, Kakashi added, but nothing we can't handle. Seriously, trained ninja here, Naruto pointed out. We'll save Wave, I promise. What, are you stupid? Inari scoffed. Yes, Sasuke replied automatically. Naruto glared at him but said nothing. There's no such thing as heroes, Inari insisted. You could actually make an argument for half of the people I know being heroes, Naruto said idly. If you don't want to die, just leave, Inari said impassively before storming off. I like him, Sasuke decided. Sakura snorted. Yeah, because he's like the spitting image of what you used to be. So? I turned out fine, Sasuke claimed. There was an awkward silence. Kakashi coughed. What? I did. You're kidding. If we want to be in good shape to defeat Zabuza and Haku next week, we've got to be in good shape, Kakashi said cheerfully. But climbing trees? Even I had them mastered years ago. Naruto pointed out. I don't know that, and what kind of Jounin sensei would I be if I didn't run you through a basic chakra control exercise like this? Kakashi asked rhetorically. The sane one? Sasuke suggested. And thus a useless one, Kakashi agreed. I'll go first to show you. Slowly, Kakashi walked to the top of the tree. Now you try. Rolling their eyes, Sakura, Sasuke and Naruto made their way to the top of the tree as well. Very good. Kakashi cheered. You have the basics down nicely. What do you mean the basics? Sakura asked, getting a bad feeling about this. Well, you can't reasonably claim to have mastered something after only using it once and without properly understanding it, no matter how possessed your eyes make you look, right Sasuke? Kakashi asked. Sasuke did not deign to reply. So how long are we doing this for? Naruto asked with some trepidation. The next 2 days. Kakashi said cheerfully. After that you can come to the bridge with Tazuna and help with construction, since all the workers are quitting. Remember, Naruto, we'll be counting on you. All several dozen of you. Got it, Naruto nodded. Now, get to it. Kakashi ordered gleefully. Why are you still here? Inari demanded, annoyed, at breakfast few days later. You escorted Grandpa home, you can go now. We could, Naruto agreed. But then he would die, and that would make the whole escorting him safely home thing kind of pointless. This whole thing is kind of pointless, Inari said mockingly as he stood up and went back upstairs. Your attempts at getting through to him not working? Sakura asked sympathetically. Not really, Naruto groaned. He's so stubborn. Why don't you just use your therapy jutsu on him, Sasuke asked, the air quotes impossible to miss. I would, Naruto said, except it loses most of its effectiveness when not accompanied by physical violence, and I don't think I'm allowed to hit the client. Especially not if the client is an 8-year-old, Kakashi concurred. Naruto's eyes widened suddenly. One of my clones dispelled. Ever since the arriving at Tazuna's house, Naruto had left 2 clones out all night. The first was to pretend to be him, training so hard that he passed out, and the second was to conceal itself and then dispel if Haku happened upon him. Go after it, Kakashi ordered. And Sasuke, why don't you go too? You haven't gotten a chance to take revenge on anything in at least a week. And if I don't? Sasuke asked out of habit as he stood up. I thought today we'd start on water walking, Kakashi replied. Sasuke and Naruto practically bolted for the door. What are we supposed to do while they're gone? Sakura asked. Kakashi raised an eyebrow at her. You don't really mean we're going to practice water walking, do you? Sakura asked. After all, it's been nearly a week, Zabuza could attack at any moment, we need to guard Tazuna. I agree, Kakashi said innocently. Yaudo? Sakura asked suspiciously. Absolutely, he said airily. Which is why it's fortunate that this bridge is, like most bridges, built over a large body of water. Why do you hate us? Sakura asked despairingly. What have we ever done to you? Well, for one thing you spoiled the end to one of Jiraiya's books, Kakashi told her. That was Naruto, not me. She pointed out. I didn't see you trying to stop him. Then you ruined my bell test. And finally, who's to say I hate you? Maybe I'm just trying to get you ready for the upcoming Chunin exams, Kakashi said in his best instructorly voice. Don't mess with the bell test, got it? Is this the plant you want? Clone Naruto was asking Haku as Naruto and Sasuke arrived. Haku nodded. Thank you for helping out. You sure are working early, Naruto trailed off. I'm sorry, I'm not always the best with genders. My first instinct is girl, but I've spent too much time with Neji and Itachi over the years to make any assumptions. And for that matter, I'm still not sure Deidara was a guy. Haku smiled kindly at him. I am, indeed, a male. You're not just saying that so I'll sound stupid referring to you as a guy, are you? Naruto asked. Because I've met some androgynous people who have done that, you know. We may very well never meet again, so why would I do that? Haku asked. Naruto shrugged. For the hell of it. I can only offer you my word that I am, indeed, a boy, Haku said. But seeing as how you don't know me, I don't quite know how much that's worth. Naruto eyed Haku carefully. I believe you, he said finally. I'm glad. So why are you out here so early? Haku inquired politely. I fell asleep outside, Naruto explained. My teacher's making us climb trees until we pass out. He's kind of evil. Calls it training. Training? And that forehead product torkled you be a ninja? Haku asked, sounding vaguely interested. Yeah, if you ever want to do something exciting, you've got to be a ninja, Naruto explained. Although I suppose working at Ichiraku's wouldn't be too bad. Where are you from? Haku asked. Konoha, the greatest place on earth, Naruto said proudly. Is it, now? Haku asked, smiling a little. Oh yes. In fact, we haven't had a bloodline massacring god, must be 4 years now, Naruto said cheerfully. Konoha has bloodline massacres? Haku asked, alarmed. I thought Konoha was a safe haven for those with a Kekkei Genkai. Oh, it is, Naruto assured the other boy. That was complicated and the work of a missing nin. Just not in this timeline. Why are you training? Haku asked, changing the subject. Because Kakashi threatened to make me spend 3 days watching everyone I know eating ramen non-stop by not letting me have any, Naruto explained. And then he said something about squirrels, but I was too horrified to really listen. I see, Haku said. Oh, and also because I want to protect the people I care about, Naruto said. But my immediate reason for being here was the no ramen. So you have someone who is important to you? Haku asked, choosing not to focus on the ramen obsession. Naruto shrugged. Yeah, I do. I have lots of precious people, actually. Losing them is hard and I don't think I'd survive the loss without other precious people being there to try and fill the void. When a person has something important to protect, it's when they can truly become strong, Haku declared. I agree, Naruto said solemnly. Let's meet again sometime, Haku said, standing up. I know you will become strong. You're such a sap, Sasuke whispered to the real Naruto. Oh shut up, what was I supposed to say? Naruto shot back. Besides, I like Haku. God knows why, he tried to kill you, Sasuke muttered. Not very hard, Naruto countered. And I wouldn't be talking about attempted murder, Sasuke, since you had to have Orochi freaking Meru talk you down from killing me. Will you just let that go already? Sasuke demanded. Sure, the minute you stop calling me an idiot because I graduated last in the class, Naruto promised. Sasuke snorted. You didn't even graduate. It was an act of God. Figures you'd call Orochimaru God. With that, Sasuke and Naruto decided Haku was sufficiently ahead of them and followed him back to Zabuza's hideout. It was slow going as Haku was very cautious, but they eventually made it. I sense 3 other chakras besides Haku and Zabuza's, Naruto said quietly. Is that Gato, do you think? I have no idea what his chakra is supposed to feel like, but who else would be there? Sasuke asked. It's times like these I miss Karen. Karen? Naruto repeated. Isn't she the one who tried to drug you? Okay, so maybe I don't miss her that much. That's him, Sasuke said, his eyes trained on the man who had just exited the hideout. He and Naruto silently followed them until they were about a mile away from the enemy ninja, and then they struck. Naruto slit the two guards' throats with a kunai, and Sasuke snapped Gatu's neck with a well-placed blow to the back of the head. Wow, Sasuke, I didn't even know you knew how to fight without the Sharingan, Naruto said, sounding deeply impressed. Sasuke scowled. And I didn't know you could fight somebody without trying to save them from themselves. That only applies to ninja and the odd civilian I've gotten attached to, Naruto explained. Mercenaries are on their own. Sasuke crouched down next to Gatu. Let's just see if he has any handwriting sample on him. After digging through the dead man's pocket for a moment, he found a half-finished letter. Perfect. Activating his Sharingan, Sasuke sat on the ground, pulled out another piece of paper and began to write. So what are you doing? Naruto asked when Sasuke was still writing 20 minutes later. Forging a will, Sasuke said like it was obvious. Oh? Who did Gatu leave everything to? Naruto asked, curious. He left the entirety of his ill-gotten fortune and trust to Mamachi's abuser, Sasuke said, to use as for the express purpose of returning Wave to its former glory. Naruto stared at him. Are you sure that's a good idea? Sasuke shrugged. The way I see it, if he's happy in Wave, he's not bothering us. Oh, and now he can come one step closer to making Kiri like he thinks Konoha is because he'll have experience with reforming a place, and with the power that money will give him the Mizukage won't dare go after him. Naruto exclaimed. I just hope he doesn't let the power go to his head. Sasuke shrugged again. It's not our problem either way. Naruto glared at him. We don't live in a vacuum, Sasuke. What happens in one nation affects the others. Save the politics for someone who cares, Sasuke said, signing Gatu's name and two names he knew but couldn't quite place as witnesses. Now pick up the body and let's go. They quickly made their way back to Zabuza's hideout. Before they could reach the door, Haku opened it and stood staring at them. May I help you? He asked, recognizing Naruto easily since they had parted only an hour ago. Yeah, we thought you might like this, Naruto said, dumping Gatu's body at his feet. We were a little surprised at the contents of the will, though. Will? Haku asked blankly. Here, Sasuke said, shoving the paper into Haku's hands. Go start a revolution or something. It was nice seeing you again, Naruto called. And if you could just not attack Tazuna again, that would be great. After all, it wouldn't do to ruin the economy of your new country. Gatu's dead, Sasuke announced upon returning to Tazuna's house for dinner that night. And that took you 10 hours? Kakashi asked skeptically. No, we were sparring for the rest of the time, Naruto explained. We never really get a chance to fight properly, and so we couldn't very well lose this opportunity, now could we? Itaudiad. Inari repeated. There's no way idiots like you managed to kill him. We did, Naruto confirmed. It wasn't that hard, really. It helped that we caught him off guard. So does that mean the mission's over? Sakura asked. Or should we stay until the bridge is complete? It should only be a few more days, Tazuna offered. Let's take a vote, Kakashi said. All in favor of leaving now? Sasuke raised his hand. All in favor of staying and helping. Naruto and Sakura raised their hands. As I'm abstaining so as to remain impartial, that's 2-1 in favor of staying. Sorry, Sasuke, Kakashi said. Sasuke sighed. Whatever. Just as long as when we get back we can tell everyone I got the Manjikyu. It would probably be easier to stick to the truth of what happened before with Haku, except Naruto took the Senbon for me, not vice versa. It's nice, simple, and could easily happen. Alright, Naruto agreed. Even though me dying is kind of lame, at least I heroically took the attack meant for you that might very well have killed me. You didn't kill Gatu, Inari insisted. Stop lying. Why is that so hard to believe? Sakura asked gently. I mean, I wasn't there, but I know Naruto and Sasuke wouldn't lie about something like that. If they say he's gone, he's gone. No one can kill him, he's too strong, Inari insisted. Naruto shot his teammates a look that clearly said somebody share a sob story. I would do it myself, but I don't technically have one here besides losing a mother. I don't remember the day I was born. Naruto's looks tended to be very expressive. Sasuke just stared back impassively, and Sakura had also technically never lost anyone. Kakashi sighed, knowing it was up to him. He still didn't like talking about what had happened, but it had become a little easier after meeting up with his father in the afterlife. That one time he was dead for an hour or so. My father died too, you know, Kakashi said conversationally. He wasn't put to death by your father was while he was a big hero, but he might as well have been. He was a hero and an inspiration to everyone until he took a mission and had to choose between completing it and saving his teammates. Inari said nothing but it was clear he was listening. Everyone turned on him, Kakashi continued. His friends, the villagers, even the very people he had saved. They said that choosing lives over the mission made him trash and, in the end, he took his own life. That really affected me, and for a long time I was obsessed with making sure no one thought I was like him and became obsessed with rules and regulations. Inari looked skeptical. Really? What happened to change that? My best friend told me that my father was a hero, Kakashi said simply. Only he wasn't my best friend then, he was just some annoying kid I was stuck on a team with. Then he almost died trying to save our other teammate and forced me to choose her over the mission as well. In the end, we were able to both rescue her and complete our mission, but it was close, and even if we hadn't been able to, I wouldn't regret it. Your father stood up to Gatu because he believed that what he was doing was wrong and that somebody had to do it, and he was clearly inspiring people. Gatu killed him to try and crush that courage, and you know what? It worked. It would be a shame for your father to have died for nothing. If things go back to the way they were before or worse, then that will be the case. There is no worse death than a pointless one. There are heroes in this world, Inari, and your father was one of them. Things will get better. Inari said nothing for the rest of the meal, but looked oddly pensive. So this is it, then, Tazuna said, eyeing the completed bridge proudly. Now I just need a name for it. You know, since we had to go up against a missing S-class ninja and ended up saving your entire country, you really do owe us a lot more than just C-rank mission pay, Naruto said seriously. Not to mention the wages you'd owe us for bridge construction. Tazuna looked nervous. But bridge was just finished today. It'll be quite some time before we can even begin to afford. But Naruto cut him off with a grin. I think we can be persuaded to forego the extra pay if you name the bridge after me. Tazuna thought about that for a moment. Well, you did speed up bride construction, protect me even though I lied about what kind of danger I was facing, kill Gatu, and inspire an Erwi not. Does the great Naruto bridge sound good to you? It sounds fantastic, Naruto told him seriously. You know, it's been a lifelong dream of mine to have a bridge named after me. Really? Tazuna asked. That's a strange dream. Since I was 8, Naruto confirmed. And what can I say? I was a strange kid. But I'll believe, Sasuke muttered. It is kind of strange that the ninja who tried to kill me has suddenly come into all this money and has decided to play benefactor, Tazuna mused. Sasuke shrugged. I wouldn't hold a grudge. It was just a job and now that he doesn't need the money anymore that's completely in the past. Naruto stared at Sasuke in shock. Sasuke telling someone not to hold a grudge. Alright, who are you and where's my real revenge-obsessed best friend? Inari hesitantly approached Kakashi. I have been thinking about what you said. Oh? Kakashi prompted. Inari nodded. Yeah. I've decided you're right. Dad didn't want us to live in fear and since he died for us, the least I can do is honor that. I may be afraid, but I'm not going to let that hold me back. Kakashi smiled fondly at the boy, who still couldn't really tell because of the mask. The eyes were a bit of a giveaway, though. I'm glad. You know, it's strange, Sakura said once everyone finished saying their goodbyes. It feels like we really didn't do much here. Sasuke snorted. Maybe you didn't. Kakashi used a non-violent form of therapy jutsu on Inari and Naruto, and I killed Gatu and saved Zabuza and Haku. Don't worry, Sakura-chan, Naruto said encouragingly. I'm sure you'll find something to do eventually. Sakura twitched. So I trust you didn't encounter any problems? Minato asked. Sakura coughed. Didn't Kakashi give you the mission report, Hokage-sama? Minato laughed. Right. Kakashi won't have that in for a good 2 weeks, I'd say. Why? It turned out that Tazuna was lying about it being an C-rank mission and we had to fight 3 missing nin, she explained. Minato turned to glare at his student. Kakashi laughed nervously. I didn't mention that. No, you did not. Kakashi's busted, Obito grinned. I'm sure he has a good reason, Rin said. Or at least a reason. Although it is entirely possible that he just forgot. Your support is touching, Kakashi said dryly. We try, Rin said sweetly. What happened, Kakashi? Minato demanded. It started off pretty basically, Kakashi began. A few days in, however, we were attacked by the demon brothers of Kiri, who I'd say were around mid-Chunin level. Naruto immobilized them while Sakura and Sasuke took them out. Apparently Tazuna was threatening a tycoon named Gatu's stranglehold on the economy of Wave with his bridge, so Gatu was trying to have him killed. We fought Zabuza. The demon of the mist. Minato interrupted, glancing at Naruto, as if he expected him to be secretly maimed or something. Yes, Kakashi nodded. We managed to drive him off after a long and trying battle, and then just when I was about to finish him off, a Senbon came out of nowhere and incapacitated him. It turned out to be his student posing as a Kiri hunter nin who saved him and nursed him back to health. Did he come after you again? Rin asked, concerned. No, Kakashi shook his head. He probably would have, but by the time he had recovered, Gatu had died of natural causes. Natural causes? Naruto snorted. His neck was snapped. Or was his throat slit? No, those were the bodyguards. I think dying once your neck breaks is very natural, indeed. Especially given all the people I know who wouldn't die under those circumstances, Kakashi defended. Anyway, Gatyu's will left his fortune to Zabuza for some reason under the condition he would use it to rebuild Wave. Zabuza seemed willing to give it a shot, so here we are. Wow, Obito said, shaking his head. You can never just get a normal mission, can you? I know, Kakashi agreed. It's strange. At least there were no squirrel attacks, though. Not again, Sakura began, but stopped when she saw the look on Obito's face. He looked traumatized. Summon his squirrels. It's okay, they're gone, Rin comforted him. You mean that really happened? Sasuke asked in disbelief. Of course it happened, Kakashi said, sounding almost offended. You honestly think I'd make something like that up? I'm not even going to dignify that with a response other than this one informing you of my decision, Naruto said flatly. So that's all that happened? Minato asked. You don't know anything about the sudden change of regime in Wave? Not really, Sasuke lied. Something weird happened with my Sharingan, though. Oh? Itachi spoke up, sounding concerned. Yeah, Sasuke nodded. It's like it's different now. See? With that, he activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. Did anyone other than Gato and his guards die on your mission, Sasuke? Itachi asked sharply. Sasuke feigned confusion. I don't think so. I mean, when we were fighting Zabuza, Senbon was heading right for me, but Naruto jumped in front of me. We thought it was Zabuza's accomplice pretending to be a hunter nin, trying to hit Zabuza and missing because we were all moving around. And what did the Senbon do once it hit Naruto? Itachi pressed. Sasuke looked down. Two thought he was dead. He stopped moving, stopped breathing, was dead, and it was my fault because I didn't notice the Senbon and Naruto did, and even if he is an annoyingly optimistic idiot, he's still my best friend. It's called the Mangekyou Sharingan, Itachi explained quietly. It can only be acquired from the guilt and grief of watching someone you love die and blaming yourself. It's extremely powerful but corrosive, which is why we are fortunate that Tsunade-sama found a way to counteract the effects. That was significantly less traumatizing than Itachi's initial explanation, but since before he was only feet away from his parents' still warm bodies, he supposed it would almost have to be. Do you have one, too? Sasuke asked innocently. Yes, Itachi answered shortly. I'll show you how to use it later. The massacre, Sasuke supplied. Even if he didn't want to talk about it ever, he couldn't very well mention Shisui's tragic suicide, and since everyone knew Itachi was there when Orochimaru was, that would be the most logical time for it to have happened. Itachi was spared having to say anything when Obito tactfully spoke up. You're lucky, Sasuke. I've kind of wanted one for a while, but Kakashi fakes his own death so often that I'm immune by now. Speaking of, Kakashi said, pulling out a kunai. I think I'll give you another shot right now. It won't work if you announce it, Obito groaned. Don't. You. Dare, Minato said, an evil look in his eye. We need to talk. Talk? About what? Kakashi said nervously. I don't think there's anything we need to talk about. In fact, I'm almost positive that there isn't. Anko's getting back tonight though, so I really should be going. When, exactly, were you planning on mentioning the fact that you let my son die? Minato demanded. Okay kids, time to go, Obito said, quickly standing up heading for the door. The rest of the party had enough sense to follow him. Since Team 7's return, they had been working almost non-stop on their taijutsu and in Sasuke and Sakura's case, bringing up their chakra reserves. It ought to be a bit tiresome after 3 weeks, but there wasn't really anything else for them to do as they were banned from taking D ranks, and Minato was hesitant to give them another C rank so soon after their C turned a rank mission to Wave. Hey look, it's that bird, guess that means it's Chunin exam time, Kakashi announced cheerfully. Aren't the foreign delegations going to arrive really soon? Sakura asked. Like, sooner than they should be able to make it. Why in the world does every other nation find out about this before us? We live here. I knew when the exam was, Naruto offered. Sasuke rolled his eyes. So? You're the Hokage's son and can't mind your own business. It would be weird if you didn't know. I'm going to go get you guys signed up, Kakashi told them. Unless, of course, you'd like to wait another 6 months until the next exam and keep working on your taijutsu. No, that's okay, Sakura said quickly. We can handle it. Besides, Neji and Gaara won't beat sense into themselves, Naruto added. You won't be able to convince them you understand their pain so easily now that you apparently have none, Sakura pointed out. That's fine, Naruto said easily. We'll just make Sasuke do it. Like hell, Sasuke said bluntly. I prefer to do my angsting in silence, thank you very much. If Orochimaru still invades, which he might or might not as Jiraiya says he is still part of Akatsuki, then you would get a chance with Gaara anyway, Kakashi pointed out. Wait, Orochimaru's still part of the Akatsuki. Sasuke asked, surprised. He only left because he tried to steal Itachi's body and failed, remember? Naruto asked. And since Itachi's still in Konoha and not around to scare him away, why wouldn't he be a member? True enough, Sasuke agreed. Well, if you're sure then I'm off to go nominate you. Remember kids, Kakashi said cheerfully, if you don't all pass on your first try then so help me I'm signing you up for Guy and Lee's early morning training for the next year. Looking rather pale, the three soon-to-be Chuninins nodded their understanding. So how do you think the exam will go? Sakura asked once Kakashi was gone. The first should be easy as long as you don't inexplicably try and give up and make me give an inspirational speech to stop you again, Naruto decided. Hey, Sakura flushed. I was just trying to help you out and protect your dream. Kind of stupid, though, Sasuke pointed out. Considering that the other nations never would have stood for it if some of their most promising genins could never be Chunin because Konoha wanted to make their exam more interesting. Cut me some slack. I was 12. Sakura protested. And the smartest person there besides Shikamaru, Sasuke pointed out. The second phase should be easy as long as we keep away from Gaara and if for some reason Orochimaru comes after me again, I'll just trap him and Tsukiyomi. Why not that fire thing? Amaterasu? Naruto asked. Amaterasu, Sasuke corrected absently. And we'll be in a forest so that would be a spectacularly bad idea even if it would probably kill him. Oh, right. The only problem should be the finals where even if you win you still might not pass, Naruto said. Actually, I passed the first time I entered the finals, Sakura pointed out. When I took the test with Choji and Ino while you guys were gone. And I passed the first time my fight lasted longer than 5 minutes, Sasuke added. So really, that's only you who somehow managed to fail. Naruto twitched. You passed at the same exam I did. Oh, that was funny, Sakura giggled. You guys at 17 being two of the most powerful ninja around going up against a bunch of frightened 12 and 13-year-olds. It's not that funny, Naruto grumbled. We almost didn't pass because everyone we were up against in the finals forfeited. Fortunately, our fight was enough to convince them, Sasuke said. Well of course, Sakura told them. Everyone knew you deserved the rank by that point. It was really just a formality. Naruto spun around suddenly. For the last time, Konohamaru. Rocks are not square, nor do they have eyes. Yes they do, a muffled voice replied from underneath the rather shoddy rock impersonation. Rocks don't talk either, Naruto continued, nor do they follow me around. Aw, you caught us, Konohamaru said, clambering out from underneath his disguise along with his two friends, Yuden and Mogi. Will you play ninja with us again? Naruto shrugged. Ah, why not? It's not like we have anything else to do anyway. Yay. The Konohamaru Corps cheered. Why do you keep making up play ninja when we're already the real thing? Sasuke demanded. Because it's either that or more chakra control techniques, Naruto said flatly. Besides, Konohamaru's great. Did you hear that? Konohamaru whispered excitedly. Boss said I'm great. He is kind of adorable, Sakura decided. Konohamaru looked up at her. Hey, I've been wondering are you boss's girlfriend? No, she's my teammate, Naruto explained. Are you that guy's girlfriend? Konohamaru asked, jerking his head towards Sasuke. Yeah, we all decided no dating until after we make Chunin, Sakura said hurriedly before Sasuke got a chance to respond. Ah, so it's a love triangle. Konohamaru nodded wisely. It's really not, Sasuke told him, but Konohamaru wasn't listening. Sakura and her teammate sitting in a tree he sang, running off followed by his two friends. I'm going to kill him, Sakura said flatly. Don't do that, Naruto implored. He's 8. Fine, Sakura relented. I'll just maim him. With that, she took off after him, leaving Sasuke and Naruto no choice but to follow. When they reached Konohamaru, he was being held off the ground by an irate Kankuro. Watch where you're going, why don't you? He growled. Oh my god, is that what I think it is? Naruto asked, horrified. That would probably depend on what you think it is, Sakura answered, uncertain as to what Naruto thought he was doing. Evil. Naruto cried, pointing a trembling hand in the direction of the Sand siblings. He's pure evil. Kankuro and Temari looked uneasily at Gaara, who was watching the scene impassively. Boss? Konohamaru asked. Get away from him Konohamaru. He might eat you. Naruto warned him. Poor Kankuro was so shocked he dropped the boy. See? He just dropped you. Evil, I tell you. Naruto insisted. Why do you mean me? Kankuro asked incredulously. Naruto nodded vehemently. Why are you scared of Kankuro, of all people? Temari said. The when Gaara standing 2 feet behind him went unspoken, of course. 3 words, Naruto said, taking a deep breath. Evil. Soulless. Puppets. Sakura nodded her understanding. Naruto had always been kind of creeped out when Kankuro decided to use Sasori as his newest puppet. Kankuro had insisted that he needed a new puppet as Sasori had broken his old ones and that it was just an extremely powerful puppet, but Naruto had been firm in his belief that it was essentially their opponent's corpse. Naruto has puppet issues, she explained. Not that severe, but if Naruto wanted to be dramatic, who was she to stop him? So do I, for that matter, Sasuke said idly. I mean, I won't run away terrified like Naruto's on the verge of doing, but they're still rather disturbing. You do? Sakura asked. I didn't know that. Oh yes, Sasuke confirmed. My brother and my cousin Shisui took me to a Bunraku theater on Swell, suffice to say that was the most traumatized I've been since the massacre and the second most traumatized since that snake attacked me in the forest. Even now, it ranks pretty high up there. Naruto looked confused. Shisui would have died before the massacre, though. Don't you mean Obito? Sasuke rolled his eyes. Yes, Naruto, I mixed up two of the cousins I've spent the most time with. Who do you take me for? You? Hey. Naruto protested. That may not have been phrased perfectly, but I meant that before the massacre it was my most traumatizing memory, it was the second most traumatizing thing after the massacre, the third most after that snake attack, and so on. You're scared of me, Kankuro repeated, still stunned. Yes, please don't come any closer, Naruto entreated. But what about him? Temari asked, nodding her head towards her much more intimidating younger brother. Why would we be scared of him? Sakura asked innocently. Because he's Temari began automatically. A Jinchuriki? Naruto supplied. How did you know? Kankuro demanded. My Jinchuriki senses were tingling, Naruto deadpanned. Sasuke rolled his eyes. You do not have Jinchuriki senses. Then how did I know he was a Jinchuriki? Naruto challenged. Then why haven't any of us ever heard of these Jinchuriki senses? Sasuke countered. Because I'm the only Jinchuriki in Konoha and I've never met a fellow Jinchuriki before, Naruto lied. Well, in this timeline he hadn't. Why you're a Jinchuriki, too? Temari looked downright terrified. Yep, Naruto grinned at her. And you two knew about this? Temari asked the non-possessed members of Team 7. Everyone knows, Konohamaru replied even though she wasn't talking to him. Everyone? Kankuro asked. And you don't care? Why would we? Konohamaru looked confused. My grandfather, the previous Hokage, sealed the Kyuubi in him so it wouldn't kill everyone. He saved us. I swear, I will never get used to that, Naruto said quietly, looking pleased. When your father's the Hokage, a hero and determined, he can get most things done. So no one has tried to assassinate you? Gaara inquired, finally deigning to speak. Naruto shrugged. A few people here and there. It wasn't because I was a Jinchuriki, but because my father has a lot of enemies. The Anbu always stop them, though, so it's not really a big deal. Let me get this straight, Kankuro said finally. You're possessed by a demon, but you're scared of my puppets. They're evil, soulless puppets, Naruto corrected. And everyone's fine with having a demon container in their midst, Kankuro continued, ignoring him. We've been surrounded by worse, Sasuke replied casually. Yeah, demon possession really doesn't compare to the flames of youth, Sakura agreed. Dear God, this place is insane. So how about the rookies? Minato asked. Kakashi, do you feel that your team is ready? More than ready, Kakashi replied. They've only been out of the academy for 4 months, Iruka protested. Kakashi shrugged. They're quick learners. Besides, C ranks are really all they can do right now and those are mostly for Chunin anyway. That wouldn't be a problem if you hadn't let them fail all the D rank missions, Kurenai pointed out. Kakashi crossed his arms. You're just jealous because I don't have to supervise village chores anymore. I am not. She insisted. Although I also wish to enter my students. I am, Asuma confessed. Getting Shikamaru to do more than show up to those is usually more trouble than it's worth. And getting Choji to do anything might be easy, but it is expensive. And don't even get me started on Ino's Nagingi enter as well. I just hope I have enough time to convince Shikamaru to show up. Seriously, Iruka, Kakashi told the academy teacher. If I make them do any more training, I honestly think they're going to revolt. Besides, this year it's in Konoha where we'll all be on hand to make sure things go smoothly, and I'm sure Minato would rather kill the rival genin himself than allow one of them to do any permanent damage to Naruto. What's the worst that could happen? Famous last words, Iruka murmured, beginning to get a very bad feeling indeed. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Minato asked his son the morning of the Chunin exams. It doesn't matter if I wanted to or not, Naruto said grimly. Kakashi threatened to make us train with Guy for a year if we don't. Minato winced sympathetically. Well, I just don't want you getting involved with something you can't handle. You don't think I can handle this? Naruto asked, a little hurt. Minato shook his head. No, that's not it, it's just this is dangerous. Really dangerous. You could die and I know you faced death on that A rank mission you took, but Kakashi was there to protect you and now you're all on your own. I'm not all on my own, Naruto corrected. I've got Sakura and Sasuke with me and we're going to kick ass. Is that so? Minato asked, sounding amused. Believe it. Naruto declared. And besides, since I've recently achieved my lifelong dream of having a bridge named after me, I need to make Chunin to make progress on my other lifelong dream of becoming Hokage. Minato raised an eyebrow. You had a bridge named after you? Was this in wave? Do tell. Mom, Dad, I'm going to take the Chunin exams today, so I won't be going on any missions for the next 2 months or so, Sakura announced. Momoko looked puzzled. You're taking more tests. I thought you would be done with that when you graduated. So did I, Sakura laughed. But this is to see if I'm ready to be promoted. I'm sure you'll do fine, Kaisuke told her confidently. You've always been good at tests. Thanks, Sakura beamed, heading for the door. I may not actually be home tonight or for the next week or so, and if that's the case, then it's because we're doing a survival test, so don't freak out or anything. Good luck. Momoko called after her daughter. Are you nervous? Itachi asked. Sasuke looked up from his breakfast. Since today was a big day, he was having tomatoes despite their status as usually not a breakfast food. If Naruto could have ramen every day for breakfast, then Sasuke could have tomatoes occasionally. No. Itachi looked at him skeptically. Really? What's the worst that could happen? Sasuke asked rhetorically. People have got to stop asking that, Itachi said, shaking his head ruefully. And you could die, for one. Or fall into a coma. Or get permanently disabled. Or. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Sasuke interrupted a bit petulantly. Relax, Sasuke, Itachi told him with a small smile. I'm not saying it will happen to you, just that it could happen at the exams. In fact, I'm sure you'll do just fine. Then why do you think I should be nervous? Sasuke countered. Itachi shrugged. Everyone's nervous at their first Chunin exam, right? Even you? Sasuke asked, surprised. You do realize I was 2 years younger than you when I took it, right? Itachi reminded his little brother. You still won, Sasuke pointed out. True, but even if you don't you could still make Chunin. Just give them a good show, Itachi advised. I've got to go, Sasuke said, standing up and popping the last piece of tomato into his mouth. Itachi stood up as well to poke him in the forehead. Be good and don't fail. Hey, Kakashi, I was wondering something, Obito said slowly. What's that? Kakashi replied. You know how Genin teams have to complete a minimum of 8 missions in order to be eligible for the Chunin exams? Obito began. Kakashi nodded. You wouldn't think just going shopping or babysitting a few times would qualify you, but then again I suppose that's why this is the first time in 5 years rookies are entering. Your team took quite a few missions, I'll admit, Obito continued. But they only ended up passing the wave escort mission. Even if that was technically an A rank mission, it still only counts as one. How in the world are they allowed to compete? Kakashi froze. That's a damn good question. I suppose my team did find all the lost pets they were supposed to, even if Sasuke did end up traumatizing them, and since they didn't lose, maim, or kill the children they were watching, those would count, even if they aren't allowed within 10 feet of those missions anymore. Or it could just be blatant favoritism given that Naruto is Minato-sensei's son, you are his student, and Sasuke is my cousin, Obito teased. We're going with the first one, Kakashi said firmly. So ready for the big exam? Anko asked, coming up behind them. I believe my students are properly motivated, Kakashi replied. Plus it will let me off the hook as far as that punctuality thing goes. You are never going to be off the hook, Anko informed him seriously. Yeah, you think it's bad when you're dating or engaged to someone? Obito asked rhetorically. Wait until this is over and you get married. It's like Rin made it her mission in life to make sure I wind up where I need to be on time. She's given me plenty of tips as an engagement present, Anko said cheerfully. Kakashi groaned. I knew I should have stayed single. What was that? Anko asked, pulling out a kunai. I love you. Kakashi offered weakly. That's what I thought, Anko said sweetly. So who's proctoring the third exam? I heard Hayate was going to do it but realized that with his chronic coughing, it might make his job difficult. I volunteered for that, Obito answered. In fact, I was actually the one who convinced Hayate that it might be a problem. Proctors don't necessarily have a very large speaking role, especially for the tournament part of the exam, but in life or death situations the match has to be called quickly, and if he's suffering from a coughing fit someone might die. That would make us look really stupid, Kakashi decided. So you both are proctors, huh? I'm feeling kind of left out. You lost your opportunity to proctor when you entered your kids into the exam, Anko told him. Besides, the only part left would be if there were to be a preliminary round and you wanted to do that instead of Obito or the written exam part, but Ibiki really is the best choice for that. I don't know, Obito said thoughtfully. Well, I would agree that Ibiki is far more intimidating than Kakashi. Kakashi would probably manage to piss them off and get them to lose their composure more easily, thus narrowing the candidates down. After all it takes is one idiot with an "I'll never give up" speech to get through Ibiki's final test, and that wouldn't really work with the deal with Kakashi's eccentricity's final test. True, Anko agreed. It's a little late now, though, and Team 7 is in the exam. We should recommend that for the next time this is held in Konoha. You guys are the worst friends ever, Kakashi said flatly. But you'd be lost without us, Obito grinned. I could easily replace you with a rock, Kakashi insisted. A memorial rock, but still. Team 7 walked onto the second floor to see a sizable crowd standing around watching a mildly hinged Izumo and Katetsu beating up Team Guy. How they thought that would be inconspicuous was anyone's guess. Naruto, of course, went right up to the disguised Chunin. Excuse me, can you move? Sorry, kid, we're weeding out the weak, Izumo told him. If you want to enter the exam room, you're going to have to go through us, Katetsu agreed. Yeah, that's great, but you're blocking the way to the stairwell, Naruto shot back. Stairwell. One of the grass nins who may or may not still be associated with Orochimaru repeated. Look, just because Konoha comes off as rather eccentric doesn't mean we have a different labeling system, Sakura told him heatedly. I applaud your dedication to weeding out those unworthy of becoming Chunin, especially if you think that some of the applicants aren't actually capable of telling the difference between the numbers 2 and 3, Sasuke added. The genin surrounding them all suddenly found the floor and/or ceiling extremely fascinating. Well, I suppose your team at least passes, Izumo decided. Not that we would have expected otherwise from the stacked team, Katetsu muttered. Oh, you only wish your team had been as awesome as ours, undercover exam proctors. Naruto declared. Did they say they were undercover exam proctors? An AIM genin asked. Gotta go, Katetsu said as he and Izumo quickly left. Excuse me, what is your name? Lee asked as he came up beside Sakura on the walk to the correct room. Haruno Sakura, Sakura replied. And you are? Rock Lee, Lee told her with a smile. Would you like to go out with me? I'll protect you until I die. That's certainly very thoughtful, Sakura told him. Tragically, needing to be protected is one of my biggest pet peeves, and my teammates and I decided that puberty would be a lot easier to handle if we didn't date anyone until we made Chunin, so I'm going to have to decline. So if you make Chunin and I make Chunin, we can go out? Lee asked hopefully. If we both make Chunin, ask me again after I've gotten a chance to get to know you better, Sakura told him. I'm not the kind of girl who will go out with someone because they're cute, cool, or strong without getting to know them first. Since when? Ino asked, latching on to Sasuke. You nearly ended our friendship because you didn't think friends could be rivals, remember? Thankfully Naruto and Sasuke have long since convinced me otherwise, Sakura said smoothly. So you're in this exam too, Ino? Yep, Ino nodded. And that other team that graduated with us. Is it really that difficult to remember who we are? Kiba demanded, also showing up with his team. We only had classes with you for 4 years. If my precious Asu-kun were on your team then I'm certain I would remember you, Ino sniffed. I'd be careful of dismissing teammate, Ino, Naruto warned her. They have Shino. So? Ino said, not seeing a need for concern. He does bugs, Sakura explained. It's you don't want him on your bad side, let's just say. You, Ino made a face. Bugs are so gross. Please do not be so troublesome as to let Shino hear you say that, Shikamaru advised her. It would not end well for you. Sakura used to like that boy. Lee pointed at Sasuke. Then I shall challenge him to a fight in order to prove that I am a worthy competitor for her heart. You'll do that by beating up my teammate before the Chunin exam starts? Sakura asked skeptically. Your faith is truly touching, Sasuke said sarcastically. As to the fight he would, really, but I don't think anyone here needs a preview of my skills, and unless you make it to the inevitable one-on-one portion of the exams, the simple truth is you will not be worth my time. Oh, I'll be there, Lee said determinedly. Are you planning on getting off anytime soon? Sasuke asked irritably. Nope, Ino said cheerfully. Sakura, how mad would you be if I were to use Sasuke began? Don't even think about it, Sakura told him sternly. Ino's my best friend, even if she is a fangirl. Fine, Sasuke grumbled and used a substitution jutsu instead. The log. Ino complained. No fair, Sasuke-kun. Though for the record, Sasuke told her quietly. Her fangirlism was never near as obnoxious as watching the competent Kunoichi who helped Naruto convince me to come back to Konoha revert to a silly little girl who would break her most important bonds for the sake of a pretty boy. Yeah, well thanks for not letting me, Sakura said, a little embarrassed. So you're not a fangirl anymore? Tenten asked. What? No, I outgrew that quite a while ago, Sakura explained. But Tenten said vehemently. Because to any serious ninja a fangirl is just about the worst thing to be, and I don't want to have to salvage the reputation of Konoha's Kunoichis all by myself. What about Hinata? Sakura asked. She doesn't like Sasuke. Tenten raised her eyebrows. Have you ever seen the way she looks at Naruto? Point, Sakura conceded. Hiba, I think Choji wants to eat your dog, you should be careful with it, Hinata said quietly. What? Kiba yelped. Is that true? Maybe, Choji admitted. I'm hungry. Just eat one of your boxed lunches, Shikamaru advised him. You brought over a dozen. But I might need those to fortify me in between exams, Choji protested. If you try and eat Akamaru, he could very well try and eat you back, Kiba warned. Can you all try not acting like you're five? Niji asked, standing as far apart from the group as he could without being rude. I agree, Kabuto said, approaching them. You guys should be more quiet. You're just out of the academy, huh? Who are you? Shino asked. I'm Kabuto replied. But don't worry about that. Look around you. The future Konoha 11 plus Sasuke looked around. Quite a few people were glaring at them. Those guys behind you are from a megacure. They have short tempers. Everyone is nervous about the exam. Quiet down before you cause a scene, Kabuto advised. If these people can't deal with a little noise then there is no way they are qualified to be Chunin, Sasuke said coolly. And if they start a fight they'll just get thrown out of the exams. I don't see any reason to keep it down. Hey, Kiba, is it just me or does this guy smell like snake? Naruto asked. Kiba sniffed. You know, you're right. He does smell like snake. I do? Kabuto asked, seemingly puzzled. That's strange. I don't like snakes, Naruto told him. Snakes remind me of vampires and vampires are evil. So is this your first time, too? Ino asked. No offense, but you look quite a bit older than us. Oh, no, actually this is my 7th time, Kabuto told them, looking a little sheepish. Wow, you suck, Kiba said bluntly. If I don't pass by 5, I'm just going to resign myself to being a failure who can't beat a bunch of 12 and 13-year-olds and quit. It's not all bad, Kabuto insisted. I know quite a bit about the exam and have ninja info cards on everyone here. How would your retaking the exam repeatedly help you get information on the people who are just now taking it for the first time? Shikamaru asked lazily. Well, does anybody want to see the cards? Kabuto asked, holding them up. I do, Kankuro said as he walked up to them, Temari and Gaara not far behind him. He pointed at Naruto. Tell me about him and his teammates. Kabuto took 3 cards out of his deck. First up is Namikaze Naruto. He's the Hokage's son and is a Jinchuriki. He has very high ninjutsu and is above average in taijutsu, though his jinjutsu is almost non-existent, Kabuto said. Then there is Uchiha Sasuke. He is one of 3 Uchiha to be left alive after the massacre 4 years ago. He has strong ninjutsu and taijutsu and exceptional jinjutsu, as well as already gaining the Sharingan Eye and evolving it to its 2nd level. Finally there is Haruno Sakura, who is taking shifts at the hospital to be a medic nin with decent ninjutsu and taijutsu and very high jinjutsu. Their sensei is man down Kakashi and together they have he trailed off, looking at the cards in disbelief. What? Kankuro growled. Together they have failed every D rank mission they have ever been on and have been permanently banned from all future D missions. They have one C rank that had turned A rank and successfully completed it, Kabuto finished, his voice somewhat shaky. Don't you have to have passed 8 missions to take this exam? Temari asked. Hokage's son probably gets special treatment, Kankuro decided. How the hell did you manage to fail the D rank missions? They are the easiest things in the world. Kiba pointed out. Naruto grinned proudly. It took a great deal of effort planning, but we managed. And now we're banned for life. You say that like it's a good thing, Ino said, eyeing him strangely. Well it is quite the accomplishment, Sasuke informed her with a smirk. We're the first team to ever be banned from the D ranks. And we'll never, ever have to do any of them ever again, Sakura concluded, beaming. I hate you guys, Kiba announced. No more D ranks, huh? Shikamaru asked. If I plan out how to fail them, would you guys carry it out so we don't have to do them anymore? In a heartbeat, Ino replied promptly. Would Asuma-sensei still take us out for barbecue? Choji asked. I'm sure he'd be so thrilled to not have to supervise those chores that he would, Shikamaru assured him. Have I mentioned this place is full of crazy people? Kankuro asked. I believe so, Temari answered. Well I would just like to reiterate that, Kankuro said. Who is he? Hinata asked, pointing to Kankuro. He doesn't seem very open-minded. Let's see, Kabuto said, drawing another card. That's Kankuro. He's the son of the Kazekage and has completed 8 C rank missions and 1 B rank mission. I would say that's very impressive, but Sasuke's team did an A rank. He mostly uses puppets in his fights. Evil soulless puppets? Choji asked, eyes widening. Sakura looked to Naruto in confusion, but he was currently hiding behind Shikamaru. "Hide me," he begged. "This is so troublesome," Shikamaru sighed. "As long as I don't have to actually do anything." Naruto's been back for a few years, and at some point he gave everyone a huge lecture about why puppets were evil, Sasuke explained in a whisper. "I think that was when the girls were off picking flowers or something, though." "It was more than just picking flowers," Sakura hissed indignantly. "Although we did do that." "How can you stand having such an evil brother?" Naruto asked Temari. She shot a quick glance at Gaara. "Practice." "Hey, whose side are you on, anyway?" Kankuro complained. "I feel sorry for you," Naruto told Gaara frankly. Gaara looked at him suspiciously. "Why?" "Because your evil older brother hates everybody younger than him, of course," Naruto replied. "I'm more than capable of handling his hatred," Gaara replied impassively. "Doesn't make it right," Naruto insisted. "Seriously, how can he not love kids? They're adorable." "Hey, Naruto, your friend smells like raccoons," Kiba announced. "Better than smelling like evil like Kankuro," Gaara muttered. Naruto started, then grinned. "My sentiments exactly. And remember, outside of the second task, killing equals disqualification, so please wait to sake your bloodlust until after the exams." Ibiki finished explaining the exam's code of conduct. "But Gaara wasn't disqualified last time because he fought me," Sasuke whispered to Sakura. "So how did he manage to not kill anyone during the preliminaries?" Sakura thought back. "He fought Lee, remember? He crippled him, and Lee had to undergo that life-threatening surgery and rebuild all his skills from scratch." Sasuke shook his head. "No, I had my own medical issues I was dealing with back then. Instead of your current seating arrangements, you will be assigned a number," Ibiki explained. "Please form a single file line." Once again, everyone was split up and once again Naruto was seated next to a fellow rookie. Unlike before, however, it wasn't Hinata. "Yes." Naruto cheered. "Best seat ever." "Why?" "Where are you seated?" Sakura asked. "I'm right next to Shino." Naruto explained happily. "And that makes it the best seat ever. Why?" Sakura asked again because she knew that, curious or not, Sasuke was never going to. "Of course," Naruto nodded. "Shino does bugs, after all." "We know that," Sasuke felt the need to remind him. "So you should see why I'm loving my seat arrangement," Naruto shot back. "Just tell us," Sakura sighed. "Termites are a kind of bug," Naruto informed them. "You mean?" "Yep," Naruto nodded gleefully. "Shino is my ultimate Kankuro defense. For the love of God, you do not need protection from me." Kankuro burst out from a few feet away. Naruto was rather loud, after all, so he'd heard half of the conversation at any rate. "Although if you keep this up. You're threatening me while trying to convince me that you're not evil?" Naruto asked incredulously. "Temari, Gaara, I applaud you for staying sane as long as you have." Temari's eyebrows rose. "And now my sanity is being compared to Gaara and not in a maybe you should spend less time in the sun kind of way." "Alright, find your seats," Ibiki ordered. As they were finding their seats, Sakura pulled Ino aside. "Ino, if you use your jutsu on me, I'm going to give you an impromptu haircut like mine. If you use it on Sasuke, he'll probably go on a revenge date with some other girl." "Aren't you going to warn me off copying from Naruto?" Ino asked, shuddering slightly at Sakura's threats. "I would," Sakura acknowledged. "But since if you tried it with him the Kyuubi could very well eat you, so I think I'll let you use your own judgment." Looking distinctly pale, Ino resolved to pick a different team to cheat from. Team 7 paid little attention as Ibiki attempted to psyche them out and hint that they needed to cheat while advising them not to do so carelessly. Sakura wondered briefly why, seeing as how they practically advertised that you could cheat 4 times with relative impunity, anyone would cheat more than that. Granted, that meant getting only 4 answers, but all that was important was making sure you didn't get 0. Or all that was supposed to be important. "Begin," Ibiki said, and the race was on. 20 minutes into the exam and the competent ones were just figuring out that they were supposed to be cheating when Sakura threw down her pen triumphantly. "Done," she called, wisely turning over her paper and glaring pointedly at Ino to minimize the chance of anyone being able to cheat on her. Sasuke and Naruto said nothing but started writing faster. Another 10 minutes into the exam and Sasuke also put down his pen after thoughtfully penning some advice to the examiners. "If you want to make us cheat, you should try giving us some harder questions." Granted, only Sakura and, he supposed, Shikamaru if he could have been bothered, had been able to answer the questions as genin, but for those who had already passed the exam, it had just been a matter of doing the work. "Damn it," Naruto growled, finishing up 5 minutes after that. "Why am I always last?" "Because you suck," Sasuke said bluntly. "Quiet down back there or we're taking points," Ibiki warned. They probably should take points anyway, as the conversation could very well be coded, but the girl had only said one word, and both boys had only started to speak after they had finished. Right after Naruto finished, Kankuro suddenly had to go to the bathroom and what Naruto's puppet senses very clearly declared to be a puppet handcuffed him and escorted him there. It was creative, he supposed, and audacious, but given the fact it had puppet lines on its face, how could Kankuro honestly not realize that he was being allowed to get away with it? Or was that part of the lousy security Orochimaru had convinced them Konoha had in order to persuade them to invade? Finally, Ibiki seemed to decide enough teams had been weeded out. Now, for the 10th question. Let me preface this by saying that you don't actually have to take the question. Once you agree to take it, though, you have to answer it. What happens if we choose not to take it? Temari asked curiously. Then you fail, obviously, Naruto told her, enjoying his complete and total lack of desperation. Otherwise what would be the point of having a 10th question if you didn't need to answer it and there were no penalties for not doing so? Indeed, the boy whose teammates managed to beat him in the exam is right, Ibiki said. Hey, I did it without cheating, how many other people can't say that? Naruto demanded. Kabuto raised his hand. You're practically ancient, Naruto said dismissively, and this is your 7th time so you don't count. Not only will your teammates fail if you fail, but if you do take the 10th question and get it wrong, then you will never be able to become a Chunin. Ever. Your teammates, however, will be able to reapply in 6 months, Ibiki told them. Didn't Naruto say that Kabuto guy took the exam 7 times, though? Kiba questioned. How does that work? I haven't been a proctor at Kabuto's other exams. This year, I am so I can do basically whatever I want. Ibiki declared, looking like he was about to burst into maniac laughter at any moment. No one wanted to be the first to quit, so no one said anything for a minute. I'm out, one of the plants finally announced. Looking pissed, his teammates followed him to the doorway. Me too. Another plant said. And me. An actual genin disqualified themselves. It was kind of tiring, watching team after team that had traveled all this way to Konoha back out at the first sign of difficulty. Finally, only 17 teams remained including, of course, the 4 from Konoha, Kabuto's team, Gaara's team, the potentially secretly Orochimaru team, and the Odo team. So are the 51 of you that's left absolutely sure that you want to do this? Ibiki asked them seriously. For about the 30th time. Look, your cunning plan to annoy us into quitting is pretty brilliant, I'll admit, Naruto said tiredly, but our sensei makes annoying people a hobby and already threatened to make us train with Guy in the morning until he showed up if we don't pass. Ibiki blinked. Doesn't he start training at 4:30? The better to get the most out of the youthful hours when the sun is just rising. Lee confirmed excitedly. We can't take that for a year, Sasuke confided. So no matter how many times you ask us, we're not giving up. The exam proctor winced sympathetically. That's the spirit, Anko throwing herself through the window and throwing various weapons at the genin still seated. How else will you get your revenge? I really wish you wouldn't encourage him, Anko, Naruto said, shaking his head. There's nothing wrong with a little encouragement when it comes to reaching your goals, Anko replied innocently. There is when it's Sasuke, Sakura muttered. Anko, I wasn't done with the test yet, Ibiki told her tersely. Since the first portion of the exam is clearly over though, you guys pass. Huh? Ino gasped. Why? Ibiki opened his mouth to explain, but Anko beat him to the punch. You'll take too long, she told him frankly. You were supposed to cheat unless you're some kind of genius or have been a genin far too many years. If you sucked at cheating and got caught being obvious 5 times, you were out. If you agreed to take the exam or hypothetical dangerous mission then you at least have the broadest characteristics of a Chunin, and if you're too scared to take it then you don't deserve the title. Who are you? Kankuro demanded. And why did you throw deadly projectiles at us? I'm Anko and I'll be your second examination proctor, Anko announced. As for why well, if you let it hit you then you wouldn't be ready to be Chunin. So you tried to kill us? Kankuro repeated. Oh, good point, you haven't signed the waivers yet, Anko mused. Well, follow me and we'll get right to that. Is it too late to quit? Kabuto asked. Yes, Anko snapped. But don't worry, you'll get a second chance after the second exam. That won't be very helpful if we die, Kabuto pointed out. Then don't die. Honestly, kid, if you're this worried maybe you should have quit while you were ahead a long time ago, Anko muttered, heading off towards the forest of death and expecting the Chunin hopefuls to be following her. So how do you think they're doing? Minato asked. Kakashi looked up from his ever-present book. Apparently the various changes they made, Minato being alive, Naruto being a part of his life, forcing him to actually spend time in Konoha, had made enough of an impact on Jiraiya that his books were different. Not to say they were really any better or worse and definitely not more appropriate, but it was nice not to have to wait until they reached the point where the author had originally died to get some new material. My minions. They aren't your minions, Kakashi, they're your students, Minato said, trying to look stern and failing. Really? Because back when Obito and Rin joined us to form a team you were singing a different song, Kakashi countered. That was Jiraiya-sensei who called you guys my minions, and then he said something about how he was going to write a spy smut novel, Minato reminded him. You didn't correct him, Kakashi insisted. It's Jiraiya-sensei, Minato pointed out. Would correctly him really have done any good? I suppose not, Kakashi conceded. That was a good book he wrote about that. Although I was a bit put out that the character that was based on me didn't get the girl. Well, to be fair you didn't get the girl, so if he wanted to be accurate, he had to have Obito's character end up with her, Minato said levelly. True to life. Kakashi snorted. Have you ever read those books, Minato-sensei? As the Hokage who must set an example for his people, I'm afraid I cannot answer that question one way or another, Minato said virtuously. Yeah, set an example alright, Kakashi shook his head. You know, there's a reason Naruto calls every other shinobi he meets a closet pervert. I'm starting to think there's a correlation between ninja power and perversion, Minato confessed. As the only other way to explain the fact that all powerful ninja are raging perverts is some sort of societal problem I might be forced to address. I can definitely see the connection, Kakashi said quickly. You just want to be able to read your books in peace, Minato accused. Kakashi merely shrugged. Oh, that's right, I never did answer you about my minions. I think they'll be fine. Are you sure? Ibiki is the first examiner, you know, Minato said anxiously. Kakashi rolled his eyes. He's not going to torture them without a waiver, and Anko said she's handing them out at the second exam, so don't worry. There's always psychological torture, Minato pointed out. Your son doesn't actually believe in giving up, and making him doubt himself will just make him come back 10 times harder, Kakashi assured his mentor. I know, but I'm still not sure he was ready. I mean, a lot of the exam is about teamwork, as solo missions are usually a jounin only thing, and he's known Sasuke for years, so they should be able to work together alright, but what about the other one? Haruno Sakura? Minato asked. He never really interacted with her before you wanted her on your team. You met her at the dinner, remember? Kakashi asked. It might have taken a while, but she and the boys have the whole camaraderie thing down pat. Taken a while? Minato repeated. They've been a team for 4 months. And what a 4 months it has been, Kakashi said. So she's not a fangirl then? Most kunoichi I've seen have been at that age. Although by the time of their first Chunin exam they are usually over it, Minato acknowledged. She's over it as well, Kakashi replied. Rin was never a fangirl even when she did have a crush on me. Minato shrugged. I think it was the war. Let's hope we can keep the peace as long as we can, Kakashi said sobering. Especially with all the sacrifices we've had to make. Minato nodded his agreement. I agree with you that the Chunin exam is an excellent time to strike with all the foreign nationals running about, and hopefully our increased security will be enough to make sure that if anyone tries something they won't succeed. One final word of advice, Anko said after she finished explaining the rules and mildly molesting Kiba who couldn't keep his mouth shut and got a kunai wound to the cheek that she just had to lick. Don't die. That's good advice, Naruto decided. Since we didn't sign the waiver yet, can I sue her? Kiba wondered. That depends if the waiver says that it covers actions that happened before you signed it, Shikamaru told him. Read the fine print. Kiba looked slightly panicked. On the other hand, I'm sure I can just challenge Naruto when this is all over and his therapy jutsu will get me past this. His sensei is engaged to her, so I'm sure he's gotten mildly molested before. Naruto shuddered. I don't want to talk about it so, Gaara, what did you think of the first part of the test? It was easy. It was, Naruto agreed. I didn't even need to cheat. Which is fortunate as it wouldn't have occurred to you to do so anyway, Sasuke pointed out. That was one time. Naruto protested. And your morals wouldn't have let you do it even if it had occurred to you, Sakura added. You know, I am this close to defecting to Gaara's team and letting you deal with Kankuro for 5 days, Naruto threatened. Oh, please do. Kankuro pleaded. Coward, Temari accused. You can't just defect to Suna, Naruto, Sakura said, shaking her head. Why not? Naruto demanded. Your dad would probably be pissed seeing as how he's the head of Konoha, she pointed out. So? What's a little teenage rebellion? Naruto asked rhetorically. If you're not there and we should meet that man, then I cannot guarantee Sakura would be enough to stop me from murdering him on the spot, Sasuke contributed. Naruto winced. Sorry Gaara. Maybe next time. Gaara, who hadn't expressed an opinion about Naruto changing teams one way or another and wasn't sure that was even allowed, blinked at him. Next time? I thought you intended to pass. Jounin exams? Are there Jounin exams? Sasuke asked. I have no idea, Naruto confided. Do you guys even live in Konoha? Sakura asked incredulously. Everyone head to your gate, Anko's voice rang through the crowd. Gotta go guys, Naruto said, waving goodbye to the Sand siblings. Good luck Temari. Why's that? She demanded. You think I'm weak? Oh, God no, Naruto shook his head. But you're going to be stuck in there for 5 days with your psychotic younger brother. Still, at least you'll have Gaara. Okay, first I'm evil, now I'm psychotic, I'm never coming back here again, Kankuro swore. Gaara, meanwhile, was considering building a vacation home there. These people were clearly a lot saner than those he'd left behind in Suna. Another point of contention was Gaara deciding the people of Konoha were saner than the people of Suna. That's not to say they necessarily are, I highly doubt it in fact, but they've been pretty nice to Gaara so far, while the people in Suna keep trying to assassinate him, despite the fact they live in a desert and he has automatic sand armor. Not to mention the whole let's treat the guy who could kill us all like crap because we think he's going to snap mentality that the people of Konoha had towards Naruto, when God knows it would make more sense to try and persuade them not to hate them, so if they did snap and start killing people, they would be less likely to kill them. I've got to go to the bathroom, Naruto announced once they had been in the forest for about an hour. Later. Wait, I suggest we come up with a code word first, Sasuke said. In case someone tries to impersonate you. Naruto made a face. You just want to try and trick me with one of those stupid epic poems again, don't you? Stupid epic poems? Sakura repeated incredulously. It was only 5 or 6 lines. Well, it seemed longer, Naruto said defensively. And someone might be spying on us, so there's no point. Then what do you suggest we do? Sasuke asked sarcastically. Ask you something only you would know. Actually, all things considered, that would probably be the best plan, Sakura mused. It wouldn't even have to be personal, just recent. We do have an advantage after all. I'm glad we've worked that out, Naruto said, heading for the bushes. Again, later. So do you think we'll run into that snake pedophile? Sakura asked conversationally while they waited. Sasuke sighed. I really wish you wouldn't call him that. And I really wish you hadn't run off with him, Sakura countered. But you know what they say. You can't always get what you want. When are you and Naruto going to drop the whole Sasuke had an affair with Orochimaru thing? Sasuke demanded. Sakura raised an eyebrow. That depends. Was that an admission? What? No. Sasuke protested. So you're still in denial then, Sakura concluded. I'm not in denial. Sasuke insisted. He paused. Although I do realize that in and of itself constitutes as a denial. Sakura laughed. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. And I'll drop it when you drop the whole Sakura's useless thing. I would love to drop that, I really would, Sasuke said innocently. And I will. The minute you actually do something. Swiftly, Sakura pulled out a kunai. I can do something right here if you'd like, she mock-threatened. Sakura-chan, there's really no need to be so violent, is there? Naruto asked, stepping out of the bushes. Especially towards our teammate during the exam. He'll be fine, Sakura said dismissively. How long did it? Wait, I'll handle this, Sasuke interrupted. Tell me about our first kiss. Naruto turned red. Sasuke. Don't try to trick me. When was our first kiss? Honestly, you know we never did. Wrong answer, Sasuke said smoothly, throwing a shuriken at the boy he had decided wasn't his teammate. The day we graduated we kissed. Technically. Oh, right, Sakura remembered. I gave Naruto a concussion. Very clever of you to figure it out, not Naruto said, turning back into his real form. Not really, Sasuke said easily, watching as Sakura crept around behind their would-be attacker. You're just really bad at impersonating people. Since it was an embarrassing moment for us both, I could easily see Naruto denying the event ever happened, but you didn't even try. The boy began before feeling a tap on his shoulder. Automatically, he turned around in time to see Sakura's fist flying towards his face. Sakura reached down to check their unconscious opponent for a scroll. He doesn't have one, she reported after her search was complete. He probably left it with his teammates while he played infiltration. Smart move, Sasuke remarked. Yeah, Sakura agreed. And guess who finally did something? Sasuke snorted. Took you long enough. Hey guys, I'm back, Naruto announced. Hi Naruto, how many times have I kicked your ass? Sasuke asked. Oh, that so didn't count. Naruto replied hotly. You were using your drag form. My drag form? Sasuke repeated uncertainly. Yeah, Naruto nodded. You know, the one you got from the Hiki. That was my curse seal form. You could even call it my demon form if you wanted to. It is not a drag form, Sasuke said firmly. Are you sure? Naruto asked innocently. Because I could have sworn I saw lipstick. That's him alright, Sakura giggled. So, Naruto, what would you have said if we asked about the first time you and Sasuke kissed? Naruto turned red. That never happened. Really? Because I seem to remember Sakura began. Never happened. Naruto cried out, sounding almost desperate. Sakura shook her head in amusement. Alright. Suddenly they were assailed by projectile weapons in the form of leaves. "Oh, for the love of, we just took out someone," Naruto complained as he took cover. "Oh, don't even start, you weren't even there." Sakura snapped as she headed off in a different direction to do the same. "You guys just play around over there. I'll take care of them myself," the ninja in the middle said. Sasuke sought out the teammate closest to him, Sakura, once the attack was over. "What did I tell you right before ditching you?" "Thank you," Sakura said softly. "Okay, now for," Sasuke started to say. "Not so fast," Sakura cut in. "That was vague enough, it could have meant anything, so answer me this. Who did you attack the summit to get at?" "Anzo," Sasuke practically growled. "Hey guys," Naruto said cheerfully as he ran up to them. "What did you tell Tsunade-sama after your godfather died?" Sakura asked him. Naruto gave her a puzzled look. "Jiraiya's not dead." "Wrong answer," Sakura told him flatly. "So you figured it out," fake Naruto number 2 shrugged as he melted back into his current form. "That won't be enough to save you. Eat this, you stupid snake." Naruto shouted out from a little ways away from them. "Rasengan. There goes a giant snake, I'm sure," Sakura noted. "We're both after a scroll, right? You have an earth scroll and I have a heaven one," the impostor said, lifting the scroll to his lips. "Wait," Sasuke said suddenly. "I know you. You're Orochimaru of the Sannin." Orochimaru paused and smirked. "Very impressive, Sasuke-kun." "Don't call Sasuke that, you pedophile," Sakura said angrily. "So not the time," Sasuke told her. "I am not a pedophile," Orochimaru insisted, sounding offended. "Why do people keep saying that?" "Oh, I don't know, maybe it's your tendency to seek out young boys, give them a hickey, and then take them to live with you," Sakura suggested sarcastically. "They aren't hickeys, they're seals and I'm interested in their powers and bloodlines, not their bodies," Orochimaru hissed. "Well, that's not quite true, but I'm not out to molest them." "You give them the seals via sucking on their neck," Sakura pointed out. At Orochimaru's startled look, she explained, "We know Anko." "Orochimaru," Sasuke growled, drawing attention back to him. "You killed." "Hey guys, I'm back." Again, Naruto informed them, bounding up to them. "Timing, Naruto, God, we've talked about this," Sasuke complained. "When someone's in the middle of a dramatic moment, don't interrupt unless you're going to add to the drama or if they're evil and really pissing you off." "Sorry," Naruto apologized. "I can go back and wait until you're done if you want." Sasuke gave a put upon sigh. "Don't bother now that you're here. Just keep quiet and let me do this, okay?" "Okay," Naruto said agreeably. "Just try and keep the sexual tension to a minimum, okay?" Sasuke twitched and opened his mouth to say something about how he and Orochimaru didn't have any sexual tension when he stopped suddenly and smirked. "Why?" he asked instead. "Jealous." "Bastard," Naruto accused. "Not an answer," Sasuke pointed out. "If you guys don't hurry this up then I'm going to tell Kiba about this," Sakura threatened. "Hell, I might do that anyway." Hailing at the thought of telling the one guy who persisted in believing that they were secretly in love about their current conversation, both boys abruptly stopped arguing. Sasuke cleared his throat and turned back to Orochimaru, who was just staring at them in disbelief. Clearly, he didn't get ignored by preteens who knew who he was very often. "My name," he said dramatically, "is Uchiha Sasuke. You killed my family. Prepare to die." "I did not." Orochimaru burst out unexpectedly. "Pardon?" Sasuke asked. "I did not kill the Uchiha. I haven't killed an Uchiha in years," Orochimaru claimed. "My family died years ago," Sasuke reminded him. "But I didn't do it. Why doesn't anyone ever believe me?" Orochimaru demanded. "Possibly because you said what's this? Another Uchiha. I was so afraid that I had managed to kill all of them, so this boy would be my only option as a host, but now I see that there is a spare. How wonderful. This is getting a little crowded, so I'll take my leave now, but never forget it, Orochimaru of the Sannin will be back to steal your body, mark my words," Naruto told him helpfully. "I guess he could have managed a password after all," Sakura murmured to herself. "Ah well, that still carries the risk of being overheard." "That wasn't me. I was nowhere near Konoha that night," Orochimaru insisted. "There's a large crowd of witnesses that say otherwise," Sasuke said flatly. "They showed up to see what? Your brother and I alone amongst the corpses. How do you know he didn't do it?" Orochimaru challenged. Sasuke laughed bitterly. "What, you think Itachi killed everyone? I'm sure next you'll say he was ordered to do so because, let's see, they were planning a coup." "I don't know what happened because I was not there," Orochimaru said, clearly getting frustrated. "I was framed." "Why would anyone frame you?" Sasuke asked, sounding skeptical. "I don't know, but I do not appreciate being known as the one to wipe out such a valuable bloodline," Orochimaru announced. "Does that mean you're after either my body or my brother's?" Sasuke demanded. Orochimaru tilted his head and smiled. "Now that you mention it is." "I see," Sasuke said, staring Orochimaru straight in the eye. "Let me tell you what I think of your little proposal," he said slowly as he activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. Tsukiyomi. In less than 5 seconds, Orochimaru crumpled to the ground. "Did you really just beat him?" Sakura asked dubiously. "I did indeed," Sasuke sounded smug as he quickly cast the jutsu to counteract the Manjikyu's corrosive tendencies. "Total cop-out," Naruto complained. To be fair, Sasuke admitted, he probably didn't have any experience with the Sharingan if Madara is still pretending not to exist and definitely wouldn't expect me to have the Manjikyu Sharingan. From what I can tell, this is how Itachi beat Orochimaru when he went after him before leaving Akatsuki. Should we face him again, it will not be so easy. Sweet, he has a heaven scroll. Naruto cheered, picking the aforementioned item up. "Give that to me, you'll just lose it," Sasuke insisted, snatching the scroll from Naruto. Naruto glared at him. "You suck." Sasuke was about to reply when Sakura forestalled another argument with a simple sing-song "Why, Kiba? Do you think we should contact someone and let them know?" she asked seriously. Sasuke shrugged. "Why should we? They figured it out before and they can figure it out again. Besides, he should be out for a while. And we really don't want to risk getting disqualified for contacting them." Looking reluctant, Sakura nonetheless agreed to keep moving. "So," Naruto said once that was settled. "What did you do to him anyway?" "He gets to live through that time, and Sakura managed to drag me along with them on a shopping expedition for 72 hours straight," Sasuke said grimly. "It wasn't that bad." Sakura protested. Naruto shuddered, ignoring her. "You're evil." "I know. So which of the genin did you molest this time?" Kakashi questioned his girlfriend over lunch. "It wasn't Naruto again, was it? Because Minato-sensei's kind of getting concerned about that." "I do not molest them," Anko insisted. Kakashi simply waited. "It might have been the dog boy," she grudgingly admitted. "But in my defense, he was being an idiot." "I really hope that's covered by the waiver," Kakashi said. Anko shrugged. "If these kids are agreeing to die then I'm sure they won't put up too much of a fuss about what some might call being overly forward." "Or molestation," Kakashi translated. Anko ignored him. "Besides, that Nara boy told the dog boy that he would have to actually read the waiver in order to see if he could sue, and dog boy decided he'd rather just make Naruto help him through his issues later." She scoffed, "Issues? Please. A couple more years and he'll be begging for someone to lick him." "Someone who really shouldn't be you as you're twice his age and my fiancé," Kakashi pointed out. "Don't worry," Anko assured him. "I have no interest in dogs." Kakashi gave her a wounded look. "Oh, come off it. Dog summons are different," Anko told him. She threw the last of her dango sticks at the same tree where she'd thrown all the others. "Perfect leaf pattern." She beamed. "How long did it take you to learn how to do that?" Kakashi wondered. Anko shrugged. "A couple of weeks. When I was younger I went through a period where I refused to eat anything but dango, and since I practiced every time I ate it, I got really good, really fast." "Kind of like Naruto and his ramen obsession," Kakashi noted. "Yeah, but he seemed to tone it down quite a bit when he turned 8, Anko mused. "I always thought that was kind of strange." "Well, trauma can do strange things," Kakashi offered lamely. "Big trouble, Anko-sama," one of the Chunin examiners announced as he appeared on the scene with a poof of smoke. "Mizuku?" Anko asked. "What happened?" "Bodies, 3 of them." "And they're aired," Mizuku told her. "Weird how?" Anko demanded. Maybe you'd better come see for yourself," Mizuku said hesitantly. "I'll come too," Kakashi said immediately. Making their way to the site where the bodies had been discovered, they saw several of the examiners gathered around the corpses. After examining their papers and personal items, they seem to be the hidden grass shinobi who were entered in this exam, but as you can see, they have no faces. "They are blank as if they were melted off," Kitetsu explained. Anko looked horrified. "Show me the pictures of these 3 people." The Chunin scrambled to do as she requested. "Are you okay?" Kakashi asked her quietly. "He's back," Anko replied just as quietly. "The last time I saw him he had just wiped out the Uchiha and was bound to steal the body of either an 8-year-old kid or a 13-year-old one. How could I possibly be okay?" "My mask had a feeling this would happen," Kakashi said, looking deadly serious. "Of course, it seemed far-fetched, so I really couldn't tell anybody." "Your mask," Anko repeated. "That's what I said," Kakashi confirmed. "What, is it psychic now?" she asked incredulously. "I don't know, do you want me to ask it?" Kakashi asked dryly. "It either won't answer so it won't do any good or it will, and I might need to take Minato-sensei up on that long-standing offer of therapy." "Why haven't you if he's so concerned?" Anko wondered. "Well, there's no point, is it?" he replied rhetorically. "We can't talk about anything confidential, and that's where half of our various issues come from. What we need are ninja therapists." "Like Obito," Anko supplied. "Or Naruto when he gets older." Once the pictures were in her hand, her mood did not improve. Damn. So even then for the exam, I saw him. He was talking about his bloodlust and he kept using his tongue like an extra appendage. I should have known. I mean, seriously, who else does that? You probably would if you could, Kakashi muttered. True, Anko admitted. But I'm not part snake like he seems to be nowadays. This is bad guys, someone go tell Hokage-sama that Orochimaru's back and has infiltrated the exam. Send some Anbu captains to the Forest of Death. I'm going after him right now. We're going after him, Kakashi corrected. Anko didn't bother to argue. She just led the way into the forest. Hey look, it's Gaara. Naruto said excitedly. Hey Gaara. Gaara greeted the new arrival with a nod. Naruto. Oh, so you got another scroll, too? Sakura asked. Is it the one you needed? Damari, who was in the process of retrieving the scroll, quickly checked. Yeah, it is. You guys want to walk back to the tower with us? Naruto offered. It will be fun. Do you guys not see all the blood lying around and the crushed corpses strewn about? Kankuro demanded. Of course we do, Sasuke told him. Why? That doesn't, oh I don't know, bother you? Kankuro asked. We're ninja, Sasuke shrugged. Besides, we signed the waiver. What will it take to convince you that my brother is evil? Kankuro demanded. Gaara's lips thinned a little at that, but he needn't have worried. Evil puppet guy, it's not very nice to try and use poor Gaara as a scapegoat to try and make us forget how evil you are, Naruto rebuked. Why aren't you trying to defend me? Kankuro demanded of his sister. She shrugged. I've come to the conclusion that Konoha is just insane, and besides, Gaara hasn't actually shown any signs of wanting to kill them, and that can only be a good thing in my book. Kankuro groaned theatrically, but let it go. Nevertheless, as they made their way to the tower together, Temari pulled Naruto to the side. So, just between us, do you really think Kankuro's evil and or crazy? He wears makeup and a cat suit, Naruto said flatly. Point, Temari acknowledged. What about the evil part? Naruto grinned at her. Does it really matter? I'm not planning on letting up either way. Temari sighed. I suppose not. It figured that Gaara would manage to accidentally befriend the craziest people around. Or at least, she hoped they were the craziest. A few hours later, after braving the perils of tigers and snakes, Anko and Kakashi finally stumbled upon the still comatose Orochimaru. I guess someone else took him out, Anko said eventually. Looks like whoever it is left a note, Kakashi remarked, picking up the paper that had been folded twice and placed on Orochimaru's chest. Unfolding it, he read, Dear responsible Konoha ninja, congrats on actually getting here before that man recovered from my Tsukiyomi. I would like to take this time to thank both Itachi and Naruto, as I could not have beaten him without them. Itachi, of course, taught me how to use the Manjutsu Sharingan, and Naruto died for me. Sakura, as per usual, did nothing. But she did punch someone earlier. Sasuke. Hey, since you can summon people, why have we only seen this used during the exam? Naruto wondered once they were successfully back at the tower. I mean, I suppose my dad does something sort of similar with his special kunai, but still, you'd think something that useful would be utilized more. What, you mean like why can't you have a summoning contract with a person? Sakura asked. At Naruto's nod, she replied, probably because unlike summons, people don't want to have to drop everything and bail you out of a battle. A better question is why there's even an Odo since Orochimaru didn't get kicked out of his little criminal club. Naruto shrugged. Clearly he likes the idea of ruling a village. Konan and Nagato both run one, and even if it's not exactly a village from what I can tell, it might benefit the Akatsuki anyway. Besides, they've never come across as a very tight-knit group anyway. Let's just hurry this up, Sasuke said, opening both scrolls then tossing them away. Hey guys, long time no see, Iruka greeted them as he appeared in a poof of smoke. Let's see, you finished the exam, Iruka trailed off as he glanced at his watch. In 6 hours. No one finishes the exam in 6 hours. They did, Sasuke said, pointing to the Sand siblings who were talking to their own summon Chunin. And apparently not evil Mizuki. I suppose, Iruka said slowly. Still, congratulations. Not only did you make it past the second round of the exams on your first try, but you did it ridiculously fast as well. The test doesn't end for another 4 days, so you'll need to report back here then to receive instructions about the third and final exam and compete preliminary matches if too many teams pass. You're lucky that you finished so quickly as you'll be in top form while everyone else is worn out from their time in the forest. If they wanted time to recuperate, they shouldn't have dawdled, Naruto said decisively. I'm not sure them dawdling is the reason they're taking so long, Iruka told him. So we can just go? Sakura asked. Almost, Iruka said. The reason I was called here was to help you to understand the Chunin motto, written by the Sandaime Hokage himself. The Chunin motto? Sakura asked politely. If you lack heaven, seek wisdom, be prepared. Gain knowledge and prepare yourself for the missions. If you lack earth, run in the fields, seek advantages, Iruka recited. These rules will guide a person's extremes. Do you guys know what that means? If we say no, do we still pass? Naruto asked. Iruka nodded. Yes. But tell me anyway. You need to be well versed in mind and body, and so if you're weak in one of the areas, then you need to work to improve yourself so your missions will go smoother, Sakura explained. Very good, Sakura, Iruka praised. So, remember. You need to come back here in 4 days. And be careful, you know I worry about you guys. You can worry all you like, Sasuke told him. But you'll see how capable you are when we wipe the floor with everybody and become Chunin. Looking rather sentimental, Iruka smiled at them. I'll hold you to that. Victory is ours. Kiba shouted, running into the tower, his 2 teammates trailing along behind him. Kiba? Sakura asked, surprised. How did you guys finish so quickly? How did you? Shino countered. We got lucky and ran into someone who had a scroll we needed right away, Sakura replied. So did we, Hinata informed them. Well, in a way. We found it in a clearing where there was a lot of blood and body parts everywhere. You didn't check to see if there were any other scrolls to help eliminate the competition? Kankuro asked his sister. I was going to. She insisted. But then the crazy Konoha Genin showed up and I forgot about it. So I guess you're with me tonight, Kiba told Sasuke. Sasuke blinked. Do tell me how you came to that conclusion. My parents told my sister and I that under no circumstances less dire than an outright invasion or the death of the Hokage were we to disturb them on their anniversary today, so my sister's having dinner with your brother. I thought I'd be busy with the test, but since I'm not, I'm going to tag along. I guess that would make you the 4th wheel, Kiba smirked. Someone up there really hates me, don't they? Sasuke asked rhetorically. Not nearly as much as they should, though, Sakura pointed out. What? Sasuke's hanging out with Kiba tonight. No fair. Naruto complained. I want to do something, I know. Gaara, do you want to have dinner at my house tonight? Gaara just blinked at the unexpected invite. Are you sure that's the best idea? Temari spoke up. Oh, you're invited too, Naruto assured her. And the evil puppet guy can come too, I suppose. I wouldn't want to be rude, after all. No, I'm sure you wouldn't, Kankuro muttered. But no puppets, Naruto warned. If you bring them, I simply cannot guarantee they'll survive the night. You know, if nothing else, Gaara's never threatened to kill my puppets before, Kankuro whispered to Temari. No, but isn't threatening to kill us enough? She whispered back. We'll have to ask our sensei, Temari began. We'll be there, Gaara cut her off. Great. Naruto said enthusiastically. My father's the Hokage, as you know, so it shouldn't be that difficult to find our address. It'll be fun. And diplomatic. My parents don't really expect me back today, so I'm tagging along with you, Sakura informed Naruto. I'd go with Sasuke, except I wouldn't want to be a 5th wheel nor be a witness when Sasuke inevitably snaps and tries to kill Kiba. My dad's not too sure of you anyway, so that would be great, Naruto said easily. Sakura raised her eyebrows. He's not sure of me? Why not? It's nothing personal, Naruto assured her. It's just that of our team, there's me, who he's known for 12 years, Kakashi who he's been training since before I was even born, Sasuke who he didn't really know who he was until 4 years ago, but has spent a great deal of time with since Obito got custody, and you. He's just kind of overprotective. I see, Sakura said. And if nothing else, this will be an interesting dinner. Far better than trying to figure out the best way to say I faced down a pedophile who was trying to possess my teammate. Is it true? Itachi demanded the minute he was alone with Kakashi. Is what true? Kakashi asked automatically. Orochimaru's really in custody. And he really faced Sasuke. Itachi clarified. Kakashi nodded. The note Sasuke left declaring Orochimaru's comatose state to be the after effect of his Tsukiyomi seemed to indicate that, but I haven't gotten a chance to ask him about it yet. Sasuke. Sasuke faced down Orochimaru and he's still alive, Itachi shook his head in disbelief. He even technically won. I never thought I would say this, but thank God for the Manjutsu Sharingan. How did you even hear about that so fast, anyway? Kakashi inquired. Itachi gave him a look that implied that that was a very stupid question. Confirmation of Orochimaru's capture can't be all you wanted to ask me about, Kakashi realized. If nothing else, you could ask Sasuke about it and you seem to like him more than me. True, Itachi replied to both points. But he spoke to Orochimaru. He had to have. I only met him the once, but he seemed very garrulous. And this is a problem because? Kakashi asked before realization struck him. You're worried that he'll tell Sasuke the truth about the massacre. Can you blame me? Itachi asked rhetorically. By all rights, I shouldn't even be here. That kind of mission was one that could never be admitted to and a scapegoat was needed. I knew that. If Orochimaru was willing to take responsibility or credit, most likely, in the world of the missing nin back then, why do you think he would suddenly confess now? Kakashi asked. I'll admit, I could never figure out why Orochimaru was in the village in the first place, or how he knew what was happening, or if he knew or just happened to be passing by and saw an opportunity. Either way, he must have had his reasons. Itachi nodded. I know, and I'm not saying he would claim innocence to the world, but if he entered the exam then clearly he's chosen to go after Sasuke. That makes sense as he's just a genin no matter how exceptional, and you're a jounin who used to be an Anbu, Kakashi pointed out. Why did Hokage-sama take me out of Anbu after that? Itachi asked. Kakashi shrugged. I suppose Minato-sensei had decided you'd sacrificed enough. Itachi merely shook his head to that. If Orochimaru can convince Sasuke of the truth or at the very least plant the seeds of doubt in his mind, he could turn him against Konoha, and if he gives him a curse seal, it will mess with his mind and could convince him to leave. We don't know that Orochimaru knew that it was ordered or about the planned coup, Kakashi reasoned. No, but finding out the truth about me, Itachi trailed off. It might be enough. You don't want him to hate you. As expected, Itachi didn't respond. Even if Sasuke does at some point get a curse seal, he won't just jump ship that easily. And it was even true. Sasuke hadn't defected until after running into his older brother again, ironically trying to make sure he'd stay safe in Konoha, getting his ass kicked, and lying comatose for weeks after experiencing a particularly vicious Tsukiyomi. I wouldn't call finding out that the near-complete annihilation of his entire clan wasn't an impulsive act of a madman counts as so easily, Itachi countered. Even if Sasuke were to realize the truth, he spent too many years hating Orochimaru to go to him now. And Sasuke really hates Orochimaru. So much that I'm starting to worry. Why would he listen to anything he had to say? Orochimaru has no proof one way or another, and unless Sasuke secretly thinks you go around killing people for the hell of it, he has no reason to believe that of you. And trust me, given Sasuke's extremely strong revenge tendencies, I think you'd know if he secretly hated you. You're right, Itachi said, looking only very slightly, but given who it was the fact that it was discernible at all was huge relieved. Thank you. Kakashi wondered briefly why Itachi had chosen to have that conversation with him of all people, but then again, considering his only other options were the Hokage who had ordered him to do it in the first place or Jiraiya, maybe it wasn't too surprising. As Gaara had decreed, the Sand siblings arrived at Naruto's house promptly at 6:30. Sakura was already there, having simply followed her friend home to commence operation. Convince the Hokage I'm at least as sane as the rest of the team and not useless no matter what Sasuke says. To their slight surprise, Baki was with them. Clearly he wanted to make sure the Kazukiyage's kids didn't spill anything classified to the Hokage, never mind if they let anything slip about their possible involvement in the invasion that might not even happen. Ah, you must be Naruto's new friend sensei, Minato greeted him. I saw your profile earlier Baki, right? Baki nodded. Indeed, Hokage-sama. We were going to have calamari, but Naruto insisted that after such a harrowing experience as the second exam, he simply had to have ramen, Minato explained, leading the way to the dining room. After hearing that he faced down with one of our most dangerous missing nin, I decided he deserved it. I hope you don't mind. Ramen's fine, Temari informed him. It isn't very popular in Suna, so we don't get a chance to eat it very often. Naruto, who was about to start eating, dropped his chopsticks and stared in appalled horror at her. Breathe, Naruto, Sakura advised. Norman? Naruto asked weakly. Is he really that obsessed with it? Kankuro asked incredulously. Yes, Sakura and Minato said simultaneously. He would sell his soul for a bowl of ramen, Sakura declared. Or at least rent it out, added Minato. Hey, whose side are you on, anyway? Naruto demanded. I wasn't aware that there were sides, Minato told his son. Of course there are. Kankuro uses puppets, Naruto stage whispered. Ah yes, Minato nodded understandingly. I see. Is it a bad thing to use puppets in Konoha? Baki inquired. Not really, Minato responded. He just has severe puppet issues. I'm not sure why, but it's kind of a long-standing thing. The two adults quickly drifted into their own conversation about the exams that the people actually taking them couldn't care less about. So Gaara, do you think we'll need to have prelims? Sakura asked, trying to draw the silent boy into the conversation. It doesn't matter if we do, I'll take down anyone in my way, Gaara answered her seriously. Can you try not to kill any of my other friends? Naruto asked. I like them. Aren't you friends with half of the people still in the exam? Temari asked. No, Naruto replied easily. Just you, Gaara, Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba, Hinata, Shino, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Niji, Lee, and Tenten. Anyone else, I really don't care. The list would be helpful, Gaara informed him. I'll get right on that, Naruto proclaimed. So I don't make the cut? Kankuro demanded. You see me just as much as you see my siblings. Yeah, bit puppets, Naruto said simply. Don't worry, Kankuro, you can be my friend, Sakura assured him. And possibly Sasuke's. Although he usually likes to pretend he doesn't like people who aren't either on his team or live with him. So I heard Orochimaru showed up at the exams. Rin decided to bring up what they were all thinking about anyway. It's a good thing he didn't get away, but I hope he regains consciousness soon so we can find out what he's up to. I can't believe he has the nerve to come back here, Obito practically growled. First he betrays Konoha, then he kills almost my entire family, and now he's coming after Sasuke. And I'm still not over what he did to me, Anko added. I just wish I could remember why he abandoned me. Maybe he didn't, Kakashi suggested. Maybe you left him. Maybe, Anko said dismissively. I was pretty young though, so I kind of doubt I would have been strong enough. You've always been strong enough, Kakashi said loyally. Have you talked to Itachi or Sasuke about Orochimaru yet? Rin asked her husband. Obito shook his head. No. Sasuke's traumatized enough and he has to deal with Orochimaru trying to steal his body, and Itachi not only has to worry about Sasuke, but he was actually there when everyone died, so I'm really not sure what there is to say. Sometimes there isn't anything to say, Rin replied. There was a contemplative silence which Anko broke with so did you hear about Sasuke's note after he somehow managed to incapacitate Orochimaru? It read like it was an acceptance speech. Obito snorted. Given what a huge feat that was, everyone's hatred of Orochimaru, and the blatant favoritism we've been receiving since the massacre, I wouldn't be surprised if he did win some kind of award for this. Although heaven help him if Sakura finds out that he called her useless again in it, Kakashi shook his head. Is she really useless, though? Rin asked curiously. Because I've seen her around at the hospital and she seemed to know what she was doing. I wouldn't have dealt with all those protests about how I can't stack the team if she was, Kakashi answered. Although given her test scores, I still would have gotten them. Then why does Sasuke keep saying that? Anko asked. Probably the same reason he keeps calling Naruto an idiot. To piss his teammates off, Obito guessed. And then there's that, Kakashi acknowledged. Mostly I think it's just that since he's one of 3 of the only people around with the Sharingan since the massacre, and Naruto's the Hokage's son, Sakura's civilian background makes her stand out as the normal one on the team. You were going to say 4 people with a Sharingan, weren't you? Obito said knowingly. No, Kakashi cursed his slip-up. He really had no reason for knowing about Madara. Danzo's dead, though, so we really don't have to worry about him, Obito told him. He made a face. I still can't believe he would have taken one of Shisui's eyes like that. Wasn't it enough that the poor kid drowned himself? Kunai dodged. Don't you have any other friends you could hang out with? Inuzuka Hana demanded. At such late notice, that would be rude, Kiba said virtuously. And we can't have that. You know what else is rude? Hana asked rhetorically. Crashing your sibling's date. And that goes for both of you. This is my house, Sasuke pointed out. And I would have just gone over to Naruto's like apparently everyone else was doing, but Naruto specifically made sure to tell me I wasn't invited and I should spend time with family, despite the fact he's letting Sakura tag along. We may as well make the best of it, Itachi said calmly. And we can hear how they did in the first 2 exams. What are you even doing out of the forest so early? I had heard that you can't leave until the 5th day, Hana remarked. You only need to stay until you pass, Kiba said simply. And we did. Already? Hana sounding shocked. Impressed? Kiba asked smugly. To be honest, I'm amazed you passed it all, Hana admitted. That makes 2 of us, Sasuke muttered. They just ended up literally stumbling onto a scroll. Well, if someone is going to be so careless as to leave one lying among a bunch of dismembered corpses, I don't see why we should take advantage of it, Kiba said heatedly. And what do you mean you're amazed we passed? Don't you have any faith in your own brother? She means that it is surprising because you graduated from the academy so very recently, Itachi interceded before an argument could break out. Usually Jounin wait at least a year to enter their students as guided. It's been 5 years since rookies like yourselves have entered the exam and those that do never make it this far. So maybe we're just amazing, Kiba suggested. Hana snorted. Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly it. Kiba chose to ignore his sister's sarcastic tone and instead turned to Sasuke. It's a good thing you guys finished as quickly as you did. Why's that? Sasuke asked cautiously. Because otherwise poor Sakura would have been stuck between you, Naruto, and your unresolved sexual tension, he smirked. Sasuke wondered how much Itachi and his girlfriend would complain if he were to just stab Kiba right there. Kiba, Hana scolded. There's no need to be so rude. Rude? Try honest. You haven't seen them together. And from what Sakura told me about the conversations they had during the exam, Kiba shook his head. Sasuke realized that perhaps Sakura was more serious about not being called useless than he thought. Although I suppose having to deal with two people who are so obviously in love is less awful than having to face down that snake guy, Kiba noted. Sasuke noticed Itachi stiffen slightly, but the two in Yuzuka didn't. Yes, facing down an S-class criminal is a bit more than should reasonably be expected from us in Chunin exams. I'm kind of surprised you didn't kill him once you had him at your mercy, actually, Kiba confessed. It didn't occur to me, Sasuke lied. I mean, as much as I hate him and want him dead, I'm only 12 and I want to put off my first kill until after I become a Chunin at the very least. Besides, this way Konoha can't see why he was here or if it was just for me. And he said it all with a straight face, too. Did you confront him about what happened? Hana asked curiously. Sasuke rolled his eyes. I tried to. We got separated and Naruto came back in the middle of it and ruined the atmosphere. So he didn't say anything to you? Itachi pressed. He kept talking about how he wanted my body, but that did not, in fact, make him a pedophile like Naruto, and Sakura seemed to think it did, Sasuke explained. He also started to say something about how the massacre wasn't his fault, but I didn't need to hear his excuses. Itachi relaxed marginally. Crisis averted. Or at least put on hold until Orochimaru woke up. We should do this again sometime, Naruto said, standing in the doorway as Sakura and the Suna delegation were about to leave. I even forgot to be terrified of Kankuro after the first half hour. It was probably the lack of puppets, Gaara suggested. True, Naruto agreed. Of course, the next time I see him he'll be armed again, but it was nice not to have to worry about them for one night. Thank you for your hospitality and a most stimulating discussion, Baki said politely. The pleasure was all mine, Minato said pleasantly. It's nice to hear about other parts of the world. Kankuro pulled Sakura off to the side. You're his teammate, right? You have to know. Have to know what? Sakura asked, puzzled. Why does he keep doing that? Kankuro demanded. I mean, for the love of God, they're puppets. He can't seriously be that bothered by them. He's not afraid of Gaara, so why is he making a big deal about me? Sakura cocked her head at him. You really don't know. If I did I wouldn't be asking, Kankuro replied. Sakura sighed. He'll probably yell at me for spoiling his fun but Naruto's a Jinchuriki. I know, Kankuro said, sounding confused. But I thought no one here cared. We don't, Sakura confirmed. But Suna apparently does. I have no problem with Naruto aside from his insistence that I'm evil, and neither does anyone else here for the exams, Kankuro told her. But you do care that your brother is, Sakura pointed out. Kankuro stared at her. Yeah, but he kills people. Frequently. And not just the ones he's supposed to. I kind of figured. Either way, I think the fact he's responded so strongly to Naruto just hanging around and bugging you guys is kind of telling, don't you? Sakura asked. And sad. So Gaara apparently wants people to talk to him. Kankuro still sounded lost. How does that translate into Naruto avoiding me? Naruto may not have to face any prejudice on a day-to-day basis, but he could see from the minute we met you that Gaara does, Sakura explained. I know that he kills people and it's not my place to judge, but Naruto doesn't like it when anyone's shunned for something they can't help, and the fact that Gaara's a Jinchuriki like him just makes it resonate more. So you're saying Kankuro trailed off, uncertain. Naruto's treating you like he sees you treat your brother, Sakura confirmed. Although with less actual fear and more over-the-topness as this is Naruto we're talking about. I see, Kankuro said finally. I appreciate the clarification. Alright, I have half an hour before I need to be there for the end of the second part of the exam, Minato announced. Orochimaru had woken up sometime during the night and Minato wanted to be there for the pre-torture interrogation. So did Obito and Itachi, actually, but Minato was too concerned that Orochimaru might say something about how the massacre wasn't his doing, and the last thing any of the Uchiha needed was to have the truth become a family secret. As Minato claimed that Obito had too much personal interest in the matter in order to exclude him, Itachi could not be in attendance either. Kakashi, however, decided to tag along. Ostensibly, it was because he could but really he wanted to see if the confrontation in the forest had raised the snake Sannin suspicious or if he had any real idea about what happened the night of the massacre. Ibiki nodded. Understood. Even though Ibiki didn't know the truth, he had been in that line of work far too long to ask any questions should the subject come up. He opened the door to the containment room holding Orochimaru. Greetings, he said pleasantly. My name is Ibiki and I'll be your interrogator for today. I would advise you to cooperate as this part doesn't have to be painful. Orochimaru simply glared at him. Minato. You're looking well. I wish I could say the same, but you've apparently sold your soul to a snake demon, Minato returned evenly. We'll start with a nice easy question and work our way up from there, Ibiki informed his prisoner. What is your name? What's my name? Orochimaru repeated. If you didn't know that then why in the world did you arrest me? Do you think I'm an impostor? If I were going to disguise myself, why would I choose the appearance of someone liable to get arrested if not outright killed in Konoha? What is your name? Ibiki asked again. Orochimaru sighed. There really was little point antagonizing them on the basics. Orochimaru. How old are you? Ibiki asked. Orochimaru snorted. Why don't you go try and ask Tsunade that question? I'm sure you could provide us with your age just as well as she can, Ibiki countered calmly. How old are you? 51, Orochimaru replied. Why are you a missing nin? Ibiki asked. Because Sarutobi-sensei was an old fool, Minato is a young fool, and I wouldn't touch a cursed necklace, Orochimaru answered promptly. Mark that down as I didn't become Hokage, the Yondaime had a problem with me experimenting on the people of Konoha, and I wouldn't touch a cursed necklace, Kakashi advised. Why did you come back? Ibiki continued. I was feeling nostalgic, Orochimaru claimed. Nostalgic? Ibiki repeated. For what? The scenery. Attacking pubescent boys. The Forest of Death was always a favorite training ground for me and my snakes, Orochimaru insisted. And when I heard there was an exam going on, I decided to join in. Is that so wrong? You killed 3 genin and could very well have started an international incident, Minato pointed out. Not to mention the paperwork. It really is a good thing they signed those waivers, or I'd still be busy with that. I killed them before they signed the waivers, Orochimaru responded. It never leaves this room, Minato said warningly. Why did you go after Uchiha Sasuke? Ibiki asked. Well, since I was in the exam anyway, I decided to go all out. It was simply luck that led me to Sasuke-kun's team, Orochimaru said. Sakura's right, that does make him sound like a pedophile, Kakashi murmured. You are on record as saying you would be back to try and steal one of the remaining Uchiha's bodies. Now you're back and went after one of the Uchiha, Ibiki remarked. Well, the other 2 would be Jounin, yes? Orochimaru asked rhetorically. So I suppose the smart thing to do would be to go after the youngest and most malleable. Sasuke's only malleable if you're offering him a new person to seek vengeance on, Kakashi added his 2 cents. And what's this about me being on record saying that? Orochimaru demanded. To the best of my knowledge I've never made any such claim. Well, I did when talking to Sasuke-kun a few days ago, but not before that. You did, Ibiki answered. The night of the massacre. Orochimaru's eye twitched. For the love of God, how many times do I have to tell you people that I am innocent? It might be a little more convincing if you weren't so unrepentantly evil, Kakashi confided. Be that as it may, we are not here to talk about the massacre, Minato spoke up. Ibiki, I do not want anything he says on that subject to make it to the records. Yes, Hokage-sama, Ibiki agreed. And why's that? Orochimaru sneered. Want to protect your precious student and your son's teammate from the knowledge that Itachi killed them. You wish to deny the involvement you so proudly proclaimed just 4 years ago in order to pin the blame on one of the few survivors. Minato asked, his tone impassive. No, I do not want such a thing to reach their ears because it would only be claimed by someone with a malicious intent like you. Ibiki, let me know if he says anything else. Where's Kakashi? Sakura asked. Late, Sasuke replied shortly. Is that really so surprising? It shouldn't be, Sakura said, but he's actually been on time to all of the official things and I think I might actually be getting used to it. Not by choice he hasn't, Naruto grinned. That's what he gets for having people in his life, though. Besides us and Guy, of course. We had our own issues, and Guy was too easily sidetracked by rock-paper-scissors competitions Kakashi didn't even need to look up for. You know, Sakura said slowly. It just occurred to me how lucky we are that Kakashi didn't get Shikamaru as a genin. The 3 took a moment to silently contemplate the horrors of having quite possibly the laziest person ever, particularly before Asuma's death and Kakashi of all people paired together. So you were asking about Kakashi? Naruto said finally. He and my dad are witnessing the beginning of Ibiki's interrogation. They always ask a few questions before they do anything to see how cooperative the victim's going to be. My dad's there because it's a threat to village security and Kakashi went to make sure that snake pedophile doesn't know anything. Aside from the fact that we claimed that Jiraiya or, more specifically, Naruto's godfather, who we all know as Jiraiya was dead, I don't think we gave anything away, Sakura said slowly. The fact that Sasuke has a Manjikyu Sharingan isn't common knowledge, but it's not exactly a secret either. You know, Sasuke felt the need to point out, if you had just let me kill him like I wanted to, we wouldn't have to worry about this. Sasuke, if we let you kill everyone you wanted to, you would be classified as a natural disaster, Naruto said flatly. I'm not that bad. Sasuke argued. Sakura? Naruto asked. Outvoted, Sakura informed Sasuke. I hate you both, Sasuke informed them seriously. So we've heard, Naruto said airily. Besides, you've seen how shocked everyone is that you just managed to put Orochimaru in a position to be captured, Sakura reminded him. Imagine how they'd react if you managed to kill him. We simply do not need that kind of scrutiny. No one would have to know it was me, Sasuke said. I'm pretty sure the Yamanakas have some kind of jutsu that works posthumously, Sakura countered. Well, if I destroyed the brain then that wouldn't be a problem, Sasuke insisted. Yeah, but then everyone would start freaking out because there was an S-class missing Ningate crashing and some other mysterious and possibly nefarious vigilante on the prowl, Naruto replied. And then they could very well cancel the exam. Or at the very least make us drop out. And do you remember what Kakashi said about if we don't pass this exam? Sasuke couldn't suppress a shiver. Yes. I agreed to let him live for now, didn't I? I never thought I'd see the day when something was more important to Sasuke than revenge, Sakura said, shaking her head in awe. Even if that something is avoiding Guy's training. I think he's making progress. I don't know, Naruto said, he already killed the Unholy Alliance in this timeline and everyone else who he wanted revenge on in the previous one. The fact he's already gotten vengeance could explain why he's more patient about getting it again. Sasuke decided to ignore them as a bedraggled Ino chose that moment to jump on his back. Sasuke-kun. I'm so glad you passed. Ino beamed at him. Not that I had any doubt, of course. I'm so glad to be out of that forest after 5 days. I honestly can't believe I survived 5 days with Shikamaru and Choji. Honestly, those two would be lost without me. Ino, if you haven't bathed in 5 days, kindly get off of me, Sasuke told her, removing her arms from their stranglehold around his neck. Huh? You mean you have? Ino blinked, surprised. But how? It comes from being incredibly awesome and finishing the exam in 6 hours, that's how, Kiba declared, walking up to them leisurely. Or by being Sasuke. Hey, your brother doesn't talk much, does he? You don't think much, do you? Sasuke countered. Sakura, I am so very happy to see that you have made it past the second round, Lee said cheerfully, clasping her hand. Now we are one step closer to the path of Chunin and true love. I said I'd think about it, Sakura corrected, and only after we're friends first. How youthful. Lee exclaimed. And Sasuke will fight you in the finals. Eyeing Neji, Sasuke responded monotonously, if it is fated. Lee and Tenten both immediately shot looks at their teammate, but he paid the comment no mind. Hey Gaara. Temari. Over here, Naruto called. The Sand siblings made their way over to where the Rookie 9 and Guy's team were waiting. These guys are great, Naruto vouched for the team from Suna. Even the evil soulless puppet wielder? Choji asked. Well's decent, Naruto admitted. Hello Naruto, Kankuro said pleasantly. I see you forget to greet me. Not to worry, I know that these things happen sometime. Sakura? Naruto asked dangerously. Yes? She asked innocently. Why is Kankuro smirking knowingly at me? Naruto inquired. Is he? I didn't notice, Sakura lied. I know there's no way he would have figured it out so soon, Sasuke doesn't actually care enough to fill him in and I don't think he's even met Kakashi. Did you tell him? Naruto demanded. Sakura winced. Maybe. Sakura. Naruto yelled. What? I was only trying to help. Sakura insisted. You know, so we can speed up the healing. I hate seeing them like this. Naruto huffed. Oh, whatever. God, you're not going to apologize to Kabuto for that fire incident next, are you? Oh, God no. Sakura said, sounding shocked. I have limits, you know. So you're the new guys, huh? Tenten asked. New guys? Temari repeated. We're not new, just from Suna. Naruto seems to make it a point to collect friends, Tenten explained. People may try to resist, notably Neji, but in the end, it's inevitable. You'll either become his friend or die trying not to be. That's kind of morbid, Temari noted. Only if you're one of the stubborn ones, Tenten replied, holding out her hand. I'm Tenten, by the way. Temari introduced herself, taking the offered hand. Please don't take this the wrong way, but I think you may be the sanest person I've met here. I get that a lot, Tenten confessed. Hello everyone. My name is Uchiha Obito, and I am the proctor for the third exam. As the time limit is officially passed, so the 21 of you that are here have technically passed the second exam, Obito announced. What do you mean technically? Shino asked. 10.5 matches would go on for far too long, so we're going to have preliminary matches, Obito explained. What? That's not fair. Kiba protested. Yeah, we made it through the second stage, we should get to go to the third stage, Ino agreed. The second exam is not over until we say it's over, Obito said sternly. And if you guys are seriously going to complain this much every time you hear something you don't like, you're not ready to be Chunin. Wisely, everyone else decided to withhold their objections. Great, now since we have an odd number of people, that would mean that either one person would have to fight themselves, Obito informed them. And while this isn't always easy for most people nor for the judges trying to determine if the person won or lost, I've seen it done. Couldn't the odd man out just get a bye? Kabuto asked sensibly. There are no free rides. Obito declared. You want a promotion, you have to earn it. That said, would anybody like to choose this time to quit? Preferably 1, 3, or even 5 of you. There's always the possibility the person fighting themselves may win and we'd be stuck with an odd number for the third exam. Well, that can also be done, it doesn't reflect well on your mental health and we do have some minimum sanity requirements that must be met for promotion. I can see why that might cause problems, Kabuto nodded sagely. Well, I'm out then. Hey Kabuto, you know how this is, like, your 7th time taking the exam? Naruto asked. Better than you, yes, Kabuto replied. I have a theory as to why that is. You give up at the very first opportunity. Naruto cried. I do not. Kabuto defended himself. The first opportunity was before the 10th question. You tried to give up when Anko showed up, though, Sasuke noted. Can you blame me? Kabuto demanded. Hey, you're not even the one she molested. Kiba called out. You're still not over that? Sakura asked. It was traumatic. Kiba claimed. And troublesome, Shikamaru contributed. I'm starting to think we could just replace you with a button that says troublesome when you press it, Tamari told him. If it wouldn't be so troublesome to look into that, I probably would, Shikamaru replied. Giving up at the second opportunity is different from the first, Kabuto maintained. Whatever helps you train for your 8th exam, Naruto said simply. So does this mean that we can just have 10 normal matches without trying to unbalance any of us any further? Choji asked. Obito nodded. But first, a few words from our Hokage. Where is he? Kankuro asked. Right here, Minato said, strolling into the room, Kakashi at his heels. You're late, sensei. Sakura said automatically. Sorry, I was on my way here when I decided to try stalking Ibiki. It wastes an experience, Kakashi said, looking distant. I wish I could tell if he was lying, Sakura said. We're probably better off not knowing, Sasuke assured her. I see that quite a few of you have made it through the forest of death and let me congratulate you for that. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, Minato began. Naruto snorted quietly. Time constraints. Please. They waited 3 hours for Sasuke. We have no choice but to have a preliminary round right now. Normally, you all would be on equal footing as you would be fresh from 5 days of survival training, but this time nearly half of the remaining applicants finished inordinately early, but being well rested is just their reward for doing so well on the exam. This year has some of the most talented genin that I've seen in the exams for quite some time, so I'm sure that with a little extra training, you all can pass an exam in the near future, even if that exam is not necessarily this one. Obito, would you like to announce the matchups? Certainly, Hokage-sama, Obito said respectfully as he went over to the computer. The computer will randomly match you all up. We're going to run through all of you before we start the matches, so if you're scheduled to go first, don't worry. You still have a few minutes to prepare yourself. Temari vs Ino. Sakura vs Hinata. Toji vs Shino. Kankuro vs Niji. Gaara vs Aku. Naruto vs Yoroi. Shikamaru vs Mitsumi. Tenten vs Sasuke. Pin vs Kiba. Lee vs Dosu. Nuuo. Lee cried, falling to his knees. What is it now? Niji demanded. Last. Lee said, sounding heartbroken. Well, you have to learn patience sooner or later, Niji sounded like he was trying to convince himself. Gaara? Kankuro asked tentatively. Are you alright? Oh yes, Gaara replied. Zaku's not on the list. List? Sasuke asked blankly. You don't want to know, Sakura told him. You sure this doesn't bother you? Kankuro asked, raising his eyebrows. Baby steps, Naruto said firmly. Would Temari and Ino please stay here while everyone else gets out of the way of the battle? Obito requested. Ino is so going down it's not even funny just how badly she is going to lose, Naruto commented as Team 7 went off to a semi-isolated spot so they could converse freely about the matches. You don't know that, Sakura argued. After all, I'm the only person on record to have defeated her mind switch jutsu, and I don't think Temari has a borderline split personality like I did. Yeah, but last time Ino tied with you, and you didn't really know anything you weren't taught in the academy, while Temari beat Tenten, who was no pushover herself and was trained by Guy of all people, Sasuke pointed out. Hey. Sakura protested. I wasn't that bad. Yeah, you kind of were, Naruto told her. But don't worry. I was the same way and we both don't suck now. Temari was probably the worst opponent save Gaara for Tenten, given she uses projectile weapons, and Temari has her fan, Sakura informed them. Although if Ino can't find a way to immobilize Temari, the mind switch jutsu will never work. Naruto laughed. Gaara is probably the worst opponent for anyone. Poor Zaku. Whatever happened to him originally? He didn't face Gaara because Lee did, so I don't think anyone actually died during prelims. Didn't Orochimaru sacrifice him and that sound girl to bring back the first and second Hokages to harass the third with? Sakura asked. Sasuke shrugged. I think so. A lot of Orochimaru's jutsus involved human sacrifices. Meanwhile, Ino and Temari were staring each other down. I have to win to show Sasuke-kun what I'm made of, Ino declared boldly. Temari rolled her eyes. A fangirl fighting for her idol, I see. With that attitude, there's simply no way I could ever allow you to beat me, even if you did have the skills. And why not? Ino challenged. Because that kind of thinking is embarrassing, Temari replied frankly. And more than that, it's disgraceful. If I manage to snap you out of it when I kick your ass, I'll be doing you a favor. Not appreciating being called a disgrace, Ino charged at Temari. The Suna Kunoichi just lifted her fan and sent a strong gust of wind to push Ino back. Surprised, Ino tried it again with similar results. The kunai she threw was sent hurtling back towards her and she had to duck in order to avoid getting hit. I can't get near her with that damn fan and I don't know how to get that from her, Ino said, trying to think of a plan. Her eyes lit up when one finally occurred to her. You know, you might be right, she admitted slowly. Maybe I haven't necessarily been the best example of a kunoichi. Temari snorted. You think? If you're this bad with your hormones now, I really don't want to see what you'll be like when you're older. Yes, you are a few years older than me, aren't you? Ino said thoughtfully. I suppose that explains your more mature approach. Me, I only graduated 4 months ago. I haven't even killed anyone yet and I do still tend to obsess over cute boys. Ino's eyes hardened. But that's all going to change. Sakura was just like me and even though she got put on a team with the 2 hottest guys in our class, she's really grown up and doesn't seem worried about getting a boyfriend at all anymore. I can't lose to her and I will not prove you right about me. With that, she took out a kunai and sliced her hair off at the ponytail. I am more than just a shallow little girl only concerned about her looks and popularity. With that, she tossed the hair she'd removed up in the air and watched it settle around the two of them. Temari stared incredulously at her. Did you just get a dramatic haircut? He approve of the sentiment to start acting like a real kunoichi, but now is really not the time to have life-changing moments. We're in the middle of a fight here. Sort out your personal issues later. With that, she waved her fan and swept all of the discarded hair to the side of the arena. Ino's face fell. No. Her plan to immobilize Temari by imbuing her hair with her chakra and then possessing her had just been literally swept away. Without further ado, Temari waved her fan again and trapped Ino in a cyclone. She let her spin around a little before letting her crash to the floor, hard. There was a crunching sound as she landed and Ino winced. Ah, my leg. Obito went over to check on the falling girl. It looks like it's broken, he told her. Do you want to keep fighting or forfeit? I forfeit, Ino said quietly. Sorry little girl, maybe next time, Temari said coolly as she went to join her brothers up on one of the balconies. Harsh, Sakura commented, looking concerned for Ino. And rather embarrassing, too. What did you expect? Naruto asked. She made Tenten look incompetent and Ino's currently just the kind of kunoichi Temari can't stand. Do you think she meant it about taking things more seriously? Probably, given how well that went, Sakura decided. And since she threw me in there as an example of someone who has rapidly improved while she's largely the same girl that she was at the academy, if nothing else our rivalry should be enough to spur her on. Is it really fair to have a rivalry with a 12-year-old girl? Sasuke asked innocently. Look, it's not my fault my rival didn't come back in time with me, Sakura huffed. And what about Kakashi? He's still maintaining his rivalry with Guy. Yeah, but he really didn't get a choice in the matter, Naruto pointed out. Besides, he's Guy, he continued as if that explained everything. And it did, really. Age doesn't matter when one is so youthful. Seriously, don't say that word, Sasuke ordered. And what was up with that settle your personal issues after the fight? Fights are the perfect time to settle your issues. Naruto declared. That only happens to you and anyone who spends far too much time with you, Sakura explained. Next up is Sakura and Hinata, Obito announced after Ino had been taken to a medic nin to fix her leg. Given Tsunade had been running the hospital personally for the last 4 years, it wouldn't take long. Would both of you come down here? Hey Sakura. Naruto said as Sakura made a move to head down to the arena. You know you're one of my best friends, right? Right, Sakura said, not sure where this was going. Well, Hinata's very important to me as well. I know that you're probably going to beat her, but if you make it anywhere near as humiliating as Neji did, I will not forgive you, Naruto said sternly. I won't, Sakura promised. I like Hinata. Good, Naruto smiled. And for the record, I'm rooting for Hinata. What? How come? Sakura demanded. Because she could use the confidence boost, Naruto replied easily. Besides, Sasuke can root for you. They both turned to look at Sasuke who returned their stares impassively. "You'll be rooting on the inside," Naruto claimed. Sakura just sighed and went down for her match. "Yo," Kakashi said from behind them. "How did it go?" Sasuke asked immediately. "What? No, hi Kakashi, good to see you, Kakashi, if it weren't for you, I'd still be brooding because everyone was still pissed at me for abandoning them to run off with a pedophile and then after killing him ran off with another one, Kakashi." Kakashi asked, feigning hurt. Sasuke rolled his eyes. "Just tell us if Orochimaru knew anything." He was pretty flippant in his answers, Kakashi confided. It was clear that he wasn't taking his status as prisoner seriously and was more annoyed about his capture and whatever delay it made in his plans than anything else. He did make sure to say he felt that your brother was responsible for the massacre, but that was probably more due to the fact that Itachi was there, and even though everyone thinks otherwise Orochimaru was not that night. "So it's a good thing Itachi and Obito weren't allowed to be there," Naruto said. "How did Ibiki take that theory?" "As far as Ibiki is concerned, when Minato said that nothing about the massacre was to be included in the report, Orochimaru said nothing about the massacre," Kakashi explained. "He's a professional like that." "Kick her ass, Hinata," Naruto called down encouragingly. Hinata blushed a little and smiled back at him. "Okay, don't end it too quickly, but don't let her land a hit on me," Sakura murmured. "Thanks Naruto." "Begin," Obito said. Since one of Sakura's areas of expertise aside from medical jutsu and her natural talent with ninjutsu that she never really used beyond dispelling was taijutsu and gentle fist was the Hyuga clan's signature style, the battle naturally began with a taijutsu spar. "If either one of them lands a good hit, it's over," Kakashi noted. "But Sakura should have been able to get one through by now. Why is she holding back?" "Naruto didn't want Hinata to get crushed," Sasuke explained. "She's a really nice girl and it's not her fault that Sakura has years more experience," Naruto defended. "All I know is that if Sakura loses because of that she's going to kill you, and if we have to deal with Guy every morning then I will," Sasuke warned him. "She'll be fine," Naruto insisted. Sure enough, after nearly 10 minutes of non-stop attacking, both girls were quickly tiring and Sakura aimed a high kick at Hinata's head. When she brought her hands up to defend herself, Sakura channeled chakra into her fist and punched Hinata's chest. The Hyuga girl flew backwards and into the wall. After waiting for a minute to see if she would get up, Obito went over to check on her. "She's out," he confirmed. "Congratulations, Sakura." Lee called down to her. "Thanks," she replied, waving to him. For the record, Sakura said once she had made her way back to where the rest of the team was standing, "I hate you, Naruto." "Why?" "You did fine," Naruto assured her. "I know, but that was far harder than it should have been. Hinata may still have insecurity issues, but she's not a pushover and I don't know if you've ever noticed how Hinata fights after you've just cheered her on, but it is not fun to be her opponent." "Well, at least you weren't up against Neji," Naruto said, trying to be positive. "True," Sakura agreed. "But I should warn you now that should you have just jinxed it and I have to go up against him in the finals, I'm going to kill you." "What? How could that possibly be my fault?" Naruto demanded. "Because you would have jinxed it. Weren't you listening?" Sakura demanded. "Next up, Shino and Choji," Obito announced. "Do I have to fight?" Choji whined. "You don't want to?" Shino asked, possibly surprised. His glasses and coat obstructed his facial expression and his voice sounded impassive, but the mere fact he would ask indicated he did not expect this. "No," Choji replied. "I'm only here for the same reason Shikamaru is." "And that is?" Shino pressed. "Because Ino is very troublesome when she doesn't get her way," Shikamaru supplied helpfully. "I see," Shino said. "You can't forfeit, Choji, you already had a chance to," Asuma pointed out. "Besides, do you really want poor Shino to have to fight himself?" "No, but," Choji began. "Besides, if you fight I'll take you out for barbecue and if you win I'll pay," Asuma promised. "Deal," Choji said quickly. "Let's go." Baika no Jutsu. Immediately, he swelled up. Nikkuden Sensha. With that, he rolled himself into a ball and came at Shino. "This is troublesome," Shino noted as he dodged Choji. "Why does everybody always steal my catchphrase?" Shikamaru wondered. "Because it's awesome," Kiba replied easily. "Just dodging is very much a letdown, but until he leaves that form I can't block his chakra," Shino noted. He summoned a two bug clones of himself and watched as Choji rolled over them a few times before finally getting the picture that they would always reform. Reluctantly, Choji uncurled himself so he could determine which of the three Shinos was the real one. When that happened, Shino took the opportunity to send a swarm of bugs Choji's way. "What's this?" Choji cried. "What are the bugs doing?" Shino said nothing, waiting. A beat passed and Choji started swaying lightly. Within a minute or so, the boy had passed out. "You know," Naruto said idly. "Even though I think I could beat him, Shino still creeps me the hell out." "Shino creeps everyone out," Sasuke pointed out. "Except possibly Gaara." At least no one was seriously hurt in that match. Who's up next? Sakura wondered. The next match will be between Niji and Kankuro, Obito unwittingly answered her. As the two made their way to the arena, Sakura turned to Kakashi. Oh yeah, I can't believe I forgot to ask. What happened with Orochimaru? We already covered this, Sakura, Kakashi responded. Seriously, you should pay more attention. I was paying attention and you didn't mention him at all. Sakura protested. And if you were talking about it while I was fighting, then the only way I could have possibly heard you was if you were talking loudly enough for everyone to hear, and we can all agree that's a bad plan. Especially as I'm not even sure I'm supposed to mention anything about this to any of you, Kakashi added. I don't feel like going into it again though, so the gist of it is he's still claiming Itachi killed everyone because he doesn't know who else was there that night since he wasn't but doesn't actually know anything. Sakura nodded. Okay, thanks. Kankuro is so going down, Naruto said eagerly. I agree, Sasuke said. And it will probably be very amusing. You guys are horrible, Sakura reprimanded. Come on, Sakura-chan, he's a puppet user, Naruto reminded her. I thought you were over that, Sakura said. Naruto shuddered. After what happened with Sasori we'll never be over it. You are so melodramatic, Sasuke informed him. Naruto snorted. You're hardly one to talk. I didn't say I was, Sasuke countered. I'm just making sure you realize that about yourself. It wouldn't do to lack self-awareness, after all. I'll keep that in mind, Naruto said matter-of-factly. You cannot hope to beat me, Niji said bluntly. You should surrender right now. You don't know that, Kankuro shot back. You've never even seen me fight. I know you use puppets, Niji replied. And no puppet will ever take down a true Hyuga. Is that a fact? Kankuro asked. It's more than a fact. It's fate, Niji responded. I thought Niji was done with that whole fate thing since Kakashi saved his father, Sakura said curiously. He's still a branch house member raised by a father who hates the main house because a quirk of fate made him the younger twin and, as such, a branch house member, Kakashi explained. Although from what I can tell he's less vehement about it. That's good, Sakura said. He was kind of psychotic about it before. So should you end up facing him you'll kill me less? Naruto asked hopefully. Sakura pretended to consider the question. No. Sakura-chan. Niji quickly activated his Byakugan when despite the fact that Kankuro carried a puppet with him, he showed no indication of using it. I see, Niji murmured, slowly circling around his opponent. When he was passing by Kankuro's wrapped-up puppet, he suddenly struck it with a powerful blow. Why did he attack the puppet? Sasuke asked. Is he trying to make sure Kankuro can't use it or something? No, that is Kankuro, don't you remember? Naruto asked. Sasuke just gave him a blank look. Right, you were unconscious during most of the prelims before, weren't you? Naruto asked rhetorically. Well, I don't remember much about Kankuro's fight, but I remember that his opponent thought he killed Kankuro when his neck broke and then it started talking and creepiest thing in the exams aside from Shino. But Shino's awesome and Kankuro uses evil soulless puppets. When Niji's attack broke through the wrapping, he immediately landed another blow on what was inside it and Kankuro or his puppet Karasu rather immediately collapsed to the ground since its manipulator was unconscious. That was probably the lamest match I've ever seen but winner is Niji, Obito said, shaking his head. That was most unyouthful, Niji, Guy chastised. But don't worry, Lee was quick to assure him. You can still be my eternal rival. Kankuro, are you sure we're related? Temari demanded when Kankuro had regained consciousness. That was even more embarrassing than what I did to that fangirl. You called her a disgrace and broke her leg. Kankuro objected. But the fight lasted longer than half a minute, Temari pointed out. She has a point, Gaara spoke up. Kankuro turned to him. But your fights rarely last longer than half a minute. He pointed out, a little uncertainly. And if any of those people survived, I'm sure they would be quite embarrassed, Gaara replied before heading down to the arena for his match. I just disagreed with Gaara, and not only am I still alive, but I didn't even receive a death threat, Kankuro said, sounding a bit dazed. And you're not even on the list, Temari marveled. So what does Zaku do? Naruto wondered. I have no idea, Sakura replied. I don't think he made it past the preliminary matches. Sasuke. The resident expert on all things at Togakure shrugged. I don't remember him. I think Orochimaru had managed to sacrifice everyone he had entered in the exam before he left. Makes a habit of that, doesn't he? Kakashi asked rhetorically. It makes you wonder how he ever has any followers at all. Recruitment was actually never really a problem of his, from what I could tell, Sasuke said. He was a veritable Pied Piper, come to think of it. Sakura cocked her head contemplatively. Wasn't the actual Pied Piper some sort of pedophile? That is one theory, Kakashi agreed seriously. Orochimaru really would be one then, Naruto decided. Sasuke sent them all a withering glare. Oh, shut up. Seriously, Sasuke, these lack of denials are starting to scare me, Sakura said, sounding concerned. Whatever Sasuke was going to say next was cut off by the gasps from the people who were actually paying attention to Gaara's match. Turning their attention to the match, they noticed Gaara glaring at a smirking Zaku with sand littering the arena. I kind of get the feeling we missed something, Naruto noted. Hey, Kiba, what happened? Weren't you paying attention? Kiba called back. Not even slightly, Naruto answered honestly. Why is Zaku not only not dead, but not even a quivering mess? Gaara sent his sand at Zaku, and Zaku apparently used air pressure to knock it away from him, Kiba replied. Well, that wasn't expected, Sakura said. Do you think Zaku has any chance of winning? Sasuke snorted. No. At most, Gaara will have to put some actual effort into this. Not much, but some. Does Gaara actually do anything but use sand and transform before Naruto used his therapy jutsu on him? Kakashi wondered aloud. Because he would have to take Zaku by surprise for the sand to work, and not only would people be calling for Gaara's disqualification if he released Shukaku, but if the invasion's still on, then Gaara's secret weapon would be far less secret. He wasn't very effective anyway as he lost control and immediately took off for the forest, Sakura pointed out. If Naruto wasn't there and too stubborn to die, he would have just killed us and made his way back towards Konoha, Sasuke disagreed. And even if he wouldn't have been able to tell friend from foe, he didn't seem too concerned with that back then, and so that was a risk they were probably willing to take. I don't think Gaara cares about disqualification, Naruto said, but even if the Konoha 11 and Sasuke know about his Jinchuriki status, not everyone knows, so he'll probably try not to. Of course, if God forbid Zaku actually does manage to land a hit, well, there goes that plan. Down in the arena, Gaara had completely used up his gourd making 3 sand clones, so Zaku was surrounded on all sides. You're all out of sand, Zaku gloated foolishly. And even if you do have a couple of clones, I haven't seen you do anything that doesn't involve sand yet. Besides, I can stop you, he declared, waving his arms in emphasis. We shall see, Gaara replied shortly. He blinked and the 3 sand clones quickly dispersed, and the sand making them up headed straight for Zaku. Zaku held up his hands to face his left and right and shot off enough air pressure to beat back most of the sand. Unfortunately, he only had 2 hands and could not move quickly enough to stop a third wave of sand from completely enveloping him. Gaara ordered before the sand crushed him. Well, that was certainly messier than any of our other fights, Obito noted. Anyone who has yet to fight should be warned to steer clear of the blood. It isn't very hygienic and is very slippery. Next up is Naruto vs Yoroi. Hey Gaara, great job, Naruto said as he passed Gaara on his way down to the floor for his match. Zaku's air pressure thing was completely unexpected, but you didn't let that slow you down. Of course, Gaara nodded. Good luck in your match. I don't need luck. Naruto insisted boldly. I have the threat of an entire year full of springtime of youth hanging over my head. And that is bid? Gaara questioned. Naruto shuddered. You have no idea. Once Naruto had made his way to his opponent, Yoroi said, this almost isn't even worth my time. You know, Naruto said thoughtfully. It's been quite a while since anyone said that to me. I don't actually remember when the last time was, although I think it was probably Sasuke who said it. I used to hear it all the time, thought it really brings back memories. Not good memories. You may be the Hokage's son, Yoroi acknowledged. But your lineage alone won't help you defeat me. You know, you're so sure that I can't beat you, and I don't even know what it is that you do, Naruto confessed. You don't? Yoroi looked slightly annoyed. I can absorb chakra. Just by touching you, I can suck out your physical and spiritual energy. Do you really think you can beat me without letting me touch you? To his surprise, Naruto burst out laughing. That's your special ability? Really? Now Yoroi was really annoyed. Yes, really. Why? Oh, nothing, I have a great matchup. If this were the finals I might be more concerned, but since I just need to beat you and don't have to worry about showing off, I might as well see if I can beat Kankuro for the title of lamest match ever, Naruto replied. Hey. Kankuro protested. The minute he drops the puppeting he finds something else to start on me about. It's your own fault for not taking the match seriously, Temari chided. It was just the preliminaries, Kankuro told her. And now you're not in the finals, Temari responded. I had expected more from you, Naruto, but if you just want to stand there and let me absorb your chakra until you pass out, then I'm certainly not going to stop you, Yoroi declared, rolling up his sleeves. You can try, Naruto said, holding his arm out. Yoroi grabbed Naruto's arm and started absorbing his chakra. After 5 minutes or so had passed, Sasuke called down, you're not seriously just planning on letting him absorb your chakra until he passes out, are you? He is going to be the one passing out, not me, Yoroi corrected, but everyone ignored him. I kind of have to, Naruto informed him. It's the only way to make this match lamer than Kankuro's. Why are you trying to do that again? Sakura asked. Because he's an idiot, Sasuke said automatically. Because I can, Naruto said with a shrug. So basically what Sasuke said then, Kakashi concluded. You guys are the worst team ever. Naruto complained. We already established that a while ago, Kakashi pointed out. But surely we've gotten better. A little, Naruto grudgingly admitted. But that's really not saying much, all things considered. With a cough, Yoroi suddenly collapsed. So Yoroi passed out from what appears to be chakra overload, Obito announced. So it looks like the winner Ishikage-sama, do I really have to let him pass? He literally did nothing but stand there for 10 minutes. He's still standing while his opponent is unconscious, Minato pointed out. No one said the preliminary matches had to be epic. In fact, getting matches like these out of the way is the whole reason we have preliminaries. Fine, Obito sighed. The winner is Naruto. But I at least managed to have a lamer match than Kankuro did. Naruto asked hopefully. Obito shook his head. Sadly, no. Why not? Poor Naruto sounded so disappointed. Because your match lasted 2,000 times longer than Kankuro's, Obito replied. The next match is Shikamaru vs Mizumi. This is so troublesome, Shikamaru complained. Can't I just forfeit? Toji already asked me that question, Asuma pointed out. And if I didn't let him quit then I can't let you quit. It wouldn't do to show such blatant favoritism, now would it? I think he's still unconscious, Shikamaru replied. Come on, he'll never know. You know, you could forfeit anyway, Kankuro pointed out. Shikamaru yawned. Nah, too troublesome. How did someone as lazy as you make it as far as the preliminaries? Tamari fumed. I bet next you're going to say that walking down the stairs to the match is too troublesome. Not that you mention it, Shikamaru began. This is for your own good, Tamari interrupted as she shoved him off the balcony. Why is it that every time you say you're going to do something for someone's own good, it seems to lead to bodily harm to a member of my team? Asuma inquired. Tamari shrugged. I'm from Suna. That's how we roll. So since we all know that Shikamaru is going to somehow manage to stall until he tricks Mizumi into getting caught in his shadow, do you guys want to go get lunch? Naruto asked. Are we even allowed to leave? Sakura wondered. Kakashi shrugged. If Naruto leaves 3 clones and hinges 2 of them to look like you and Sasuke, you are. That's not being allowed to leave, that's tricking them into thinking we're still here. Sakura objected. Same thing, really, Kakashi said dismissively. It's all very well and good for you two, but my match is next, Sasuke told them. You could always stay here and talk to someone else, Naruto suggested. Sasuke thought about it for maybe half a second. Let's just hurry, shall we? We should probably head back soon, Naruto said after downing his 16th bowl of ramen. Why is that? Kakashi asked. My Sasuke clone just excused himself to go to the bathroom before his match, Naruto explained. Shikamaru won, by the way. So if Sasuke doesn't get back soon people are going to get the wrong idea, Kakashi concluded. The door suddenly slammed and Naruto glanced over to where his best rival was sitting not 10 seconds ago. Where's Sasuke? He took off running the minute you mentioned his match, Sakura replied. I don't think he even heard what Kakashi said. I suppose this means we should get back as well, Naruto said, clearly reluctant. As he laid his money on the table he called, Hey AM, if anyone asks, we were never here, alright. Whatever you say, Naruto, AM said absently. By the time the saner members of Team 7 not that was really much of an accomplishment arrived back at the prelims, Tenten was busy hurling weapons at Sasuke, who was blatantly cheating by using the Sharingan to avoid them. Of course, when Naruto mentioned this aloud, Kakashi predictably responded with having a Kekkei Genkai is not cheating, Naruto, and even if it were we're ninja. That's kind of the point. I'm just saying that being able to see someone's attack before they even use it and thus dodge it is so unfair. Not to mention the 3 days of whatever sick and twisted thing they can come up with, the very hard to stop fire or getting possessed by that god, Naruto insisted. And using the Kyuubi isn't? Sakura asked. I don't use it every 5 seconds, Naruto shot back. In fact, I never use it if I can avoid it. So if Sasuke refrained from using the Sharingan unless he needed to, you'd be more okay with it? Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded vehemently. Exactly. Although one could always argue that your stamina, regeneration, and huge amount of chakra are thanks to the Kyuubi, Sakura said. Naruto pointedly ignored that. Pain. Kankakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke said the minute there was a pause in the weapon throwing before blowing a huge fireball Tenten's way. When she jumped out of the way, Sasuke appeared behind her and kicked her into the wall. Wow, that attack was actually good for something for once, Obito marveled. I mean, it still didn't hit anything, anyway, winner Sasuke. The next match is between Kiba and Kin. Are you ready for this Akamaru? Kiba asked. Akamaru barked happily. That's not very nice, Akamaru, Kiba chided. Akamaru barked again. Yes, I know it's not a real village, but that doesn't mean you're supposed to come right out and say it, Kiba argued. You just did, Kin told him. What? Kiba looked up. Oh, sorry. Akamaru can be a little tactless sometimes. Whatever, Kin sighed. Here goes, she announced, throwing a senbon at him. When she did, a bell started to ring. Kiba froze. Oh, God no. Kin paused. Had he figured out what she was planning? Impossible, it had barely even started. I hate bells, Kiba grumbled. Are you going to do that the whole match? Kin nodded. Yes. Is she allowed to do that? Kiba demanded. Obito shrugged. I don't see why not. It's either part of her attack or else she just really likes bells, and there are no rules against bringing your own music. Well, there should be, Kiba muttered. I've got to end this quickly before I get a migraine. Akamaru transformed into a Kiba clone, and the two of them promptly began to pummel Kin. She did a decent job blocking the attacks, but there were two of them and one of her, and she wasn't a taijutsu specialist like they were. Can you even move? Obito inquired after she lay on the ground for a solid minute. No, Kin admitted. Do you want to give up? Obito continued. No. Kin said, sounding horrified. Well, too bad. If you can't move you can't fight, so the match goes to Kiba, Obito announced. But Kiba said. Does that mean we can stop with the bells, now? They were getting so annoying that I was finding it difficult to move towards the end. That was a side effect of her attack, Shikamaru helpfully corrected him. It was supposed to immobilize you if the match went on long enough. I knew that, Kiba insisted. Regardless of that, could we please stop the bells? Obito asked. Kiba's right, it's kind of getting annoying, and we still have one match left. Sorry, Kin said, and the bell sound stopped. Thank you. Now, Lee and Dosu, you're up, Obito called. Lee was too excited to take the stairs and instead chose to jump off the balcony. Once Dosu arrived normally, Lee smiled and pulled out his good guy pose. May the flames of your youth burn brightly in this match, Lee said politely. I have no idea what that means and even less desire to, Dosu said bluntly. That's not very youthful, Lee said, shaking his head sadly. Then he moved. He vanished, Dosu said, sounding confused. Lee reappeared right in front of him just in time to kick his opponent in the chest. Instead of giving Dosu a chance to recover, Lee appeared again behind him. It's not over, he whispered as he grabbed Dosu around the waist and hurled towards the ground. Initial Lotus. Lee shouted before the spinning cyclone that was the pair of them hit the ground. Lee let go at the last second and jumped away. Dosu was not that lucky. Usually Lee was only supposed to use that when protecting a precious person, but he'd seen Dosu fight in the forest and needed to take him out before he got a chance to use his sound attacks. Once he did that, there would be little chance of winning as he had yet to get a chance to train to fight while disoriented. Obito waited for a moment, but when Dosu showed no signs of getting up, he went to go check on him. He's out, he informed everyone. He's alive but he broke quite a few bones. Match goes to Lee. Tears of joy started to rain down Lee's face. Lee. Guy shouted as he jumped onto the floor of the arena. My adorable student. I knew you could do it. Ai-sensei. Lee cried back, touched. I embraced his favorite student. Lee. Ai-sensei. Lee. Ai-sensei. You know, Niji remarked, a little annoyed. He lectured me for winning. Tenten, who had regained consciousness, rather quickly shrugged. Lee's way was more youthful, I guess. It's not actually humanly possible to be as youthful as those two, Niji pointed out. Well, you asked, Tenten replied. Good for Lee, Sakura said, smiling. He deserves this. And there is no way in hell we deserve that, Sasuke said vehemently, pointing to the still embracing pair. You know, Guy displays the most blatant favoritism I've ever seen, Kakashi noted. How come no one ever calls him on it, but no one ever lets me live the Sasuke thing down? Because I didn't really care at the time. Sasuke offered. Because Guy and Lee are always so happy and enthusiastic, and if anyone else tried to keep up, it would kill them. Sakura suggested. Because his other students didn't suck. Naruto guessed. He waited an extra year to enter them. Kakashi protested. If I had another year, you and Sakura would have been at least half that good. Well, probably. Okay, now that the preliminary matches are over, Hokage-sama will be explaining the third and final phase of the exam, which will take place 1 month from today, Obito announced. Why a month from now? Kiba asked. Because some of you have shown everything you have in the preliminary matches and need time to learn some new techniques, and others have been injured and need the time to recuperate, Obito answered. So in that regard, I suppose Naruto doing nothing but standing there was actually good thinking. Of course, Naruto nodded sagely. Want to bet that that didn't even occur to him? Sasuke asked. Sakura snorted. I may have been taught by Tsunade-sensei. That doesn't mean I have her gambling addiction or lack of common sense when it comes to taking bets. A little support would be nice, team, Naruto huffed. What? Sakura asked innocently. We're not disputing that it was a smart move. We just don't think it was an intentional one. That said, if anyone should do anything that Obito struggled for the most tactful way to phrase it, uninspired in the actual finals, I'm telling you now. You're not going to pass. Quite right, Minato agreed. Now, the third part of the exam is an elimination-style tournament. This tournament will be open to the public and many important foreign leaders will also be attending, which is another reason for the delay. Even if you do not win your match, if the judges which include both myself and the Kazekage feel you are qualified then you will pass. This means that anywhere from 0 to all 10 of you could potentially become Chunin. Still, winning is a good idea as you will have more chances to impress the judges and the winner usually ends up coming off better in a fight. Remember, though, brute strength isn't all that's required to be a Chunin. You must also show some skill in strategizing, dealing with the unexpected, when it is better to temporarily retreat, and above all you must meet a minimum sanity requirement. I know many of the best shinobi are often rather unbalanced, so the bar isn't very high, but we've learned the hard way that dangerously unstable genin who go on to become dangerously unstable chunin and have access to more power is rarely, if ever, a good thing. Any questions? What, exactly, is the minimum sanity requirement? Gaara spoke up. We look down on spontaneous killing of allies, maniac laughter, a personal issue you habitually let get in the way of your fights, and anyone more youthful than Mito Guy, Minato replied. Any other questions? No one said anything, so after a moment, he continued with, Anko's going to be coming around with a box full of paper slips. You are each to draw one and the number you have will determine your matchups in the tournament. Don't worry, Gaara, Naruto assured him. Anko met the MSR. Barely, I'm sure, but still. MSR? Temari asked. Minimum sanity requirement, Naruto responded. Anko stepped forward with the aforementioned box and went around to the 10 genin still in the examination and had them each pick a number. Kiba noticeably tensed when she got near him, but Anko did no more than smirk at him, probably because both her fiancé and Yondaime were watching. Alright, one by one I want each of you to tell me what number you picked and Ibiki will let you know where you've ended up in the tournament, Minato instructed once they were finished. 1, Shino began. 9, Kiba said. 3, Naruto said. 7, Sakura said. 10, Sasuke said. 4. Lee shouted. Neji rolled his eyes. 8. 6, Temari said. 2, said Gaara. Shikamaru yawned. 5. Okay, Ibiki said, filling in people's names by their number. That means the first round is Shino vs Gaara, Naruto vs Lee, Shikamaru vs Temari, Sakura vs Neji, and Kiba vs Sasuke. Naruto gulped and quickly stepped to the other side of Sasuke, but Sakura was too busy gaping in horror to do anything to him for jinxing her. For the moment, at least. The winner of the first match will get a bye, Ibiki started to say. Wait, I thought there were no byes. Kankuro interrupted. Didn't the proctor say that back when what's-his-name quit? Why wouldn't they have to fight themselves? That's only if there were an odd number, Obito explained. 10 people is a nice even number so a bye is acceptable in this case. You people are all insane, Kankuro said flatly. Temari elbowed him. Be more polite to the people who can make our attempts to become Chunin a lot harder. Why? Kankuro asked. I'm already out. But I'm not, Temari reminded him. And I have to fight the laziest person I have ever met. How in the world am I supposed to make that match awesome? Sorry, Kankuro apologized. As I was saying, Ibiki continued, glaring darkly at Kankuro for daring to interrupt him, the winner of the second match faces the winner of the third, and the winner of the fourth match faces the winner of the fifth. After that, the winner of the first and last match of the second round will face each other, while the winner of the second gets a bye, and then the two still in the competition will face off. Damn, Sasuke swore. What's wrong? Naruto asked, still hiding behind him. If I win all my fights, I have one more match than my opponent, Sasuke explained. Sucks for you, Naruto said flippantly. Sasuke turned and glared at him. I wouldn't be so uncaring towards my human shield if I were you. Naruto risked a glance at Sakura and saw that she had sufficiently recovered from her shock and was advancing menacingly on him. I'm sorry. Please don't let her kill me. So all of your kids made it to the finals, Obito noted as the two of them sat in Kakashi's living room once the exam had officially been halted for the month. Kakashi sighed mournfully. Yeethi did. That's a good thing, Obito reminded him. You wanted them to make it, didn't you? Of course I did. Kakashi snapped. Good, because for a second there I was starting to worry that you were trying to infect them with the springtime of youth, and if that were the case, well, Obito trailed off dramatically. I just don't think I would have known you anymore. Kakashi rolled his eyes. I'm not that evil as to wish that on somebody. Although forcing them to do it is another matter entirely, Obito said sarcastically. Choosing to ignore the sarcasm, Kakashi nodded. Exactly. So why are you so upset if you got what you wanted? Obito asked. They can't pass the exam if they're not in the finals. Sasuke can beat Kiba, no doubt about it, Kakashi explained. I think Naruto can beat Lee, but even if he can't he'll give a good show. Sakura, however it's not like I don't have in the girl, because I do, it's just she's up against Neji. The only way this would be worse was if she were up against Gaara. Well, that's something, right? Obito said, trying to be optimistic. I guess, Kakashi conceded. But she's going to lose. And badly. You didn't tell her that, did you? Obito asked anxiously. Because even if you think she doesn't stand a chance, encouragement is a lot more productive than discouragement. Unless the person being encouraged is Sasuke and the subject is revenge, Kakashi murmured. And then it is a very bad idea indeed, no matter how much Anko might want a kindred spirit. So you didn't tell her, did you? Obito repeated. Kakashi shook his head. Didn't need to. Why do you think she attacked Naruto after the matchups were announced? Obito shrugged. She didn't pass the minimum sanity requirement. No, she does, Kakashi assured him. Especially after she integrated that split personality of hers. What's this about a split personality? Obito asked, concerned. It's all gone. No need to worry. Kakashi insisted. If you say so, Obito said, still sounding suspicious. She's sane enough, Kakashi said dismissively. But still Neji. He seemed skilled from what I saw, Obito agreed. But then again, his fight was over in 2 hits, so it is entirely possible that Suna guy was just really pathetic. He's not, Kakashi reported. And it's not just that Neji's insanely good. Then what is it? Obito prompted. He's Guy's student, Kakashi responded. Ah, Obito said knowingly. You don't want to lose to your eternal rival. Kakashi groaned. Not to sound like Neji or anything, but it's seriously starting to seem like I'm fated to be Guy's rival. You're the one who ignored his speech about youthfulness when you first met and convinced him you were hip, Obito pointed out. What can I say? Kakashi asked rhetorically. I was feeling nostalgic. Nostalgic? Obito queried, puzzled. And if that weren't bad enough, Kakashi said loudly, ignoring the question. Naruto's fighting Lee, who is also Guy's student and is, what's more, his protege. If either of them lose or God forbid, both I will never live this down. Ever. Obito was quiet for a moment. Then, so should I start looking into long-term missions now or closer to the task itself? Kakashi threw a pillow at him. Tsunade-sama? Sakura asked, walking up to her once and hopefully soon to be mentor at her office in the hospital. Yes. Tsunade asked, gratefully looking up from her stack of paperwork. My name is Haruno Sakura and I've made it to the final part of the Chunin exam, Sakura began. I'm up against Hyuga Neji and I'm really going to need all the help I can get. Why come to me? Tsunade asked neutrally. I'm a medic and that won't do much good against a Hyuga. Not if you have any standards of ethics, no, it won't, Sakura agreed, thinking of Kabuto. But this isn't just about the exams. Really? Tsunade raised her eyebrows. I think I recognize your name. You're on Kakashi's team, right? Sakura nodded. I am. I've heard that you're intelligent and have a strong spirit, Tsunade remarked. And also that if you don't make Chunin he's making you train with Guy for a year. That seems like a pretty strong incentive. The strongest, Sakura admitted. But that's not my only reason. If I don't pass this time, there will be other times. I'd really like to pass this time, for my sanity if nothing else, but I can handle it if I don't. I intend to be a medic though, and I know you're the best. Even if you can't help me with Neji, which I refuse to believe, just so you know you'll be able to help me help my team when all of this is over. Tsunade studied her for a moment. It's not easy to train a medic nin, you know. Medical ninjas require different skills compared to ninjas who focus on fighting. You must have every aspect of your chakra control refined to perfection, study a large amount of specialized knowledge, have the ability to apply that knowledge and never give up. I know, Sakura said seriously. It's not like I know nothing the subject. I've studied quite a bit and have put in a lot of hours at the hospital since I've graduated. All things considered, I'm pretty good at it. But I could always be better and I need to be better because God knows Naruto and Sasuke don't actually understand the meaning of you can't do it, you're going to get yourself killed or you're in over your head. A small smile came to Tsunade's lips. Is that so? Sakura nodded vehemently. Oh, you have no idea. And now with Orochimaru after Sasuke mean, I know he's in custody, but I can't help but worry. They're so reckless it's like they're trying to get themselves killed and it's up to me to try and stop them. Alright, Tsunade agreed. I'll train you. But I'm not taking it easy on you from now on, she warned. Sakura beamed. Excellent. The finals are in only a month, after all. My teammates and I passed the preliminaries, Sasuke announced. Itachi looked up from the scroll he was reading. Congratulations. You don't sound very surprised, Sasuke noted. I'm not. You're very talented. You don't sound very excited, Itachi countered. It's just the preliminaries, Sasuke explained. I'm going to have to fight Kiba, no big deal, then either Neji or Sakura, then Gaara, then either Naruto or Lee, all within a couple of hours. You don't have to win the tournament in order to pass, you know, Itachi pointed out. You did. Sasuke burst out. On your first try when you were 10. I was also a genin for 3 years as opposed to your 3 months or so, Itachi reminded him. But this isn't about what I did. This is about you. Sasuke sighed. I know. I just really need to pass this. Desperately. A small smile crossed Itachi's face. So I've heard. I've also heard you have a month before you have to be ready. Would you like me to help you? Yes, Sasuke said practically before his brother finished offering. Some things never did change. Train me, Naruto ordered. Not interested, Jiraiya said, scribbling away on his notes. You're my godfather. You have to be interested, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. I don't remember signing anything, Jiraiya insisted. That doesn't necessarily mean you didn't, Naruto claimed. For all you know, my dad slipped you the form while you were busy ogling the girls at the onsen. That sounds more like something Kushina would do, Jiraiya mused. Naruto just shrugged. Well, since the godparents are generally decided upon prior to the baby being born, she presumably had a say in it too, so that very well could have happened. I've got research to do. Get your dad to train you, Jiraiya said. My dad's kind of busy being the Hokage and orchestrating the exam, Naruto pointed out. Then get Kakashi to train you, Jiraiya tried again. He threatened to send me to the closet pervert, Naruto complained. Ibisu's not that bad, Jiraiya felt compelled to defend his fellow pervert, even if he was closeted about it. Not when it comes to the basics, no, but I've already long since mastered those, Naruto informed him. Then what do you want me to teach you? Jiraiya challenged. The cool stuff, Naruto replied promptly. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows. The cool stuff, huh? Naruto nodded eagerly. And I want to sign a summon contract. You've got grand ambitions, kid, Jiraiya said fondly. So will you do it? Naruto asked hopefully. I'm going to need some incentive, Jiraiya hinted. I'll show you my H-Rimyu no Jutsu, Naruto offered. Absolutely not, Minato cut in. I am not having my son going off anywhere with someone he could only convince to train him through seduction. Especially not my 13-year-old son. You're no fun, Naruto huffed. Minato rolled his eyes. Excuse me for being a responsible adult. Yeah, that's really annoying, Naruto complained. Just train him, okay? Minato asked. I might be around for a little while, but things are really hectic right now. Jiraiya sighed. Finibit, if he wants to sign with the Toads, I'm going to need to get him drunk. You know how it is. I'm going to need to be there to supervise that, Minato warned. What? You don't trust me? Jiraiya asked, looking wounded. You know I do, sensei. On the other hand, you are really not the best with kids. Minato-sensei. Kakashi called, running up to them, Ibiki in tow. Kakashi? Minato looked a little confused. What's wrong? Orochimaru, Kakashi said shortly. Minato and Jiraiya both became much more focused while Naruto stayed quiet and hoped they wouldn't remember they weren't supposed to talk about things like that in front of him. Did something happen with the interrogation? Minato demanded. Did you learn anything? That's just it. We never finished it, Ibiki said. Why not? Minato pressed. I left the room for something I don't even remember what, and when I got back all of the Anbu guards were dead and Orochimaru was gone, Ibiki recounted. Orochimaru managed to escape? Jiraiya asked, alarmed. Ibiki shook his head. Not alone, he said grimly. What do you mean? Minato asked. I found this note on the interrogation table, Ibiki said, handing said note to Minato. Dear Shinobi-san, Minato read aloud, Tobi is needing Irohibi-senpai, so Tobi went and got him. Sorry if you need him too, but this does not mean Tobi is not a good boy. Tobi. The hell? Jiraiya said eloquently. If Orochimaru has an accomplice powerful enough to break him out of the T&I, then it's probably the Akatsuki, Kakashi theorized. They would be a lot more powerful than his little collection of lost boys. But what's he planning? Jiraiya wondered. He suddenly seemed to remember Naruto was there. Hey, kid, I'll train you, but now's really not the best time. Meet me here tomorrow, okay? Okay, Naruto agreed reluctantly before leaving. Madara was back. Crap. Naruto wasn't sure why, exactly, but he knew it couldn't be good. Now what was the best way to break the news to Sasuke without triggering his revenge impulse? So did you find out if you got promoted yet? Kaisuke asked his daughter. Sakura shook her head. The exam's not over yet. Then shouldn't you be doing some exam type thing? Momoko asked. We're having a month-long break before the final stage, which is an elimination-style tournament, Sakura explained. It's open to the public, so if you guys want to come, feel free." Their parents exchanged a look. "I'm not sure, Sakura," Momoko said slowly. "You might get hurt." Sakura couldn't help rolling her eyes. "That's kind of comes with the territory, Mom." "I know that," Momoko exclaimed. "But knowing and seeing are two different things, and it would just make me worry more. On the other hand, this seems to be a pretty big deal, and I've heard all sorts of foreign dignitaries are going to be arriving," Kaisuke noted. "How do you think you're doing so far?" "My team and I have been doing pretty well," Sakura said modestly. "But the next part is testing us individually and I'm up against Niji." "And that's bid?" Momoko asked cautiously. "He's insanely talented," Sakura replied. "But I'm going to give it my all anyway and hope that even should I lose I'll put on a good enough show to pass anyway." "You should be more confident," Kaisuke told her. "I'm sure you'll do fine." "Yes, you've worked very hard these past few months and you should be proud of yourself," Momoko agreed. "I better do more than fine," Tsuruka said. "Author wisseth it much springtime of youth will haunt me forever." "What on earth is the springtime of youth?" Kaisuke wondered. Sakura shuddered. "Trust me. You don't want to know." "I will never understand ninja," Momoko declared, shaking her head. "That's probably for the best," Sakura told her. "Now I have to go as Naruto called a team meeting before I have to meet with Tsunade-sama." She probably should have left already, but Naruto had given her a heads up about the subject matter and she was just as uncertain about how to break the news to Sasuke. "The medic?" Kaisuke asked. "She's training you?" Sakura smiled triumphantly. "Yeah, she is." "What in the world was so important that it couldn't wait until after training?" Sasuke asked. Kakashi wasn't there yet, but he didn't have all day, so he figured they could just start without him, seeing as how Naruto was the one to call the meeting. Well, Naruto trailed off. "Yeah, it's really big," Sakura told him. "And we're actually not quite sure how to let you know this." "You could try just spitting it out," Sasuke suggested. "We could," Naruto agreed. "But with such a delicate topic as this, that might not be the most tactful way of handling the situation." Sasuke snorted. "What do you know about tactful?" "Not much," Naruto admitted, "which is why if even I don't think that's the best way to handle it, it really isn't the best way. Not to mention that we're not sure how you'll react," Sakura added. She paused. "No, scratch that. We're almost positive we know exactly how you're going to react and that's why we don't want to tell you." "Then don't tell me," Sasuke said. "Or at least work out how you're going to do it. In the meantime, I really do need to get started on my training." "No." Naruto and Sakura shouted at the same time. Sasuke raised his eyebrows. "What's this? One would almost think you don't want me to get stronger. You aren't afraid I'm going to try and leave to seek vengeance on anyone, do you?" "Perpetually," Sakura replied. "But that's not it. It's just something big has happened and you're going to find out sooner or later and we'd rather you hear it from us." "Then tell me," Sasuke ordered, beginning to sound impatient. "Well, you see," Naruto began, sounding rather nervous. "Hey, look, it's Gaara." "Hi Gaara." Gaara, who had been passing by the bridge they were standing on, stopped and turned to face him. "Yes. So how have you been?" Naruto asked. Gaara blinked. "Since yesterday." Naruto looked a little sheepish. "Umis. I know I can win my matches," Gaara said simply. "But to not pass the minimum sanity requirement would make this entire trip a waste of my time." "Not a complete waste, hopefully, since you met us and we're awesome," Naruto objected. "I still want to be a Chunin," Gaara told him. Naruto shrugged. "Fair enough. What were the things Dad mentioned?" "No being more youthful than Guy, I think you're safe with that." "There was also no maniac laughter," Sakura added. "Do you do that?" "Very rarely," Gaara replied. "And not since I've been here." "There was also no killing allies. How many people have you killed since you got here?" Naruto asked. Gaara thought about it for a minute. "The man I fought in the preliminaries and the 3 from the Forest of Death," he said finally. "Well, Zaku wasn't from Suna and if they didn't expect deaths in the forest they wouldn't have made us sign the waiver," Naruto decided. "But wait, didn't Kiba say his team got a scroll from those corpses? If he only killed one team, then how did they get a scroll?" Sakura asked. "Maybe the team had already gotten 2 scrolls and Temari only took the one they needed," Sasuke suggested. "That makes sense," Sakura decided. "And the last thing would be don't let personal issues habitually get in the way of your fights." "What does that entail?" Gaara wanted to know. "Well," Naruto trailed off. "I guess it means that if you had a crappy childhood, don't keep bringing it up when you're fighting people, or if you were dealt a rotten hand, don't stop in the middle of a fight and lecture people about how they should stop trying to fight fate because they are destined to be losers. In your case, I suppose that would mean not mentioning any resentment you might feel about being a Jinchuriki." Gaara nodded. "I can do that. It's only a month after all." "That's the spirit." Naruto cheered. "Goodbye," Gaara said before continuing on his way. Think he can do it? Sakura asked as she watched him leave. Naruto shrugged. No idea. But it should be good practice for actually becoming sane and with luck Kazuki-age in the future. If you're quite done with that, I would like to remind you that I have a rather one-track mind and still want to know what was so goddamn important. Sasuke brought them back on topic. We know, Sakura muttered. Yo, Kakashi waved as he appeared in a whirl of leaves. So how did he take it? Do we need to put anyone in protective custody? How did I take what? Sasuke demanded. Well, I didn't actually get around to telling him yet, Naruto admitted. I can see that, Kakashi said, looking horrified. Well, in that case. Good luck and I'll be back in 20 minutes. Like hell you will. Sakura said, grabbing his arm. You know more about it than either of us, anyway. You know, I'm sure that whatever it is cannot possibly be as bad as the scenarios I'm envisioning, Sasuke told them. It's probably worse, actually, Naruto disagreed. He took a deep breath. Madara broke Orochimaru out of custody. There was silence for a moment. Sasuke? Naruto asked, waving a hand in front of Sasuke's face. Maybe he's in shock, Kakashi suggested. Could you repeat that? Sasuke said, his voice low. I would rather not, Naruto confessed. Sakura sighed and did as requested. Madara broke Orochimaru out of custody. So Orochimaru is no longer in Konoha, Sasuke stated. No, he probably is, Kakashi corrected. We just don't know where he is and he must have come here for a reason and unless that reason was annoying Ibiki, he still has whatever mission he's on to accomplish. This wouldn't have happened if you had just let me kill him, Sasuke felt compelled to remind them. How did I know he was going to say that? Sakura asked rhetorically. We had no way of knowing he would escape. Naruto burst out. No one escapes because anyone who could doesn't get captured in the first place. And Madara rescued him. Sasuke continued as if he didn't hear them. He did, Kakashi confirmed. How do you know? Did anyone see him? Sasuke demanded. Well, no, Kakashi admitted. But he did leave a note that said, Tobi is needing Irohibi-senpai, so Tobi went and got him. Sorry if you need him too, but this does not mean Tobi is not a good boy. Tobi, so we felt reasonably sure that this was him. Unless there is actually a real Tobi running around and joining the Akatsuki that acted just like Madara did when he was pretending to be him. That's highly unlikely, Sakura noted. Right, Sasuke nodded. If you'll excuse me. Wait, where are you going? Naruto demanded, somewhat panicked. I'm going to go find Orochimaru and Madara and then I'm going to kill them, Sasuke answered as he continued to walk away. Naruto, naturally, decided that there was only one thing he could do in this situation. Tackle Sasuke. What the hell, Naruto? Sasuke growled. They are dangerous enemies of Konoha and since they are actually in the village I wouldn't even have to leave. You might be able to beat Orochimaru right now, Naruto said, still not getting off of his friend. I think you'd stand a far better chance after you train with Itachi this month and if the three of us are with you, but you could potentially pull it off. Just the same, there is no way that you could beat Madara right now. You remember how hard it was before and we were 16. We were way stronger than we are now and the match could have gone either way. Besides, Madara has the full power of the Akatsuki on his side, now. Do you really want to face Orochimaru, Madara, Sasori, possibly Deidara, Kisame, Kakuzu, Haiden, Zetsu, Konan, and Nagato all at once? It'll be fine, Sasuke insisted. Naruto groaned. Oh god, he's delusional. You started him on the topic of revenge. What do you expect? Kakashi asked rhetorically. Naruto glared at him. It's not my fault Madara showed up. This isn't just some stupid grudge, Sasuke bit out. Madara didn't just screw my family over by creating an antagonistic relationship with the rest of the village and summoning the Kyuubi to attack right before Naruto was born, prompting my brother to feel the need to kill everyone and spend the next 8 years playing at being evil in Akatsuki, but he also destroyed half the village, made Naruto a pariah, formed Akatsuki. And had Konoha completely destroyed as well as declaring war on everyone. If he's not stopped, he'll just do it again. That man won't stop, can't stop until he destroys Konoha. That's very sound reasoning, Sakura applauded. But you're still only saying that because you want vengeance. No, I'm not, Sasuke denied. Maybe we can compromise, Kakashi suggested. Sasuke glared at him. Compromise? How can we compromise? I want to kill both Madara and Orochimaru. You don't want me to go off and kill either of them. So, would I only get to kill one of them or something? And get off of me, Naruto. Not until you promise not to run away, Naruto said stubbornly. I won't leave to seek vengeance until after this conversation is over, Sasuke promised. Naruto didn't budge. And the conversation isn't over until we say it's over. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Fine, whatever. Naruto got up and, looking highly affronted, Sasuke climbed to his feet. It's too bad Kiba wasn't here, Sakura mused. He could have done a lot with that. Feeling the full force of both boys' glares on her, she quickly amended, I mean, it's a good thing Kiba wasn't here. He never would have let that go. We could let you kill one and not the other, Kakashi agreed once that was sorted out. But that's really only the most basic form. And it's not like we don't want you to kill them. Sasuke snorted. We just don't want you to kill them right now, Kakashi continued, studiously ignoring him. Whatever they're planning, it's not going to take place today because if they're going to do something during the exams when there's so much increased security, they're going to wait until the tournament like Orochimaru did with his little invasion. Take this month, train obsessively, and then if and when they try anything, you can be there to try and seek vengeance. Let me get this straight, you are okay with a plan that involves me seeking vengeance. Sasuke couldn't believe it. What happened to all that talk about how it won't make me feel better and it will just end up causing a circle of hatred or whatever? That's chain of hatred, Naruto helpfully corrected. I don't care, Sasuke said bluntly. I still believe that, Kakashi informed him. But since there doesn't actually appear to be anything on the planet capable of convincing you that revenge is a bad idea, even though after all you've been through on your epic quest for it, you should be thoroughly convinced of it, I'm just advocating delaying it until you get a chance to get stronger, and it will serve a greater purpose than just your need for vengeance. They could very well invade Konoha again and seek to destroy it, and you think it's a better idea to wait for that to happen than just taking them on now? Sasuke sounded incredulous. Yes, Kakashi said simply. Explain, Sasuke ordered. If that happens, all of Konoha's finest will be out to try and minimize the damage and take out the invaders, and it won't just be a 13-year-old against two of the most dangerous people Konoha has ever produced, Kakashi pointed out. And God knows if Kakashi and I didn't do everything we could to stop you from dying in the name of revenge, Naruto would never speak to us again, Sakura added. Especially since we'd gotten you past that in one piece before we came back. Naruto nodded. It's true. I probably wouldn't. Sasuke tilted his head back as he tried to make a decision. On the one hand, he really wanted revenge. On the other, he didn't want to die before he got it. Or after, really, seeing as how his life was actually pretty good at the moment. Not to mention that he didn't trust his team not to go back again and this time blame the massacre on some fictional person and then have Kakashi kill him so he wouldn't even be able to have a target for his hatred. In the spirit of compromise, Sasuke decided. I'm willing to wait until the end of the exam. After that, if they haven't tried anything, I'm going after them. Kakashi nodded. Fair enough. But if they're not still in Konoha, you can't leave until we get assigned a mission outside of the village because you're not allowed to become a missing nin again. Agreed, Sasuke said grudgingly. Did we just manage to talk Sasuke into postponing his revenge? Sakura couldn't believe it. I put it off 3 years after I left Konoha because I needed to train under Orochimaru, Sasuke pointed out. What's one more month? We are officially miracle workers, Naruto decided. Let's meet up for ramen tonight after you guys are done with your training to celebrate, Kakashi suggested. Hey, it just occurred to me that even though you're our teacher and all the other Jounin senseis are teaching their students personally, you couldn't be bothered to help us, so we had to find our own instructors. Naruto realized. I offered Ibisu, Kakashi defended himself. But you already more than made sure that we knew about tree climbing and water walking, Sakura reminded him. And doesn't he specialize in teaching the basics? Well, it was kind of a given that Itachi would work with Sasuke and Jiraiya as Naruto's godfather, Kakashi replied. What about me? Tsunade had no reason to agree to train me and you didn't even help with that. Sakura countered. Hey, isn't it enough that I'm your cover for everything you know that you're not supposed to? Kakashi demanded. His 3 students exchanged looks. No. Sasuke, Itachi called out. Are you almost done? We need to start training. Yeah, Sasuke nodded. We're done here. He hesitated, wondering if he should say anything. They were letting me know that Orochimaru escaped. Itachi blinked. Did he? I hope you're not planning on going after him. Of course not, Sasuke said, sounding shocked. I have the upcoming Chunin exams to worry about. I can worry about taking down Orochimaru once I've gotten stronger. I'm glad, Itachi said approvingly. That's a very mature outlook for you to take. Mature? Naruto repeated incredulously as the two Uchiha walked away. Is he kidding? Well, since he doesn't exactly want to come off too strong about how much he wants to kill the one supposedly responsible for the massacre to the person who was actually responsible for it and doesn't think it's anyone else's business, we're probably the only ones who get to see how obsessed he really is, Sakura pointed out. In fact, given that he can vent to us, he probably comes off as quite mature and well-adjusted to everyone else. Kakashi said what everyone was thinking. Now that is a frightening prospect. I should get going, too, Sakura said. If Tsunade-sensei is even remotely as scary as I remember, I do not want to be late. I think you're overreacting, Kakashi told her. After all, with all her concern about not appearing her true age, her reaction to Naruto christening her Bachan was relatively mild. In fact, I think you actually reacted harsher to Naruto being an idiot or insulting Sasuke, and that was before you had training under her. Yeah, Sakura acknowledged. But the MSR wasn't put into play until after Tsunade-sensei made Jounin. Kakashi shuddered at the possible implications. "Bye Sakura-chan," Naruto said as he also set off towards where he was to meet his teacher. Unlike Sakura, however, he knew Jiraiya wouldn't care if he was late and might not even notice, depending on whether or not he was feeling inspired. He really hoped that they weren't supposed to be training by the onsen again, as if that was the case Jiraiya would want the chance to let loose his not really inner, but sometimes thinly disguised, pervert, and if nothing else the first day wouldn't be one with a lot of downtime. "Why are you following me?" Naruto asked without bothering to turn around. Kakashi shrugged. "I've got nothing better to do." "Because you can't be bothered to teach your students anything," Naruto accused. "Is it really my fault all of my students already know the basic skills they need to have to become Chunin because they're time travelers?" Kakashi asked rhetorically. Naruto did stop then so he could turn around and give Kakashi an incredulous look. "Okay, so maybe it is," Kakashi conceded. "But since as you so graciously pointed out I'm not doing much in terms of your training this month, I should probably meet up with your father to see what he wants me to do about Orochimaru's escape and make sure everyone's convinced that the Akatsuki are involved because aside from Jiraiya, I'm really the only adult who would have any way of knowing about Tobi's connection to them." "That's disturbingly responsible of you," Naruto noted. "But then, I guess the prospect of a mass Akatsuki invasion is serious enough to warrant that." "Indeed it is," Kakashi agreed. "That still doesn't explain why you're following me, though," Naruto pointed out. "If there's any chance you're getting the summoning today and, as such, are obligated to get completely wasted, your father's going to be there," Kakashi pointed out. "So by following you I can see him." "You know, speaking of my father," Naruto said slowly. "He's supposed to be this super awesome ninja, right? I mean, I've never really seen him in action, but his reputation precedes him." "I should think you haven't," Kakashi exclaimed. "As one of the few responsible adults in the ninja world, he would have killed anyone that was supposed to be watching you who let you anywhere near a situation that required him to use his skills." "That sucks," Naruto huffed. "I mean, I suppose I can appreciate the sentiment, but still." "Were you going somewhere with this?" Kakashi wondered. Naruto looked puzzled. "What? Oh, right. If my father's so amazing that his entry in the bingo book says to flee on sight, why in the world would Suna or anyone, for that matter, agree to attack the village he's cage of? Your father's Hiraishin no Jutsu is much more effective with an ally, so if they can isolate him like Orochimaru did with the Sandaime and the barrier, they would stand a much better chance of an actual fight. And if Akatsuki manage to control or replace the Kazuki-age, Suna's going to invade regardless of how stupid and suicidal they might think it is. Remember the rather unfortunate tendency most ninja have of seeing themselves as tools to be used?" Kakashi asked. "True," Naruto nodded. "When did you get out of that mindset?" Kakashi shrugged. "Well, it started when I decided my team was more important than a mission back before you were even born and culminated when I went back in time and have spent 12 or 13 years as a close personal friend of the Hokage. That would do it, I guess. Hey look, it's teammate." "Greetings Hinata, Shino, Kurenai," Naruto called out, waving. "Aren't you forgetting someone?" Hinata asked quietly. "Oh, right," Naruto realized. "Hi Akamaru. Long time, no see." "She meant me, you idiot," Kiba grumbled. "Oh, it's the yaoi fanboy," Naruto said, making a face. "I am not a fanboy," Kiba insisted. "You two are just so not subtle." "What are you guys doing?" Naruto asked, ignoring that. "Hinata and I are helping Shino and Kiba prepare for the finals," Kurenai answered. "Really? But don't they run the risk of fighting against each other?" Kakashi asked. "That's why most teams that have more than one member find different instructors for the genin that would benefit less from their personal instruction. Or make them find their own," Naruto muttered. "You and Sasuke came with built-in teachers and I offered Ibisu for Sakura but she made other arrangements," Kakashi reminded him. "Due to the nature of this tournament, Kiba being number 9 and me being number 1, we would not face each other until the finals and the odds of both of us making it to the final round is very small. Additionally, I would be fighting 2 matches before and he 3, so it is not like any new techniques would remain a secret and as teammates, we already know each other's fighting style," Shino explained. Naruto just stood there, gaping. "Are you alright, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked, sounding concerned. "Yeah. Two just have never heard Shino say that much before," Naruto confessed. "Ever. Hey, Naruto, since I'm fighting your secret boyfriend, do you have any tips for me?" Kiba asked. "He is not my secret boyfriend," Naruto cried. "Well you've yet to come out to me," Kiba replied. "So do you?" Despite the fact I want Sasuke to win, I suppose I could warn you not to do anything to trigger his revenge impulse, as that's partly for my sake as well, Naruto told him. Kiba groaned. Too late for that. Although in my defense, our siblings are dating. That's such a wonderful opportunity to annoy him. He didn't sound nearly as concerned as Naruto though he should be, but if Naruto managed to keep Sasuke genin by exposing his revenge impulses, Sasuke would very likely kill him, so he let it go. Well then you're not going to have a fun match. Naruto turned to the other member of teammate that was in the finals. And Shino, I know you didn't ask, but in the interest of fairness, Gaara said that he's going to try not to kill anyone, so he has a better chance of making Chunin, but don't push your luck. Shino nodded his gratitude. That sounds like sound advice. That was very thoughtful, Naruto-kun, Hinata told him, smiling. Naruto shrugged. Yeah well should let you get back to your training. After Sakura had arrived, she found out that Tsunade was in the middle of a surgery, so Shizune had given Sakura a very thorough examination on the basics. She could tell that she impressed the dark-haired girl, and afterwards she was quickly shown to the slug Sannin. Before we begin, Tsunade said, do you have any idea what you want to specialize in? We don't have time to make you an expert in what you choose to do, but keeping in mind how you'd like to utilize your skills is always a smart move. Not really, Sakura confessed. Do you have any suggestions? Not without seeing you in action, no, Tsunade said, shaking her head. Some medic nin focus on medical ninjutsu can be used to kill through the creation of deadly poisons or by using your extensive knowledge of the humanity anatomy to deliver powerful blows to sensitive locations. I myself have a reputation for being able to cure any illness that comes my way. I heard from Sasuke that you managed to make the Mangekyou Sharingan safe for him to use, Sakura said, sounding a little awed despite herself. Tsunade nodded and Sakura could see a glimmer of pride in her eyes. Took me the better part of 2 years to do, but I managed it. So what are we going to start with? Sakura asked eagerly. You have the basics mastered which means we won't have to waste time covering those. Instead, we can work on making sure that you're going to be able to stay conscious and uninjured long enough to make use of them, Tsunade informed her innocently. Sakura knew better though, and her eyes widened in horror. You mean? Tsunade nodded. That's right, she said gleefully. We're going to work on your taijutsu, which means that for the next few days you're going to be my own personal punching bag. Sakura groaned. It probably still wouldn't be enough to beat Neji. I've heard that you've done extensive work on taijutsu with Kakashi these past few months, Itachi started off by saying. Of course, I'd still like to see that for myself to see how much progress you've made. Your speed, in particular, is very important. But first, do you still have any questions about the Mangekyou Sharingan, or do you think you have that down? I have a question about the Tsukiyomi, Sasuke said. I know it is one of the if not the most powerful genjutsu in existence, but what can it do? When I was using it on Orochimaru, I trapped him in a looped memory of Ino and Sakura, dragging me with them when they went shopping. Itachi raised his eyebrow. That was what you did. He was comatose for nearly a week. Sasuke shrugged. It certainly traumatized me. It will only get worse when you get older, Itachi promised him. Fortunately, Han is not very interested in shopping. Lucky, Sasuke muttered. To answer your question, the Tsukiyomi can't serve as anything really as it traps the target in an illusionary world that is completely controlled by the user. While it only takes a few seconds for the user to complete, for the target it can seem like days. I've found that either torture the target or make them relive a traumatic event over and over for what seems like days is highly effective, Itachi told him. So it doesn't even have to be used as torture, Sasuke mused. I suppose not, Itachi agreed. But it's such a powerful and chakra-draining technique that unless you needed to quickly incapacitate your target or wanted to traumatize them, it isn't worth using. Anything else you might want to do with it, there are probably less powerful genjutsu for. Does it really matter what you use to traumatize them? Sasuke asked. Because, say, if I felt the need to go after my teammates, I could show them a world where everyone was eating ramen, but they couldn't have any or take them back to their fangirl days, respectively. Or if it were Kakashi or Obito, I could just overrun them with squirrels, as that seems to remind them of some sort of traumatizing mission they had in the past. If you knew enough about them you could certainly do that, Itachi nodded. Although if they are your opponent, you probably won't get the chance to learn that much about them. He paused. And one of these days we have to get that story from them. Okay, I want you to show me what you can do and then, if you've improved enough, at the end of the month I'll show you how to do the Rasengan, Jiraiya promised. Even though your dad would probably kill me. Ah, well, I have him off to talk him around. Actually, Iro Sennin, I already know how to do that, Naruto told him. Jiraiya's eyes widened. What? How? Your father's way too overprotective to teach you himself or to let you anywhere near me anytime I might have been drunk enough to try and not remember doing so afterwards. Kakashi showed me how, Naruto lied. Jireya's eyes widened even further. But Kakashi can't do it. Naruto shrugged. He still knew how to teach it to me. Prove it, Jiraiya demanded. Okay, Naruto said, forming his wind release. Rasengan. He quickly threw it at a nearby tree. Hey, watch it, Kakashi, who was talking with Minato not 5 feet away from said tree, said. Sorry, I can't hold onto it for too long because it cuts my hand, Naruto said. What? Minato demanded. How did my son learn the Rasengan and modify it? I mean, I've made some adjustments over the years, but never in front of him, and none that were self-injuring. I heal fast, see, Naruto held up his hand to show the already healing cuts. My bad, Kakashi said, making sure to back away quickly. But hey, I only described the basic Rasengan you showed me all those years ago. The size and inclusion of his wind affinity was all on him. Minato shook his head. You know, the other Jounin instructors teach their kids how to use their clan abilities or control their chakra. Oh, I taught them plenty of chakra exercises, didn't I, Naruto? Kakashi asked, grinning evilly. Naruto nodded quickly. More than enough. Still, you're kind of a bizarre teacher, Minato said. I had to have gotten it from somewhere, Kakashi said pointedly. I blame Jiraiya-sensei, Minato said quickly. He's a bad influence. And now to cement your opinion of me as a terrible influence, if the kid's got the Rasengan down so well he not only saw room for improvement but actually did manage to improve it, he's ready to sign the Toad summoning scroll, Jiraiya spoke up. I brought the sake, Kakashi announced, taking out a summoning scroll and activating it. Minato shook his head ruefully. I can't believe I'm allowing this. I must be the worst parent ever. Naruto snorted. Not even close, Dad. Kakashi was mildly drunk. He had wanted to stay completely sober, but as Naruto, Jiraiya, Gamabunta, and even Minato all drinking, he felt obliged to have some as well. Of course, he was glad he did because by the time Naruto managed to get drunk, which took quite a bit of sake thanks to the Kyuubi, he probably would have had a panic attack were he sober. Jiraiya and Gamabunta, despite apparently being regular drinking bodies, were also quite drunk, while he and Minato were only slightly intoxicated. Minato had refrained from overindulging as he didn't want to set a bad example by getting wasted in the middle of the day, while Kakashi was just worried that Naruto would end up spilling the beans on the fact that they were from the future. Of course, the boy was so drunk that no one would believe him, but Team 7 occasionally acted odd enough that if anyone attempted to figure out what was up with them, he didn't want Naruto to inadvertently point them in the right direction. Hiroshinen, I missed you when you died, Naruto said solemnly. Died? Jiraiya blinked a couple of times. Who died, kid? I didn't die. Naruto laughed suddenly. I know. Isn't that great? I love you, Hiroshinen. With it he stood shakily, wobbled over to his godfather, and practically collapsed on his lap. If only you was a girl, Jiraiya shook his head ruefully. And not 12. Or Minato's kid. Amabunta chuckled throatily. So if only he was the exact opposite of himself. You'd be better off wishing that about someone with less to change. Jiraiya thought about that for a minute. Will he do like blondes? I am not hearing this, Minato moaned. Jiraiya-sensei likes blondes. Don't be too put out, Minato-sensei, Kakashi tried to console him, doing his best to ignore the buzzing in his head. From what I can tell he likes most anything female and of age, and Naruto is neither. No, he's not, Minato agreed. He can do the Rasengan, though. How long did it take you to teach him? Oh, it took him a good month, I'd say. I told him what I knew about it when we left for Wave, Kakashi lied. Why didn't you tell me? Minato demanded. That was a good 2 months ago. You were very overprotective and I wasn't sure if you'd be okay with me teaching him such a risky jutsu, Kakashi covered. Once he had it down I couldn't complain, Minato argued. Well Mitch. And then there was what happened after you found out just a little about what happened in Wave, Kakashi continued. Minato looked stricken. You let my son die. That was completely different. Maybe I didn't want to take that chance, Kakashi sniffed. And what you should be doing is asking Naruto why he didn't tell you as he wouldn't get in trouble if you didn't like my teaching methods. There, now that was Naruto's problem. Kakashi was even reasonably sure that he deserved it as the boy was currently causing all sorts of problems for him. And then he told me that I didn't understand because our situations weren't exactly the same. Like anybody's gonna have the exact same shop story. Isn't it enough we were both orphans? What? You're not an orphan, Jiraiya pointed out. Remember, Naruto, orphan means both parents are dead, not just one, Kakashi quickly stepped in. I know that. I'm not stupid, Naruto pouted. No, but you are extremely drunk, Kakashi countered. I'm not. Naruto declared, climbing unsteadily to his feet. Of course, then he promptly fell over, so the effect was rather lessened. You didn't teach Sasuke or Sakura the Rasengan, did you? Minato asked, worried that Kakashi had decided to up and teach A-rank jutsus to every minor he interacted with. Team 7 was his first attempt at teaching anyone who hadn't been in Anbu, after all. Of course not. Kakashi denied. I only taught Naruto the Rasengan because you invented it and he was going to learn it at some point anyway. Minato looked relieved. I'm sorry, I should have known you wouldn't be so reckless. I did teach Sasuke the Chidori, though, Kakashi admitted. And Sakura? Minato looked almost afraid of the answer. Just the Taijutsu and increasing her chakra reserves. Her control is perfect, but she doesn't have enough of it for any of the heavy hitters yet, Kakashi replied. Hey, Kakashi, Naruto had managed to get to his feet again and stumble over to his fellow time traveler. You know how the Chidori's supposed to be an assassination thingy. As I created it, the odds of me having that knowledge is quite good, Kakashi confirmed. Is that a no? Naruto asked after trying and failing to figure out what that meant. Kakashi sighed, no, that's a yes. No, that's a yes. Naruto didn't understand that either. Yes, I do know that Chidori is supposed to be an assassination jutsu, Kakashi clarified. Assassinations are supposed to be quiet, so why's the Chidori sound like birds? Naruto asked, surprisingly reasonable considering he was too wasted to walk straight. Jiraiya and Gamabunta had apparently been playing a game of some sort as Gamabunta was loudly accusing the Sannin of cheating. How does he know what the Chidori sounds like? Minato asked suspiciously. Thinking quickly, Kakashi replied, he saw me showing it to Sasuke. Don't worry. He and Sakura were far enough away not to be in any danger from it. He does have a point about it being too loud for an assassination jutsu, Minato decided. When you're only assassinating one person, by the time they hear the Chidori, they're already dead, Kakashi defended his prize jutsu. Besides, if we can have orange-clad ninja, then I can have a nature-oriented killing technique. What's wrong with being an orange-clad ninja? Naruto demanded. It's not very stealthy, for one, Kakashi answered. Do I need to be? Naruto was honestly curious. Ninja usually were before we settled down and formed villages, Minato replied. Oh. Well, that's stupid. I'd rather be orange than stealthy, Naruto announced. No kidding. Kakashi muttered. Hey. Jiraiya's head suddenly shot up and he stumbled his way over to them. Naruto's still gots to ride on Gamabunta to see if he passes the test. Kakashi eyed Naruto critically. Are you sure that's such a good idea? He can barely stand. Not to worry, he can sit on my head, Gamabunta assured him. Just as long as he doesn't fall off. I can do it. Naruto insisted. I did it before and I can do it again. We've never met before, kid, Gamabunta told him. Yeah, we have. It was a long time ago, before I went back and Naruto started to say before Kakashi clamped a hand over his mouth. That quite enough of that, don't you think? He said sternly. He really hoped Naruto could keep his mouth closed while he was riding around on Gamabunta. Don't worry, Kakashi, Naruto stage whispered. I won't give away our secret. Kakashi smacked his forehead. At the rate this was going, he wouldn't be too sure about that. What secret? Minato asked darkly. Why are you and my son keeping secrets from me? Kakashi groaned. That was it. Naruto was never allowed to go drinking again. Sakura could barely move after her first day of training. She was fairly certain that Tsunade had gone easier on her when she had first started in the old timeline, but then she supposed that since she had some experience this time the slug Sannin had figured she could handle it. No to mention she only had a month to train for the finals. Sakura decided to take the scenic route home to try and see if she could regain enough chakra to heal herself a bit or find someplace to clean herself up, as she really didn't want her civilian parents to see her and get concerned. On her way past the barbecue place, she saw Team 10 Sans Asuma eating right in front and decided that she might as well put her return home off further and say hi. Hey guys, she greeted them with a smile. Hi for are you alright? Ino asked, concerned. You look like you just got the crap beaten out of you. I kind of did, Sakura admitted. Just tell me who did it and I swear to God they are going down, Ino growled. Oh, it's nothing like that. Sakura assured her friend. It's just part of my training for the exam. Really? Ino asked skeptically. Why aren't you doing anything like that, Shikamaru? Troublesome, Shikamaru murmured, resting his head on the table. What? Ino demanded. He said troublesome, Choji helpfully repeated. I knew that. Ino insisted. Then why did you ask what he said? Choji asked reasonably. I was being dramatic. Ino shook her head. My teammates have no sense of melodrama. And my teammates are all suffering from an excess, Sakura replied. I think that's worse, actually. If you say so, Ino sounded unconvinced. She poked Shikamaru's head. If you don't take your training seriously then how in the world do you expect to be able to avenge me in the finals? Sakura froze. Avenge you? Ino nodded. Yeah, against that Tamari girl that I went up against in the preliminaries. Shikamaru's going up against her in the first round. Vengeance is not the answer, Ino, Sakura amended. Ino looked at her questioningly at the slip-up but didn't ask about it. I understand that I needed a wake-up call. This exam has made me realize more than anything that this is not a game, but did she really have to be so brutal about it? Sakura shrugged helplessly. Sunasune is a different world, Ino. She didn't have to go out of her way to humiliate me like that, Ino pointed out. Just being outmatched was enough. I know, but Sakura hesitated. Do you really have to use the word vengeance? I kind of have a minor panic attack every time I hear that word or any variation of it. Why? Choji asked, reaching for another plate of barbecue. Well, Sakura trailed off. Talking to Sasuke about vengeance probably counted as encouraging him, especially as it would be something that they temporarily had in common, and Ino still liked him, even if she did seem to be making an honest effort to be more serious about being a kunoichi. You normally have to say that to Sasuke, right? Shikamaru asked. And apparently quite often. How did you know? Sakura asked, surprised. He's the most likely one on your team to be after vengeance after what Orochimaru did, Shikamaru replied with a shrug. He is so tragic. Ino swooned. He also doesn't like talking about it, so unless you want to piss him off, don't mention it, Sakura advised. Of course I'm not going to do that. Ino exclaimed. What do you take me for, oblivious? Sasuke was sitting in a clearing in the woods trying to improve his control over Amaterasu. Given the fact that if he made a mistake, he'd have a forest fire on his hands and it hadn't rained in a while, that was some pretty powerful incentive to not mess this up. I'm telling you, Lee, it's probably just someone practicing a jutsu, Niji's voice sounded from a little ways behind him. But Niji, forest fires are so unyouthful. Lee protested. Don't you agree, Tenten? I think it doesn't matter what I think as we're going to investigate either way, Tenten responded as Team Guy stepped into view. Ah. It is my eternal rival. Lee said, pointing at Sasuke dramatically. Niji raised an eyebrow. I thought I was your so-called eternal rival. Careful, Niji, you sound jealous, Tenten teased. I'm not, Niji insisted, glaring at her. And it looks like I was right about the jutsu practice. You're not worthy, Niji. Just because Guy-sensei only has one eternal rival does not mean that it is not possible to have more than one, Lee assured him. Since when am I your eternal rival? Sasuke wanted to know. Since Sakura revealed that she was madly in love with you, of course. Lee declared. She said she used to like me, Sasuke reminded him. And that we're not going to worry about our hormones until after we make Chunin. And I will fight you since we both made it to the finals, Lee nodded. I remember. Lee Tenten said. The way the tournament is set up, you'll only fight Sasuke if you both make it to the final round. Then make it to the final round I shall. Lee decided. What about you? Will you meet me there? I'll definitely make it, Sasuke said. But whether I'll see you there or not is another story. Your first opponent is Naruto, after all, and he's my eternal rival. How youthful. Lee gushed. You guys will need to get past me first, and I simply do not see that happening, Niji interjected. You wouldn't meet Lee until the final round if you made it that far, but I will definitely defeat you. If Sakura doesn't do it for me, Sasuke said almost as an afterthought. Niji snorted. The pink-haired girl. She may have beaten Hinata-sama, but I could have done it in a fraction of the time. She is fated to lose that match. 27 minutes, Tenten announced. What? Sasuke asked, confused. Tenten keeps track of how long Niji goes without talking about fate, Lee explained. I don't believe in fate, Sasuke declared. It does not matter if you believe or not, Niji said. What is meant to be will be. That is such an easy thing to say, Tenten spoke up. After something is already done, it is the easiest thing in the world to claim that there was no other way for it to have played out, even though a different choice would have resulted in a different outcome. True, Niji allowed. But a different choice was not made because it was not fated to be made. I actually agree with Tenten on this one, Sasuke said. I can all too clearly see a world where Kakashi didn't lead an angry mob by my house the night of a massacre, so everyone would know Orochimaru was responsible, and so my brother would be blamed, and I'd spend the rest of my life trying to kill him. Just think if Kakashi had taken a different path that night or not pissed off so many people. But that didn't happen, Niji said decisively. Because that's absurd. You're telling me, Sasuke murmured. Sasuke and Sakura were already waiting at Ichiraku Ramen when Naruto bounded in, as full of energy as ever. Kakashi trailed after him, holding a hand in front of his eyes. Is he alright? Sakura asked, concerned. Why yes, I'm feeling fantastic. In fact, I'm feeling so great I might just have to go take down an Akatsuki member single-handedly, Kakashi snapped. Don't mind him, Naruto said cheerfully. He's just cranky because he's hungover from earlier when we initiated me into the Toad Summoners this morning. Then why aren't you? Sasuke asked. Naruto gave him a strange look. Because I was initiated into the Toad Summoners. I just said that. I'm thrilled. I missed being able to summon them. No, I meant why aren't you hungover? Sasuke clarified. Naruto shrugged. I don't know. Fast metabolism. It's probably the Kyuubi, Kakashi hazarded a guess. And I officially hate him. Being a Jinchuriki is not all fun and games, you know, Naruto lectured sternly. Even if it is next to impossible to experience chakra exhaustion, you have amazing stamina, heal ridiculously fast, and apparently don't get hungover. That's not the only reason, Kakashi informed him. What did I do? Naruto asked, clueless. Every time you turned around you kept mentioning something from the future. Kakashi burst out. I did. Naruto looked sheepish. My bad. Naruto, how could you? Sakura demanded. I was drunk. Naruto reminded her. And it will never happen again, Kakashi vowed. Oh, Naruto sulked. So what happened? What did you tell them? Sakura asked anxiously. Kakashi shrugged. I managed to convince them for the most part that Naruto was just really drunk, but they may remember this later and put two and two together if we're not careful. And frankly, Naruto, you blowing a ton of money on sake to get drunk is simply not worth the risk. Why didn't we ever tell anyone, anyway? Sasuke asked. There was a silence. Well, it's kind of hard to believe, Naruto said at last. Yeah, but we know enough that we could convince people easily enough, Sasuke pointed out. Naruto shrugged. Kakashi hadn't said anything when I got back. They looked at Kakashi since he'd been back a decade before Naruto. I just didn't want to, Kakashi said simply. That's ridiculous, Sakura said. Perhaps, Kakashi replied. But it's working for us. Oh, Naruto can't drink. You two shouldn't either, just in case. Sakura snorted. My parents would kill me. She paused. Although while we're on the subject of things we're not allowed to do, Ino's apparently on a revenge kick right now, so we need to keep her away from Sasuke. No arguments here, Sasuke agreed. And now we've got more things that are more important to Sasuke than revenge. Naruto beamed. I feel like we're really getting through to him. The day of the Chunin exam finals arrived at last. Concerned about Minato's safety since not only Orochimaru but at the very least Madara had their eye on Konoha, Kakashi talked the Hokage into letting him into the cage box as a guard. It would have been easier to convince Minato to have either Rin or Obito in there as well, given they were his team, but Obito was proctoring and Rin was on healing Chunin Hopeful's duty. Instead, Kakashi had eventually managed to persuade Minato to have Itachi as another guard. Hopefully the three of them would be enough should anything happen. Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, Temari, Gaara, Shikamaru, Kiba, Neji, Lee, and Shino were all gathered on the arena floor for some last-minute instructions from their Proctorwo, would be showing up any time now, they were sure. Where is he? Sakura asked irritably, turning to Sasuke. How should I know? Sasuke snapped back. You live with him. Sakura reminded him. He left the house before I did, Sasuke told her. So honestly, I have no idea. What do you think, Naruto? Sakura asked. I think he can't believe Sasuke actually showed up on time, Naruto said, shaking his head in bemusement. Because, you know, last time. Shut up. Sasuke ordered. That wasn't my fault. You never did tell us what took so long, Sakura remarked. Sasuke shivered. You're better off not knowing, believe me. Tell me. Naruto demanded. You know how Kakashi always had the most idiotic excuses for why he was late? Sasuke asked rhetorically. Well, it turns out that while he did spend most of that time staring at the memorial, he also got into some of the most bizarre situations. That poor tree. What happened? Sakura pressed. But Sasuke refused to say any more on the subject. Frustrated, Naruto turned to Gaara. So how was your month? I haven't killed anyone in 30 days, Gaara informed him. I'm actually at a loss as to when the last time I went 7 days without killing anyone was. Naruto winced. That's great, but you might not want to mention that in front of any of the people involved in the exam or that might get back to my dad. Most genin don't kill anyone, so to do it so frequently might make him wonder. Gaara nodded. Duly noted. It was kind of funny, though, Temari confided. Poor Kankuro is still convinced you guys did something or made a doppelganger or whatnot. Naruto feigned innocence. I don't know what you're talking about. I noticed you guys because of those evil soulless puppets of Kankuros, and my empathy for you guys having to deal with something like that on a daily basis might have propelled me to talk to you, but I love meeting new people. We really did just treat you guys like everybody else. Exactly, Temari stressed. That just doesn't happen. Naruto looked confused. Oh, because you guys are the kids of the Kazekage. Well, I'm the son of the Hokage, so that's not really such a big deal for me either. Never mind, Temari said, shaking her head ruefully. Did me opponent for the first round just fall asleep? Naruto quickly glanced over at Shikamaru, who had sat down and seemed to be snoring. It would appear so, he agreed. "Oh, this is so not fair," Tamari complained. "How did I get stuck with such a lame opponent?" "If you think he's so lame it should be an easy victory, right?" Naruto asked her. "Easy and impressive are not necessarily one and the same, and there is no way me taking down someone who won't even stay conscious now will ever be seen as impressive," Tamari replied. "Well, there will be other matches," Naruto offered. "Being late is so unyouthful," Lee said mournfully. "I really want to have my most youthful match with Naruto." "Hello everyone, sorry I'm late," Obito said, strolling into the arena. "There was this tree and well, you're probably better off not knowing." "Definitely better off if it was what I think it was," Sasuke agreed quietly. "Oh god, not another story you refuse to elaborate on." Sakura groaned. "We haven't even gotten the squirrel story yet." "To be fair, I don't know what happened either," Sasuke told her. "But I will, so help me, I will." "Okay, before we start I just want to make sure everyone remembers who they are fighting," Obito said. "How could someone forget who they're fighting?" Kiba demanded. "You couldn't possibly specialize your training specifically around your first opponent if you don't know who it is." "I don't know who I'm fighting," Naruto said. "I know Sakura's fighting Neji, Shino's against Gaara, Sasuke and Kiba have a grudge match, and Shikamaru's with Temari of Kurseno. Wait, I guess I do know who I'm fighting after all." "By process of elimination," Shino noted. Naruto shrugged. "What works, works. You realize Lee just mentioned he was fighting you, right?" Neji asked. Naruto shook his head. "Nope, I must not have been paying attention." "So what else is new?" Shikamaru murmured. "Okay, since Naruto just reminded anyone else who might have forgotten of the matchups, I'm going to move on to reminding you that there are no rules here except that you need to keep the fight down here and no firing into the crowd." "Seriously, you have no idea what that would do to our tourist industry," Obito shook his head at the thought. "So aside from giving our fights geographical boundaries and not killing potential customers, anything's fair game?" Temari asked. Obito nodded. "Absolutely. The matches go until either one party gives up or dies. If it's clear that one party cannot continue to fight, I will call the match. If you do not stop after I do so, you will be disqualified. Also, if a death looks completely senseless, it will be allowed, but it will really hurt your chances of passing the MSR, so I wouldn't recommend it. Now unless there are any more questions, the first fight is Gaara vs Shino, so everyone else clear out." "So how do you think Gaara will do?" Minato asked the Kazekage. "I have full faith in his abilities," the Kazekage responded with confidence. "I may not know much about his opponent, but I am certain that Gaara can come out victorious." "Shino does bugs," Kakashi announced. "And while his victory would undoubtedly be amusing, I'm still pulling for Gaara." "Really?" Minato glanced back at him. "But Shino is from Konoha." "Yes, do you find it at all strange that of 10 finalists there are 2 from Suna and the other 8 are from Konoha?" the Kazekage asked. "There are always more candidates entered from the nation that hosts the exam," Minato responded. "From what I understand, 6 of your 8 are rookies, though," the Kazekage pointed out. "This is simply unheard of." "We have a very talented group of rookies this year," Minato explained. "Clearly. To answer your question, Hokage-sama, I bet on Gaara," Kakashi replied. "You should have more faith in your village," Minato chided. "I have plenty of faith," Kakashi insisted. "But I just don't see how bugs can take down sand armor." "You also bet on the Kazekage's daughter," Itachi reminded him. Minato frowned disapprovingly. "Well, yeah," Kakashi sounded sheepish. "But in my defense, Shikamaru doesn't really seem to want to be here, so I can't imagine he'll be willing to face 3 matches." "You are one of the Jounin senseis who has a team still in the exam, yes?" the Kazekage asked. Kakashi looked mildly surprised. Yes, I am." "Is it really fair of you to be placing bets then, given that you have intimate information on at least one of the genin?" the Kazekage continued. 3, actually," Kakashi corrected, a hint of pride in his voice. "And as far as I'm concerned, if it's legal, it's fair. Besides, I wasn't even really planning on betting on all of them." "Let me get this straight," Minato said, raising his eyebrows. "Naruto knows the Rasengan and signed with the Toads, and Sasuke knows the Chidori and has a Manjutsu Sharingan, and you wanted to bet against them." "Well, not them," Kakashi admitted. "Sakura, though, but Itachi wouldn't let me." "You need to have more faith in your team," Itachi insisted. "If she finds out that her own Jounin sensei has no faith in her, it will have a debilitating effect on her performance. And if she does not pass, Sasuke is in for a very rough year." "It's not like I don't have faith in her," Kakashi defended himself. "I do, it's just Neji." "Hyuga Neji?" the Kazekage perked up. "I had heard he was quite the prodigy. He is the one who beat my other son, Kankuro, so handily." "Neji is quite gifted," Minato acknowledged. "I'm glad," the Kazekage remarked. "From what I've gathered, Kankuro's defeat was shameful, so I would at least prefer the victor be skilled." Sakura beat Niji's cousin Hinata, Itachi pointed out. And they are young enough to rely heavily on the same family style. Niji's a lot better than Hinata, Kakashi countered. Although you are right, she does know how to beat that, just whether or not she can't train with Tsunade, hopefully that will have given her some results. Betting against one's team is far more dicey than betting on them, Minato informed him. Why's that? Kakashi asked. Because if she does lose then people will cry foul and claim she threw the match, Minato explained. Sakura. Throw a match. Not a chance, Kakashi declared. And like I said, I couldn't bet against her, so I put a little down in her favor. The odds are so against her that on the off chance she wins, I'll make a killing. May our fight be honorable and impressive, Shino said politely, once the arena floor had been cleared of everyone but him, his opponent, and the proctor. Ara merely nodded. Ryudibijan. Obito said, before stepping back. Ara and Shino stared at each other for a moment, both preferring not to be the one to make the first move. Then Gaara sent an experimental wave of sand at Shino, who merely stood there. The sand enveloped the Abiram up to his neck, and Gaara slowly tightened the sand around him. It cannot be that easy, Naruto complained. Come on Shino, do something. Shino's battles are always kind of boring, Kiba confided. But that doesn't mean that he's going down on the first hit. Sure enough, as Gaara continued to squeeze Shino's body, it broke apart to reveal it had been but a bug clone. The real Shino, standing a good 20 feet away from his dispersed clone, sent those bugs Gaara's way, only to be stopped by Gaara's automatic sand shield. So wave fight is going to consist of Gaara being unable to get at Shino because he'll keep switching them out for bugs and Shino not being fast enough to get through to Gaara. Sakura summarized. Looks like it, Sasuke agreed. Which won't be very much fun to watch. At least it might take a while, Shikamaru spoke up. The whole exam is so very troublesome. Then why are you even here? Temari demanded. Because dealing with Asuma, Ino, and scariest of all my mother if I don't make it is even more troublesome, Shikamaru explained with a yawn. Oh, I will show you troublesome, Temari growled. Save the flirting for the match, Temari, Naruto advised absently. Asuna Kunoichi turned incredulous and angry eyes on him and he quickly ducked behind Sasuke. Hide me, oh human shield, Naruto implored. Sasuke couldn't believe this kind of thing kept happening to him. HN. Stay back, Naruto told Temari, pushing Sasuke in front of him. He's too cute to die. Kiba immediately perked up at this. Is that a not one word, Sasuke said dangerously. Difficult match or what? Kiba continued without missing a beat. If they can't get to each other then they can't end the match or even really showcase their skills. After a few more false starts on both of their ends, Gaara seemed to come to a decision. He sent his sand out again, slow enough for Shino to replace himself with a clone as he had been doing, but this time instead of just trying to immobilize him, he wrapped Shino's bug clone completely in sand. Before Shino could do anything, Gaara clenched his fist tightly and said, Sabaku SMSM. Instead of the customary blood and gore this technique usually brought, when the sand imploded, it left little black shredded remains from the hundreds of bugs forming the Shino clone everywhere. My bugs, Shino said quietly. I may have no plans to kill you, Gaara said slowly. But I have no compunctions about completely wiping out your army of insects. If you keep using them to shield you then I will destroy them all. Once I do that, I will be able to attack you directly. Shino stood silently for a moment contemplating the news. Finally, he said, there is nothing to be done then. Why? Because this match is not worth the destruction of my colony. I forfeit. The winner is Gaara, Obito announced. The next match is between Naruto and Lee as soon as we clear out all the bugs. Naruto met Gaara on the stairs back to where the rest of the Chunin hopefuls had gathered. Wow, that match looked so incredibly frustrating I was getting annoyed. Yes, I think I am beginning to understand why an impenetrable defense like mine would get to be wearisome for my opponents, Gaara agreed. Fortunately, he cares too much for those bugs of his to go through with a senseless slaughter, or it may have taken even longer. I notice you didn't make any attempt to kill him until the end when you knew it would be a bug clone, Naruto commented. Gaara nodded. I have lasted a month without blood I can last 3 matches. Naruto grinned. I'll appreciate it when I see you in the finals. Gaara nodded again, looking thoughtful. It's strange the longer I go without killing the harder it is but it's easier, too. What? Naruto didn't get it. Gaara just shook his head. Never mind. Tough break, Shino, Kiba said once his teammate had rejoined them on the balcony that served as a waiting area. Indeed, Shino agreed. Kiba reached down to scratch Akamaru behind the ears. I understand, though. If it came down to a match for Akamaru's life well, I wouldn't even have to think about it. Akamaru barked happily. Ah, Sasuke. Kiba said. Yes. Sasuke asked, wondering why the possibly more annoying version of Naruto persisted in speaking to him. Akamaru said that should you try, he's going for the throat, Kiba warned. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Oh, relax. I'm not going to hold your dog hostage. Yeah, Sakura chimed in. Because well people might be okay with bugs biting it, dogs are adorable, and something tells me that a title like Puppy Killer would be enough to scare off even the most rabid of fangirls. Although, if you were going to use him in the fight Sasuke began. Instantly, half the room glared at him. Kidding, God. You shouldn't make jokes, Sasuke, Naruto said, shaking his head. It freaks me out. Come on, that can't be nearly as disturbing as you cross-dressing, Sasuke shot back. Especially you cross-dressing as that man. Yeah, that never happened, remember? Naruto reminded him. And don't make me start on your drag form. The rest of the room watched in stunned silence. Sakura Lee said at last. What kind of things do your teammates get up to in their free time? The sad thing is, Sakura responded. None of that was during their free time. Niji's head shot in her direction, alarmed. You mean that was for a mission? He had never been so grateful to be on Guy's team before. Willies, Sakura admitted reluctantly. It's really not as bad as it sounds, though. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi.